Good morning.
Good morning. Are you ready for us to go on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. Then I will start with our usual introductions. Good morning. I'm Nicole Kinsey. It is August 21st, 2026, and I'm the presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I'm conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. The audio and video are being recorded, and we will post files of the recording to the FTP folder for the proceeding, and the YouTube recording will be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. Ms. Mullen is with us today, so she will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along with slides. Cross-examiners are welcome to address Ms. Mullen directly to bring up particular exhibits today. We will follow our usual schedule of taking breaks and having a hard stop at 5 p.m. Where we left off yesterday, we got through our first panel of witnesses, which was excellent, and then we moved on and heard the direct testimony from the next panel, consisting of Mr. Singh, Dr. Priest, Mr. Atelovich, and Mr. Fitzhugh. And so my understanding is where we would pick up today is we would start with cross-examination, and I understand, I believe the SOMAC firm is starting, but you can correct me if I'm wrong. The one housekeeping item that I wanted to make sure we address, and I can see if there are others that you may have in mind, but is to confirm our schedule. Yesterday afternoon, DWR circulated a revised proposed schedule for the witnesses to try to fit everyone in and accommodate the various scheduling requests. And I appreciate the work that went into that. This schedule reflects that we would hold the afternoon of September 2nd, which is not a previously noted hearing date, but that we would notice that as a hearing day. And by afternoon, I mean 1 to 5. And I think that's a good idea. It looks like we possibly won't need it, but we possibly may, which would be good to have on our calendar as an overflow just in case. And I wanted to start this morning by seeing if there were any objections to that schedule and for the AHO to go ahead and notice the September 2nd afternoon as a hold for hearing time. So with all of that, I will look to the room. Is there anyone who would like to address the schedule before we get started with cross-exam? All right, great. Seeing no hands, let's move forward with that schedule. The AHO will notice the afternoon of September 2nd from 1 to 5 as an additional hearing day. And then let's go ahead and move forward with cross-examination. So I will look to our witnesses and relevant attorneys to please go ahead and raise your virtual hand. And I'll look to the hearing team if you would please elevate those with their hands raised. Good morning, Ms. Tabor.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Kelly Tabor on behalf of Byron Bethany Irrigation District, the City of Stockton, and Sacramento Area Sewer District.
Good morning, Ms. Tabor. And am I correct that you will be starting with cross-examination?
Correct.
Thank you. And good morning, Ms. Carroll.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey and Carol for DWR.
And if the hearing team will please elevate Ms. Morris. Good morning, Ms. Morris.
Good morning, Stephanie Morris for the Department of Water Resources.
Good morning. And then let's go ahead and to the witnesses, if you would please come on camera. and off mute, and we will just test your audio here. Good morning, Dr. Priest. I cannot hear you, so maybe an audio issue. No, still no.
Okay, I think this may work.
There we go.
Okay.
Yes. Good morning. Mr. Fitzhugh, good morning.
Good morning.
Excellent. We can hear you. And Mr. Singh, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. We can hear you. And I believe we need to elevate Mr. Atelovich. Good morning, Mr. Atelovich.
Good morning.
Good morning. Is there anyone else we need to elevate before I turn things over to Ms. Tabor? All right. Then with that, Ms. Tabor, to you.
Good morning. Good morning to the panel. I really appreciate your flexibility in appearing yesterday to present your direct. Thank you for helping move this along. I will start this morning with some questions for Mr. Singh. So, good morning, Mr. Singh.
Good morning.
Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up Mr. Singh's rebuttal testimony, DWR 142, and scroll to page 5? And to paragraph 13, if you could just scroll down so we can see paragraph 13. Great. Thank you. Mr. Singh, here you state that the 2043 modeling scenario represents the period from 2028 to 2057, correct?
That is correct. So 2043 scenario is meant to represent 30 years centered around 2043, at least.
And DWR has not conducted any DSM-2 modeling for the delta for conditions that would occur after 2057, correct?
So DSM-2 runs that have been conducted is for this 2043 CC50 and CC95 scenarios, which is again centered around 2043. And then for any periods beyond that, the scenario we had was 2085, where we had a couple of also CC50 and CC75 scenarios, but we only conducted calcium modeling, and we have already discussed the reasons for that. And essentially, we did do a calcium sensitivity to look at the changes with DCP, but no DSM-2.
Okay, thank you. So that answered my next question, that you did, while you didn't do DSM-2 modeling for the period after 2057, you did do calcium model scenarios for 2070 and 2085.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Mullen, could we please now bring up Exhibit DPWA 43C and scroll to page 5? And when we're on page 5, we'll want to look at figure 1. There we go. That works. Mr. Singh, do you agree with this figure that the greatest projected sea level rise in the delta will occur towards the end of the 21st century?
Objection. This is outside the scope of this witness's testimony. Mr. Schwartz specifically talks about this chart and has testimony on this.
Paragraph 14 of Mr. Singh's testimony opines as to whether it was appropriate for DWR not to perform DSM-2 modeling for the 2070 and 2085 scenarios. And so I have some questions that are relevant to the accuracy of that position.
I think that's fair, so I'll allow the question. Please, Mr. Singh.
So could you repeat that question one more time, please?
Yes. Do you agree with this figure that the greatest projected rise in sea level in the delta will occur towards the end of the 21st century?
Yeah, as we move towards down the future, the projections go up, and depending on different scenarios and probabilities. So that is a correct statement.
And would you agree that the most significant climate-driven changes in delta salinity are expected to occur after 2057?
I'm not, could you repeat that? I'm not sure if I understand.
Would you agree that the most significant climate-driven changes in delta salinity are expected to occur after 2057?
The salinity will change, and if you're just talking about baseline, yes. So all the analysis that we are doing is with DCP and without DCP. So with sea level rising, the salinities will change, and as we have shown through different scenarios, looking at up to 1.58 feet of sea level rise, which is under the current projections moving towards the end of the century. We also have looked at, in terms of calcium, at least at 3.5 feet as well.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please go back to Mr. Singh's testimony, DWR 142, and scroll, or if we're not already there, to paragraph 14 on page 5? Thank you. Mr. Singh, here you say Dr. Paulson did not previously challenge, and I'm paraphrasing clearly, DWR's choice not to perform DSM-2 modeling for 2070 scenarios as inadequate in her case in chief testimony, correct?
I'm not sure if I said case in chief.
Okay,
but
I'm sort of
yeah,
paraphrasing, but she did not
yes,
previously as inadequate. Okay.
yeah. In the previous
Well,
testimony, she did say that DWR didn't do 2040 modeling.
okay. So looking at lines 20 to 22, which I just tried to describe, what is the basis for your statement that she didn't previously challenge the approach not to use DSM-2 modeling for the 2070 scenarios as inadequate?
The basis is just my recollection or looking at her previous testimonies.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, can we bring up DPWA 4 and scroll to PDF page 42? Let's see. I'm looking for let's go, there we go. The first paragraph that says based on DWR's technical memorandum. If you could just look, Mr. Singh, at the second sentence, which says, because DWR did not perform DSM-2 modeling to characterize impacts to delta water quality or residence time in 2070, it is not possible for the State Water Resources Control Board or delta water users to understand the impacts of the DCP during this time frame. Is this statement, in your opinion, not challenging DWR's choice not to perform DSM-2 modeling for the 2070 scenarios?
I mean, it could be. I mean, it is a statement that we haven't performed, but I think we have responded that even similar to 2085, 2070, we did do calcium. We did look at changes with DCP in terms of storage flows that are driving factor for DSM-2. We also looked at salinity in the delta. So I don't completely agree with that statement, but on the face of it, that statement looks like it is saying that we haven't done
Right.
DSM-2.
So then you would agree that your statement that Dr. Paulson did not previously challenge the approach that DWR used for the 2070 timeframe is not correct?
I mean, going by that statement itself, I still think that, I don't know if I will call it this as challenge, but she has mentioned that we haven't done it, and we have responded to that statement.
Okay, let's move on. Thank you. Ms. Mullen, could you sorry for the back and forth here, but could you please return to DWR 142 and scroll to page 7, where we can see table 1. Great. Mr. Singh, in table 1 of your surrebuttal, did you obtain the numbers in the baseline exports column from the total annual delta export that was presented in figure 16 of DPWA 42C? and the numbers in the DCP exports from the DCP annual export benefit from figure 17 of that same document, DPWA 42C?
That sounds about right. I think I have reference to those figures and tables in my testimony.
Okay.
But all these numbers are from Dr. Paulson's testimony.
Great, thank you. That's what I just wanted to confirm that. And what does the last column that's labeled DCP exports, baseline exports represent?
So the last column is a ratio of column that has long-term DCP exports, say, in the third column there, divided by the baseline exports. Basically, that's without DCP for different scenarios. So it's a ratio of those two columns. So basically, trying to show that, with climate change, the baseline exports are going down. But if you look at DCP exports as a ratio of respective baseline, using Dr. Paulson's own numbers, that number is pretty robust and consistent, about 10% for different scenarios.
Thank you. And does this table show that the DCP export benefits would decrease from 0.47 million acre feet a year for the 2020 conditions to 0.36 million acre feet for the 2085 conditions?
Yes, the DCP exports, when you look at it in isolation without the baseline, they do decrease just like the baseline.
Okay, thank you. Can we go back? No, I'm sorry, I don't even know if we were there before, Ms. Mullen, to DPWA 42C. We haven't gone to that 42C.
I don't think we've gotten to that yet.
Yeah, sorry, I was getting confused between 43C and 42C. Great, thank you. Can you please advance to slide 23? Which should show figure 16. Great. And Mr. Singh, can you see that the purple bars in this figure indicate the North Delta Diversion annual exports?
Yes.
Do you see how the purple value consistently decreases under longer time horizons and more severe climate change scenarios?
So I do not agree with that statement when it says for all climate scenarios. I mean, within, say, if you're looking at CC 2043, CC 50, and CC 95, those are different climate scenarios, different sea level rises, but the DCP export numbers are still similar.
Okay, but you do. Sorry, please continue.
Yeah. So, but in terms of DCP exports from 2020 to 2085, just absolute values are going down. But the point of my rebuttal is you have to look at, in terms of DCP benefit, as a ratio of the baseline. And if you look at that metric, DCP export remain robust.
Understood. Thank you. Do the calcium 3 DCP ITP model scenarios use the same operational rules as the DCP ITP updated baseline model run?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure.
Yeah.
Do the calcium 2043 DCP ITP model scenarios use the same operational rules as the DCP ITP updated baseline model run?
Objection? I don't think that that's an accurate statement of the model runs. Vague and ambiguous as to which model runs of comparison. Perhaps we can look at what's on the table.
What? Yeah, when you say updated baseline does not have any DCP, so I'm confused with your question.
And Ms. Tabor, you're on mute. I'm not sure if you intended that.
Sorry, I
There
don't
you
know what happened to my my screen cut out there. I'm not in my office today, so I'm having some technical issues. Okay, so I understood, it's my understanding, Mr. Singh, and I apologize if I've described this incorrectly, that the DWR created an updated baseline for its modeling and that it was referred to as the DCP ITP updated baseline.
Actually, no. Anything that has DCP is not a baseline. So DCP ITP is DCP operations layered on the updated baseline.
Okay, so do the calcium, if I remove the words DCP ITP from this baseline and I ask you, do the calcium 2043 DCP ITP model scenarios use the same operational rules as the updated baseline model run? Do you understand what I'm
Vague and
asking?
ambiguous as to which operational rules.
Any of the same operational rules?
The vague and ambiguous. Are you talking
Yeah.
about DCP operations or some other operations, Ms. Tabor?
I'm talking about the modeling assumptions or rules that were used in the different set suites of modeling runs that DWR performed to evaluate changes between the baseline and the operations with the DCP. And I'm trying to understand if the operational rules, this is not a gotcha question. I do not know the answer to this. If the operational rules, if they made it any different assumptions in CalSim between the baseline model runs and the ones that included the DCP.
That's, again, vague and ambiguous. You have to make changes to incorporate a project like DCP. It would be more helpful. There are several modeling operational assumptions. If you could point to which modeled operations, there are several that are in the model we've talked throughout this hearing about.
Well, I think I mean, I understand the point of Ms. Tabor's question, but I think Ms. Tabor, what you're trying to ask is that, and I'm not sure this is specific enough, I might draw an objection myself, but whether there are changes to the operational rules other than the changes associated with operation of the DCP. Is that what you're
Yes,
trying
thank
to
you.
bring to the surface here? So I'm not sure.
Yes.
Let's try, Mr. Singh, if you can respond to that question and maybe we can narrow it. And I understand, I think we're all in good faith trying to understand the assumptions in the model runs here.
Yeah, in terms of updated baseline and the future 2040 scenario, the only difference is climate change and sea level rise assumptions are different hydrology and sea level rise. But in terms of baselines, the operation rules are same. And with DCP, operations are also same.
Thank you. And do the calcium, I guess I asked the same question with regard to the calcium 2085 DCP ITP model scenarios.
As compared to?
Compared to the updated baseline. Since I had so much trouble phrasing the question in a way that was able to be answered, I would ask Mr. Singh to answer the same question about operating rules that he just answered with regard to the 23 scenario, with regard to the 2085 compared to the baseline.
And then the baseline, you're talking about the 2085 baseline, not the updated baseline.
I'm talking about the updated baseline.
So I'm just confused. Are you trying to compare updated baseline with 2085 baseline? I'm a bit
Yes.
confused.
Yes.
So again, there are differences with climate change. There's differences with sea level rise and hydrology, like I mentioned, between the two scenarios. And CC or 2085 scenarios, I think we talked about it previously in my rebuttal testimony, does have some other assumptions because we did see a big imbalance in terms of what the water supply is available and what the demands, assuming the current demands we have. So we did have some modeling assumptions that work towards addressing this gap, and included different assumptions that are outlined in those documents that we have talked about previously. So there are some changes, but again, those are both in the baseline and DCP operations at 2085.
Okay, thank you. Are the same water quality standards used that are used in the DCP ITP updated baseline model runs applied in the 2043 scenarios?
In 2043 scenarios, you said?
Yes.
Yes, they are.
And are the same water quality standards used in the DCP ITP updated baseline model runs applied in the 2085 scenarios?
So like I mentioned previously, 2085 model has certain additional assumptions. And again, an example of that is some TUCP-like actions in dry and critical years is one change. And again, that is one of the assumptions we had in the model, with including the baseline as well to close that gap that we talked about previously. But that is all these runs when we're looking at, we're comparing incremental changes with DCP. So 2085 runs baseline and DCP runs have same assumptions. And as I mentioned in my rebuttal testimony, that these assumptions are not meant to be predictions of what DWR will do in future or what the future scenarios will look like. We had a set of assumptions just to show that what the DCP, how DCP could operate, and what the changes in terms of water supply and impacts would be.
Thank you. I do understand the point that you're trying to make. I'm trying to understand what went into the modeling that is the basis for your testimony. And so am I correct that I heard you say that you did in the 2085 scenarios include what you characterize as TUCP-like scenarios? Is that right?
TUCP-like actions in some dry and critical years.
Okay. And did those in TUCP like actions or scenarios involve modifying the applicable water quality standards for any constituents?
So there is, some relaxation of standards, and those assumptions are documented in the 2070 modeling memo as well as the 2085 modeling that we did. So there is some relaxation of standards in really dry and critical years, and that is just a modeling assumption both in baseline and DCP. And in majority of those cases, the assumption was that DCP will be limited, or all the exports will be limited to health and safety during those conditions.
Which water quality standards specifically were modified in the 2070 scenario?
Maybe I'll have Mr. Fitzhugh explain on that or expand on that in terms of different assumptions we have.
Sure.
So do we have as an exhibit the SWP adaptation strategy technical appendix? Because this explains those details.
I do not have that handy.
I don't know.
Okay.
Do we know if that's in the record for this proceeding?
I believe that it is. I believe that Ms. Desjardins asked questions about it. This is pretty far afield, I think, of the scope of the testimony, but I guess we can see where it goes. I am looking to see
That's-
what
That's
potential.
okay. I don't
Well,
want
I
to
think
spend
it's fair if you're going to ask details about things that we've already discussed, that the witness has the memo that documents it. So if you give me a second, I can tell
Sure.
you which exhibit it is.
Unless you wanted to go in a different direction, Ms. Tabor, of course.
It
you could-
might be DWR 127.
Well, I don't know if this is something that I can find in the record. And Mr. Fitz, you apparently is, and Mr. Singh are telling me that I can. I don't know that we need to spend a lot of time pulling this up, especially if Mr. Fitz doesn't know exactly where this is. I was just trying to get a clear, concise answer if the witnesses knew as to which water quality standards were different.
Maybe what we can do is after, we could hold this and then on a break at some point, we can verify that the
Sure.
document is in the record and then if needed, come back or not.
That would be great.
Yeah. And I believe I have reference to that sensitivity study in my sort of rebuttal, where I talk about 2085 modeling, and I'm trying to find the exact page.
Okay. Yes, I heard you say that I could learn which water quality standards were different by looking for 2070 by looking in the modeling report that you did, and by 2085 you said in the modeling itself. And so I'm not going to be able to do that, but if there is documentation that just clearly describes what was modified, I would appreciate maybe after a break, just directions to where we can find that. If you don't
Yeah.
recall yourself what was different.
Yes, we can definitely point to those documents.
Okay. And I don't know if either you or Mr. Fitzhugh is able to answer this given the discussion that we just had, but I will ask, how did DWR determine what adjustments needed to be made to current water quality standards for the 2085 scenarios?
Well, I'd like to see that report to see exactly what was changed, but the TUCP-like actions, which could have included that, were based on the historical TUCP actions that occurred in recent droughts.
So am I correct that this modeling group did not make specific decisions about adjustment to water quality standards? Instead, DWR relied on the decisions or assumptions in this State Water Project adaptation strategy?
Yes, because the 2085 models were developed for that project.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. And so were the adjustments that were needed to these standards within CalSIM documented anywhere other than the State Water Project Adaptation Strategy report?
That's the only place I know of because, again, the models were developed for that analysis.
Okay. And do you know, either Mr. Fitzhugh or Mr. Singh, in how many months or years adjustments were needed to the water quality standards?
I don't know off the top of my head, no.
Okay. And
Yeah,
if I
those-
wanted to find that information, would I look in that State Water Project Adaptation Strategy report?
You could start, I don't know if it's going to list the exact number of years, though. It does provide the exact criteria that were used to trigger the TUCP-like actions. It's possible it might take looking at model results to look at how many years it actually happened.
Okay, thank you. And just, I know you're going to look for the citation, but just off the top of your head, do you remember the rough date of that report?
I think it was about a year ago.
Okay, thank you. So last
Tabor.
question.
And it's
Um,
just to
we've-
emphasize, there's an appendix to look into. It's not in the main report.
Okay. And we're going to check to see if those are in the record, the appendix and the main report.
The main report is in the record as DWR 126.
Thank you. But as far as you know, Ms. Carroll, not the appendices.
We're still looking.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, I think last question on this theme for whoever is the right person to answer it. And this assumes that what I understand to be the case, that there were some changes made for the 2085 scenario in the water quality standards. How would the DCP annual export benefit change if the 2085 scenarios were operated to current water quality standards?
So like I mentioned previously, in both 2070 and 2085 modeling, when these TUCP-like actions were in effect, the DCP or total state water project exports were limited to health and safety. So in terms of DCP exports under those dry critical conditions were minimal to zero. There could be, few months, but if there's a, storm or a wetter hydrology in those years, but in 2070 modeling, it was limited to just health and safety, and similar approach was in 2085 as well. So in terms of DCP exports, the overall goal here was to limit those during those years.
Okay, so the health and safety export level is a floor regardless of water quality standards. It would never go, exports wouldn't go below that in your assumption?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right. I think Ms. Mullen, if we could go back to DWR 142, please. And if we could scroll to page 12 and look at lines 7 through 9. Okay, great. Here, Mr. Singh, you testify that with your revised D1641 exceedance comparison for Emeton, there was no DCP related change in exceedance probability during April through June and a slight increase in August, correct?
I'm sorry, which paragraph?
Lines 7 through 9, similar, paragraph 27, similar to Dr. Paulson's results, last sentence. And
yes, it's based on numbers presented in that bar graph. Yeah.
okay. And can we scroll down a little bit, please, Ms. Mullen, so we can see figure 1? There we go. Thank you. Looking at figure 1, Mr. Singh, would you agree that there was an increase in D1641 exceedance with the DCP for all scenarios in July?
It's kind of hard to read those numbers, but I don't know. I see the numbers are all
They're garbled here in this
garbled.
version, so I don't know if we want to look at figure 1 in a different version. I think you had figure 1 in your PowerPoint as well, didn't you, Mr. Singh? Or am
Yes,
yeah,
I did.
sorry,
Yeah.
I don't know why it's clear on my copy, but
I don't know if this is it's unclear on it's the AHO copy is unclear. I'm not sure if there was
yes,
another
it
issue here.
is on Mr. Singh's PowerPoint, DWR 143, slide 12. I can read it clearly on his PowerPoint.
And we'll look into
So-
on our end whether that was, I don't know.
And I think maybe we could just zoom in a little bit and adjust it. There you go. That is
Hearing
much
Officer
easier.
Kinsey, I think there must be a download error on your copy because on the copies that we have printed from the AHO site, it's not garbled.
They're
Same.
clean.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So we'll investigate on our end what that is about. But
Okay. Would you like me to repeat my question, Mr. Singh?
Sure.
So looking here at figure 1, would you agree that there's an increase in D1641 exceedance with the DCP for all scenarios in July?
As the numbers are shown, I do see a 1% change compared to the baseline among all scenarios. And again, I have mentioned in terms of when we're looking at these numbers, looking at exceedances using model results, we have to keep in mind some of the limitations, how these water quality standards are implemented in monthly time step, and that's going to DSM-2 on a daily time step. So there are reasons in terms of limitations on how calcium tries to meet those standards in a monthly time step and then doing a daily analysis. So a lot of these exceedances, although they are small, are meant to be just as a comparative analysis, and those numbers, from my perspective, are very small.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to keep us moving because I know I have a time limit today, and let's look at well, the percentages are only shown here, Mr. Singh, without decimal places. So we've just got the whole number, 14%, for example, in June. Would you also agree that visually the colored bars are greater with the DCP for all scenarios in June?
Again, from a modeling perspective, given the limitations, I'm not sure if I will quantify anything less than 0.5% as an increase.
Okay, thank you. Why did you not discuss the changes in exceedance probabilities in July as shown in figure 1 in your testimony?
There is no specific reason. The way I look at the changes, the intent of this plot was to show, and from April through July, those changes are very minimal. And August is the one where you see a big change, and I've talked about why this might be.
Yes. And is it confirming it's your opinion that the increases in the D1641 exceedances with the DCP in all the scenarios for June, July, and August are likely because of modeling artifacts?
That is one of the reasons. But again, there is, like I said, monthly time step versus daily time step. And we were using ANNs to basically within calcium estimate salinity in terms of flow requirements. So there are some modeling limitations. So when we're looking at these model changes, any increases that we see, we need to have that perspective that in real-time operators are operating on a daily basis in terms of making operational changes. And when you're using these models, there are some limitations.
Can you clarify for me, as you use the terms, are modeling artifacts different from modeling limitations?
It could be different.
Can you give one example of a way that a modeling limitation could be different from a modeling artifact?
Modeling limitation is what I'm talking about, the time step, right? You have standards, as for example, at this location, they're changing within a given month in July, or June, I'm sorry, and then they stop in August. So we have a monthly model trying to meet these standards that are sub-monthly. So there is a weighted process that we use in calcium, and so that is a limitation in terms of the time step we have in the model. And then in terms of artifacts, I think Mr. Fitzy has documented, with the tools that we have in calcium, there could be some time step where we do get unrealistic results.
Okay, thank you. How do you determine when a modeled exceedance is real and when it is just a result of a modeling artifact?
I mean, I'm not sure if I have looked at in terms of each and every time step or month where these changes are happening, but as a general understanding of calcium, the way it works, and doing these calculations in DSM-2, and that is my based on understanding of that mismatch, and that could result in these changes that we see.
Can I
You
add
look
a
like
little?
you're ready to jump in here, Mr. or Dr. Taylor.
Well, yeah, I wanted to say that these situations are overwhelmingly caused by modeling limitations or artifacts. Calcium almost always settles on a compliant flow. So when it's being churned through that model, you end up with a compliant flow. Then the fact that it's an ANN surrogate that's replacing DSM-2 causes a bit of an approximation error. When you later run it through DSM-2, you see that approximation error kick in. That's really the reason for almost all of the Emerton violations. It's disagreement between the approximation that's made while calcium is churning versus the full nonlinear evaluation later on. There are small numbers of exceptions, but they might be just a couple times per century.
Okay, thank you. I guess this question could maybe go to anyone on the panel who's familiar with the modeling. Do you know whether the number of critical water years in the 100-year simulation period increases in the future relative to CDEC records?
I believe they do. Mr. Fitzy, do you have any additional information on that? So with future climate change scenarios, we do see, dry, especially, 2085, a drier hydrology.
That's my recollection too. I don't have the exact numbers, but I think when you go out farther, you do tend to get more of the dry critical years.
Is it reasonable then to assume that there'll be more critical years in the future relative to the frequency in the 100-year simulation period? They'll occur more frequently in the future.
Objection calls for speculation.
If to the extent you're able to answer the question.
So again, that depends on the hydrology that we have, and I'll have to look at that data in order to give you the exact numbers, but it will be different. It could have more critical years.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I appreciate that. I guess am I correct? I'm hearing you say you agree there would be more. You don't know the exact number, but you would agree that it would be more frequent.
I'm saying it could be. I'm not 100% sure in
Okay.
terms of what these hydrologies were. I'll have to kind of look at water year typing, but it is definitely different than what Dr. Paulson used for historical, based on CDEC data. It is not appropriate to do that.
Okay. Are the water quality standards at Emerton the same in a critical water year as in a dry water year?
So those standards are changing.
Okay. So that's no, they're not the same.
Yeah.
Thank you. If a water year were classified as dry in 2020 climate conditions and water quality standards were met, but then classified as critical in 2043 climate conditions and water quality standards were met, would you agree that that doesn't necessarily mean that the water quality itself was unchanged between those two scenarios?
I'm not sure if I follow your question. Could you break it down, please?
So if maybe I could simplify this, if water quality standards are attained in a water year that's classified as dry, and in a water year that's classified as critical, that wouldn't necessarily mean that the water quality was unchanged between those two water years types, dry and critical, correct?
Objection, incomplete, hypothetical, and compound.
It's a confusing question, Ms.
Can you
Taylor.
meet is it possible that you could attain water quality standards in both dry and critical years and yet have different water quality in each of those years?
Same objection.
I'll allow the question unless, if you understand it, Mr. Singh.
Yeah, I don't understand. I think I need to see some numbers to come,
Okay.
in terms of what you're referring to.
Yeah, what I was trying to get at is if the could the same well, let's move on. Let's move on. I see that time is racing by here. Let's scroll forward down if you could, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Molina, we're going to have to go back to DWR 142 to Mr. Singh's testimony. And we're going to please go to page 14, paragraph 32. Thank you. Mr. Singh, here you state, when developing the residence time methodology during preparation of the DCP Environmental Impact Report, DWR evaluated both the time for tracer to first drop below 10% of its original value and the time for tracer to finally remain below 10% of its original value. And my question for you is, did DWR evaluate these two separate metrics of the tracer time in the DCP EIR?
No, what I'm referencing there is when we were, this is prior to the EIR, when we were developing this residence time methodology, we looked at these two metrics, but what's in the EIR is the first flush metric, the first time it drops below 10%. And that was based on discussions that we had that we did see the changes very similar in terms of DCP effects. So what's in the EIR, to answer your question, is the first time it drops below 10%.
Okay. But you did have the information about the time for the tracer to finally remain below 10%. You just elected not to present that in the EIR, correct?
That is not correct.
Oh.
What I'm saying is, so the scenarios that were presented in the EIR, we didn't have that metric, but when we were developing the methodology, we looked at a few locations and analyzed this, but it was never carried through in terms of analysis that was in the EIR.
Okay. Did you at any point during the preparation of the EIR have complete an evaluation of the time for tracer to finally remain below 10% of its original value?
In the EIR?
No, in the course of preparing the EIR. I understand you're telling me it's not in the EIR, but
No, we did not. So again, this was early in the process, and our approach in terms of the first metric was deemed appropriate, and that's what we use in the preparation of the EIR.
okay. So just to tie a bow on it, am I correct in understanding you considered doing it both ways? You settled on an approach to use only the approach of looking at tracer to drop below 10% of its original value, and you didn't pursue any further analysis of the second option, tracer to remain below 10%.
Yes, other than some really early discussions we had when we were developing residence time methodology, we didn't pursue that because we were confident in terms of what we're presenting is appropriate metric.
Thank you. Did DWR calculate the residence time metric based on the time for tracer concentration to remain below 10% of its initial value for any subregions other than Jersey Point?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Did DWR calculate the residence time metric based on the time for tracer concentration to remain below 10% of its initial value for subregions other than Jersey Point?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to time.
Well, he talks about residence time for Jersey Point below 10% of its initial value in his testimony.
So the same time period?
Yeah,
reference
same
rate.
scenario. Did you do this analysis that you've presented and discussed for Jersey Point for any other subregion?
So the reason I have the same time and same date and location at Jersey Point is to address what Dr. Paulson had in her rebuttal testimony. She presented Jersey Point, and she had some graphs or plot animations as well. So that was the reason that I selected this particular location, just to address her rebuttal. But in terms of looking at other locations, I did look at some other locations as well. Not all, but I did look at some other locations. And my finding was that in terms of incremental changes, what I'm presenting is consistent.
Okay. What other locations did you look at, if you recall?
Often I don't recall. Maybe it was Discovery Bay, and maybe one more location.
Okay. Well, we'd like to request the results of the evaluation of those other subregions.
Objection, this is outside the scope of Sir rebuttal. We've allowed the questioning, but that's really outside the scope. We're supposed to be narrowing issues, not adding new information at this point.
Well, it sounds like, Ms. Tabor, you're asking for a request for public records. To some extent, that's just outside of this hearing process, but you can do, Ms. Tabor can do that.
Sure. We'll follow up. Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll move on. Let's please, Ms. Mullen, if we could go to the top of page 15, paragraph 34. Thank you. Mr. Singh, in your response to opinion 4, you produced results from a new modeled scenario 2. And scenario 2 is identical to the CC50 2043 base case, except that the South Delta CVP and SWP exports were set to 0, correct?
That is correct.
And you evaluated scenarios 1 and 2 for July 2000 only, correct?
That is correct. So again, it was the same time and period that Dr. Paulson had.
And July 2000 is in the dry season, meaning there are no significant wet weather flows at that time of year, correct?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to significant, vague and ambiguous as to year.
July 2000 is the year that we're discussing.
And can you be more specific as to significant?
Are you aware of whether there were any wet weather flows in July 2000?
Offhand, I don't remember what the July 2000 was, but that time of the year, yes, typically it is balanced conditions.
Thank you. Did you rerun calcium 3 for your new hypothetical scenario 2?
No, I did not run calcium 3. The whole purpose of this exercise was to show if there were some changes in the local hydrodynamics. What does that do to the local residence time versus the approach that Dr. Paulson is presenting in terms of whole delta wide metric? So I did not run any calcium. In the scenario 2, as I outlined in my testimony, is a hypothetical scenario. It's not supposed to be a realistic operation, but again, it is totally focused to show that having same inflows, you could have same delta wide residence time, and that does not capture local changes or local hydrodynamics in the delta.
Okay, thank you. So just to confirm, the new scenario 2 kept delta inflows the same, but turned off south delta exports.
That is correct.
And did your hypothetical scenario 2 increase north delta diversion exports?
So again, this is just the base scenario. It does not include DCP. We're talking about just South Delta CBP and State Water Project exports in the baseline, and those were turned off in scenario 2. There is no DCP in either of those scenarios.
Okay. So where did the delta inflows that were diverted in scenario 1 go in scenario 2?
They will be outflow.
Okay. And wouldn't extra delta outflow increase flow through the Jersey Point subregion?
It could.
Okay. In your opinion, is this a realistic scenario?
I think I've already addressed that in my testimony. It is not a realistic, it's not meant to be a realistic scenario. The whole purpose of this exercise is to highlight flaw in Dr. Paulson's delta wide residence time methodology, that it does not capture local hydrodynamics. And for evaluation of HABs, the approach that DWR has is the right approach.
Okay. So your scenario 2 would also increase delta outflow in July 2000, correct?
If there were exports that were turned off, yes.
Yes. Okay, that answers my next question. Thank you. Did you look at whether the residence time was different in the subregion of San Joaquin River at Jersey Point in other months within your 100-year simulation?
I did not.
And did you look at residence times in other subregions of the Delta in addition to the Jersey Point subregion using the new hypothetical scenario 2?
this whole analysis was just limited to this location in terms of results. So I did not look at any other locations. And again, yeah.
Pardon me, that's all I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you. Do you know whether the residence time in scenario 2 is longer or shorter than the residence time in scenario 1 in the subregion San Joaquin River near Venice Island?
Like you mentioned, I did not look at other locations. The whole purpose of this exercise was using Discovery Bay as an example. There could be regions where you have local hydrodynamic changes that are not captured by whole delta residence time.
Okay. So you didn't look at you don't know the answer as to whether the residence time would be longer or shorter in the subregion San Joaquin River near Venice Island.
Objection, Ms. Tate's testimony asked and answered.
If you can just, well, I think you haven't finished the question, Ms. Tabor, but if I will allow Mr. Singh to clarify. So you can, Ms. Tabor, did you finish your question?
Yeah, I'm not trying to be difficult, but I asked a yes or no question. I got a fulsome explanation, but I want to make sure that I understand whether or not Mr. Singh knows whether the residence time in scenario 2 is longer or shorter than the residence time in scenario 1 in that San Joaquin River near Venice Island.
Please, Mr. Singh.
And as I testified previously, this is the only location I looked at.
Okay, so you have no opinion.
I do not. Without looking at the data, I do not.
Okay, and the same, you would say the same for the Stockton Deepwater Ship Channel?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whether the residence time in scenario 2 is longer or shorter than the residence time in scenario 1 in the subregion Discovery Bay?
Again, the only result that I have here is, if you go to the next page, is for Discovery Bay, right? So
yeah, let's go to page 18, figure 3. Maybe I'm misunderstanding your testimony here, but I thought, Mr. Singh, that figure 3 shows the residence time in Discovery Bay increases with South Delta exports turned off. Is that not correct?
yeah, that is correct. So I'm sorry. So what was your question? Could you repeat it?
Do you know whether the residence time in scenario 2 is longer or shorter than the residence time in scenario 1 in the subregion Discovery Bay?
So the plot that we see here on our screen, figure 3, does show using, essentially, if you use the 10% metric, when it falls below 10%, scenario 1 was close to, I think I mentioned, about 19 days. And scenario 2, time it takes to drop below 10% is close to 43 days. So it's almost double.
Okay. And can you explain why this happened in your model run?
So again, it is implementing the local hydrodynamic changes. So looks like in this scenario, having those exports did change the residence time or local hydrodynamics in terms of how it dissipates. But again, the focus was not the exports of this location. The whole purpose was to show there's other places within the delta where you have these local hydrodynamics that are happening, and whole delta residence time doesn't capture it.
Okay. If more of the State Water Project exports are shifted from the South Delta to the North Delta diversion, would that increase residence time in Discovery Bay?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical, outside the scope. Calls for speculation.
I'll allow the question, Mr. Singh, if you have an opinion.
Could you repeat that question, please?
Yes, if more of the State Water Project exports are shifted from the South Delta to the North Delta diversion intakes, would that increase residence time in Discovery Bay?
And so, under the proposed operations of DCP, there are times during fall months where we do shift from south to north, and all that analysis, with calcium and DSM-2 for residence time has already been presented. So the changes in terms of different locations in the Delta were presented by Dr. Priest in terms of what the changes would be under proposed operations. And in terms of their significance for HABs, what those changes are have already been documented.
Okay. How would the residence time in Clifton Court Forebay change in your scenario 2 relative to your scenario 1?
Objection relevance. He's already testified that that was not a realistic scenario. It doesn't include DCP, and it was only an analysis to show sort of the flaws with Dr. Paulson's testimony. This question assumes that it's realistic and is really irrelevant.
Where are we going with this, Ms. Tabor?
Well, that was my final question, but if all of this is unrealistic and irrelevant, then that more than answers the questions that I have for Dr. Singh on that, or Mr. Singh on that point. Let's go down, move along, please, Ms. Mullen. Let's scroll to page 22, paragraph 48. Thank you. DWR did not evaluate DCP operations under TUCPs or following catastrophic levee failures, correct?
Could you repeat that?
Yeah. Is it correct that DWR did not evaluate DCP operations under TUCPs or following catastrophic levee failures?
So there's two parts at TUCPs. Yeah, none of the modeling for 2020, 2043 scenarios or even 2040 in the EIR have TUCPs. The only place we have TUCPs, TUCP-like assumptions in the modeling we discussed earlier today is in 2070 and 2085 modeling. And so we have evaluated under those conditions with and without project with those TUCP-like action in some years. So that's what we have done for TUCPs. In terms of catastrophic failure with DCP, we have not done any analysis, and as I list in my testimony, there are multiple reasons in terms of to come up with a scenario, where those breaches or failures would be, what would be the hydrology. That could be a large number of scenarios, and what the DCP operations would be under those conditions. So there is a lot of questions and speculations, and I don't believe it's practical to do that.
Sure, thank you. In DWR's climate change modeling, you didn't model every possible climate change scenario, but you instead, DWR developed a data set from an ensemble of global climate change models that you assert, or DWR asserts, represent the central tenets of the climate change predictions, correct?
Objection outside the scope of this witness's testimony.
You'll see where I'm going. I have a point.
You're going to tie this back to the testimony? Is that what
Yes,
you're
I am.
telling me? Okay, please, Mr. Singh.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question? Yeah.
In DWR's climate change modeling, DWR did not model every possible climate change scenario, but instead developed a data set from an ensemble of global climate models that DWR asserts represents the central tenets of the climate change predictions, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by central tendency, but all the climate scenarios we used were developed by, climate program within DWR. And I think in terms of what they represent in details, Mr. Schwartz would be a better person. But
Okay.
we do have 2043 CC50, CC95 scenarios. We also have 2085 CC50, and those were developed based on available global models. In terms of any details, I would defer to any details. I would defer to Mr. Schwartz on that.
Okay. Well, let me see if I'm able. I do have a point here to make with regard to your testimony. Let me see if, given what you understand, if I am able to explore that. Is it fair in your understanding to characterize the approach to developing the climate scenarios as an ensemble-based approach? DWR didn't pick a single set of assumptions for its different climate change scenarios that it modeled.
It was not based on a single climate model, if that's what you're asking. It is a set of climate models.
Okay, a set of assumptions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And again, you can, Mr. Schwartz would be a better person to address in terms of details of which climate models and how it was developed.
Okay. Could you, in your opinion, Mr. Singh, or any of your supporting experts on this panel, could a similar approach be used to evaluate catastrophic failures in the Delta by considering a range of potential outcomes? For example, ranging from one flooded island to many, or a representative levee failure scenario?
Vague and ambiguous as to what the time frame of such a model would be. For example, you're talking about a 100-year simulation. Are you suggesting in this question whether a catastrophic failure approach similar could be run over 100 years, or are you talking about some other kind of sensitivity analysis?
I'm not focused on a specific year or a time period. I'm just asking about the overall approach. And Mr. Singh has testified about the infeasibility of performing such an analysis due to the number of different assumptions that would be required. So I'm asking, with reference to the approach that was used in the climate change modeling, could a similar approach be employed here to using identified assumptions to evaluate some scenarios and the effects in the Delta on water quality and DCP operations of this catastrophic failure situation.
Can I just underscore how important what Ms. Morris just said really is? Until you decide on what the scale, even the choice of tools, is hard to determine. So for instance, a catastrophic levee failure might be associated with a transient response, something that is so difficult to embody inside of a calcium type of framework that it also usually assumes that you're working under emergency conditions. So things like usually there's an assumption base that you want to get back to the regulatory framework, but if EC is suddenly 16,000 in the middle of the Delta, obviously, at least temporarily, you're not there. These are difficulties that make scenario building almost impossible and make the tools that we use for analyzing emergencies almost impossible to reconcile. On the other end of the spectrum, if you're talking about long-term levee failure, you have to talk about what gets repaired, and you have a multiplicity. I mean, if you talk about a pool of maybe 40 to 50 islands that could be flooded, even a four island failure, that's 200,000, I think, permutations of islands that could fail. So this is multiplying an incredible and very rich area of concern by the entire level of complexity of the DCP. I just don't think that you could study it either way using a central tendency type of an approach. And it's a little bit different from climate, where you have a smaller pool and at least a framework that you could nest those sorts of, you could nest the new climate inside of a calcium-like approach.
Has DWR ever had to address a levee failure in the Delta?
Objection outside the scope of the modeling testimony.
I'm responding to that Dr. Televich's response that this is there's no possible way that DWR could identify any scenarios that could be evaluated.
I think it's a fair follow-up question. Please, Mr. Atelovich or Mr. Singh.
Yes.
And has DWR ever evaluated the time to repair levees under different theoretical scenarios?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's move on. Mr. Singh, are you familiar with DWR 116, the Delta Flood Emergency Management Plan?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, could we please bring up DWR 116 and scroll to page 17, PDF page 17? Thank you. Mr. Singh, could you please read to yourself the first two lines on this page about the Delta ERT as a computer simulation tool that is intended for use following Delta levee failures to forecast impacts? And have you read those two sentences?
The first two sentences, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Mhm.
So DWR has a tool to evaluate the impacts of a range of Delta levee failure scenarios, which can then be used as input to DSM-2, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by input to DSM-2.
Well, as I read the first two sentences, it says that DWR has Delta ERT, which is a simulation tool that can simulate a large number of response strategies, which can then be verified with more detailed multi-dimensional Delta models, citing, for example, DSM-2. So I might have misused the word input, but my basic question is, does DWR has a tool to evaluate the impacts of a range of Delta levee failure scenarios, which can be used in conjunction with DSM-2, correct?
So this Delta ERT tool, and I'm not totally familiar with that, but it definitely does not include DCP. And it is a tool just to look at, given different breach scenarios or different breaches in the Delta, what the water quality would be and how long will it take to restore exports and using different response strategies. So that's my understanding of this Delta ERT. But again, there could be, in terms of running DSM-2 or any other model for a specific scenario, you'll have to narrow down in terms of which breaches, what time of the year, and as Dr. Televich mentioned, there could be, multiple scenarios, and how DCP would be in terms of bringing back to DCP, how DCP would be operated under those conditions. That is, again, speculative from my perspective. So there is a lot of uncertainty in terms of coming up with that scenario. So, I know you're mentioning this tool, but I don't believe that that leads to or that addresses some of the things that I've talked about in my sort of rebuttal in terms of complexity, having different assumptions and number of possible scenarios.
Has DWR ever evaluated ERT simulations with DSM-2?
With DSM-2, I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
But ERT, is my understanding, does use RMA and some calcium information.
Okay. Thank you. One last question here. Why did DWR not model the impacts of TUCPs, given that TUCPs have been issued 6 times since 2014?
Objection misstates testimony.
You run that question again, Ms. Tabor, please.
Why did DWR not model the effects of DCP operations with TUCPs, given that TUCPs have been issued 6 times since 2014?
It's also vague and ambiguous as to which modeling.
And Ms. Morris, your objection on misstates testimony is with respect to the statement about not modeling TUCPs?
Correct. This witness just today testified that there was some TUCPs in some of the modeling runs.
Right. So I think that's right, Ms. Tabor. I don't know if you want to rephrase the question.
Okay. I think I'll move on. That's fine.
Is this a good time, if we're moving to another subject, it sounds like, to take our morning break?
Yes, we can. Ms. Tabor, are you switching gears here?
Yes, I have some more questions for Mr. Singh. And it's probably as good a time as any to take a break because I'm done with
Okay.
that topic.
Let's go ahead and do that, and we'll come back at 10:40. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I saw your text. This is going
All right, welcome back to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. Then with that, it looks like we have relevant parties here. I will look to you, Ms. Tabor.
Thank you.
Sorry, apologies. I just want to interrupt quickly. We did find that appendix as an exhibit, so if we want to go back to that question, we could.
That's okay. I'm mindful of the time. If you could tell me what exhibit number that is, that would be helpful.
AHO-76.
Great. Thank you for researching that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Very helpful. Okay, let's roll. Ms. Mullen, could you please return to Mr. Singh's rebuttal testimony, DWR 142, and scroll to the bottom of page 24 to paragraph 51.
And just to clarify, this is 142R, and this is the now uncorrupted version. I think we fixed the whatever file error was going on. So just for the record on that.
Okay, great, thank you. Paragraph 50, I might have been wrong on the location. My reference is to paragraph 51. I'm sorry, not 50. No, it wasn't at the bottom of the page. Okay, that's okay, great. Thank you. I think we can see enough here, just for a point of reference. So Mr. Singh, this paragraph discusses modeling artifacts. What standard did you use to decide that a result was an artifact rather than a modeled project impact?
So I'm not sure if there's a standard, but Mr. Fitzhugh does in his report document, three cases where he presents those artifacts, and I summarized one of them in my presentation, and the whole purpose there was to look at the operations in the preceding 4 months of that incident that happened in January of '87. How the delta conditions were, what the flows were in terms of at Freeport and inflows into the delta, the exports and salinity at key locations, and those changes were very, or there were no changes. There were very similar conditions between the two scenarios. But then we came to January and we saw a big jump. So that was basically looking at those preceding conditions, what the operations were, and looking at the model, what it was doing, is how we came up with that conclusion that it's an artifact.
Thank you. So am I understanding that in that instance, and maybe others, you validated or compared the results with sort of real world data and to conclude that the modeling result was a result of an artifact?
I'm not sure what you mean by real world data.
Okay. Let me just ask Mr. Fitzhugh then, can you provide your own explanation of what standard or criteria you use to decide whether a result was an artifact rather than a modeled project impact?
Yeah, I mean, there is no historical data to compare to for these kinds of model runs, at least these specific ones. I mean, calcium is based on a lot of historical data, but when you do a specific run, we don't have an analog, historical data to compare to, especially for DCP, because it doesn't exist. So the evaluation basically consists of just evaluating to see whether the operation seems realistic based on our understanding of how the Delta operation should work, and then combined with just investigation of what's really going on in the model, because you often find a very tangible reason why it wasn't producing a result that's realistic.
Okay. Can you just give me one example of a reason why it wouldn't be producing a result that's realistic when you look at the model?
Right. So a couple of the examples in the memo have to do with meeting salinity standards at Rock Slough. And the salinity, the relationship between flow, Sacramento River flow and exports and salinity at Rock Slough can be nonlinear, which makes it difficult to put into calcium because calcium needs linear constraints. So there is a process for doing that, but it's not always, it can be occasionally imperfect. And so basically sometimes the way the outflow requirement for Rock Slough is calculated, it will produce something that's very, very large and much larger than you would expect in a real operation. So there's a criteria for turning that off based on a threshold that was tested on individual models and shown to exclude, most of the unreasonable operations and retain most of the reasonable ones. But the issue is when you have two different models and you're applying the same threshold, you can get one model which will just be above the threshold, another one will be just below it. And for example, I have a couple examples in there where one of the models turned off these very large requirements and the other one didn't. And that creates a very large difference in the outflow requirement for salinity. So that's an example. And again, just the evidence for why that's an artifact involves just going through the process of what I just described to assess why it happened, but also looking at prior month operations. And if they're very, very similar, it just seems very unrealistic that you would have this huge change in the outflow requirement for this 1 month.
Okay, that is very helpful. I appreciate that and the reference to your testimony. And did DWR do that for each of the that analysis that you described for each time it identified a modeling result that seemed anomalous, that it attributed to being the result of a modeling artifact?
I can't say that we did that detailed analysis for every single one in the various models that we've discussed. I've done it for the 2043 CC50. I've done it for that DCP ITP updated baseline. I don't have the detailed documentation on other models. I usually can recognize these things when they show up and do a quick check, but I don't have like the detailed kind of documentation on every single one of these artifacts that would occur in all the models we're talking about.
Okay, that's a helpful explanation what you did. I appreciate that. Let's move on, please, to we're still on. Actually, I'm afraid we do need to switch. Ms. Mullen, can we go to DPWA 142? Actually, I wonder if that should be 42. I wonder if I made a typo in here. Oh, no, there we are. Okay. And scroll to page 33, paragraph 74.
So
Sorry, did you have a 142? No, you didn't. All right.
the 142
DWR. I'm sorry, we're in okay, sorry, we're in DWR. That's my eyes are crossing now. I'm sorry for the confusion. Here we're in the right exhibit. If we're on page 33, paragraph 74. We're going to refer to paragraph 74 through 77. Okay, sorry for that. Mr. Singh, in paragraphs 74 through 77, you present an analysis of conditions before and after the 1997 Liberty Island levee failure, correct?
That is correct.
Could we please scroll to page 35 and look at figure 6? Thank you. That's probably good enough here. Mr. Singh, you offer figure 6 to support your opinion that additional inundated area reduces tidal range upstream, correct?
That is correct.
And have you previously presented this figure in any other prior testimony?
I have not.
Did you create figure 6?
Actually, I relied on Dr. Talovich to put this figure.
Okay. Dr. Talovich, you created this figure 6?
I did.
And did you perform all the calculations that were used to create it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I guess this question could be for either one of you then, Mr. Singh or Dr. Atelovich. Did hydrologic conditions in the delta, such as delta inflows and precipitation, differ between the pre-breach period of 1993 to 1996 and the post-breach period, 1997 to 2002?
Well, I think that that's one of the reasons that we look at tidal range as a function of outflow, right? In fact, you're absolutely right. Tidal range does depend on through flow, and the way to control for that is to look at how tidal range, which is responds over a fixed given the same outflow. And that's where you see the decrease. You see a decrease in tidal range after the flood upstream for each level of flow.
Okay, thank you. So that just confirming that there was a difference in hydrologic conditions, such as delta inflows and precipitation between the pre-breach and the post-breach period. That was my question.
Inevitably, probably so. You can essentially see that in the plots by looking at, for instance, the top right plot B. You can see that the outflow range that's of interest is covered in both cases.
Okay. And would changes in, and I apologize, I'm being very specific in my questions because I don't have the big brains that you guys have, and I need to make sure I understand what you're presenting here and what the implications are. Would changes in hydrologic conditions, such as delta inflow and precipitation, impact the tidal range and reverse flow frequency?
They would affect the tidal, yes, they would, but they would not affect the relationships that are shown here, which already are factor out the effect of flow. In other words, we're already controlling for flow in these pictures.
Okay, thank you. So would you conclude from figure 6 that sites, restoration states upstream of, well, no, I scratch that. Would you conclude from figure 6 that sites upstream of the breach experienced dampened tidal range and decrease in frequency of reverse flow events?
I think there must have been a sort of spoken typo in that question. Did you really mean sites?
Locations?
Oh, locations. So I am saying that in locations upstream of the event, you would see a decrease in tidal range, and that in locations downstream, it would be indeterminate or possibly even increased. You can see that it's a sort of intertwined set of lines.
Thank you. And just you would also see a decrease in frequency of reverse flow events upstream of the breach?
Reduced tidal range would cause a decrease in the propensity for reverse flow events for a given flow.
Okay. And just to make sure I understand, how were locations downstream of the breach affected?
It's kind of they're intertwined. I think that it is. I'd have to. Really, they look fairly intertwined in figure A.
Is it correct to say that there was no noticeable change?
It is correct to say there's no change that can easily be, it's not monotonic, it's not easily discernible compared to the sampling error that's in the method, and in general, it's not expected from theory, right? That's the premise of the points about tidal range are that a tidal connection farther down in the system in a progressive estuary, an alluvial estuary that's fed by a river, that you would see reduced tidal range a distance upstream. It doesn't necessarily say that about something that's adjacent to the addition of tidal range, or the added tidal present.
Thank you. How did the tidal range change in other delta channels besides the Sacramento River?
I did not look at that because it wouldn't be pertinent to my point. The only points where and this is critical, you have to get to a place that's sort of unambiguously upstream, and the delta as is an interconnected network, and you definitely cannot make concrete statements about tidal range of flow immediately adjacent to tidal prism in a sort of maze-like environment. I think that was a point that was made in rebuttal that in Dr. Paulson's rebuttal that I think is correct. Yeah.
Okay, and so you didn't look at that, in other words.
I looked at something to support questions about the upstream reaches of Sacramento River.
Okay. Has DWR, this may be for you, Mr. Singh, but either one of you, has DWR identified specific locations where proposed habitat restoration in the delta would occur?
Not to my knowledge, exact locations, no.
Would any of the habitat restoration be located upstream of Freeport?
Objection. This is outside the scope. Plus, we've covered this in detail in previous cross-examinations and different phases of this hearing.
Well, several months have passed since the previous cross-examination, so it's a yes or no question.
Let's allow you to I'll allow this one, and then we'll see where we're going, Ms. Tabor. Please.
Did you say upstream of Freeport?
Correct.
And not to my knowledge.
Okay. And would DWR's habitat restoration that is associated with the Delta Conveyance project involve gates or weirs or other flow control structures between the Delta channels and the restored habitat areas?
Same objection, outside the scope.
I think that's fair, Ms. Tabor. If you can connect it to the testimony, we can do that, but
well, it relates to the analysis of the effect of habitat restoration, and it's my last question. If he doesn't know the answer, then that's fine.
Same objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's
Okay.
move on.
Let's move on then. Let's go to, please, Ms. Mullen, page 38, paragraph 84. And here, Mr. Singh, we're coming back to the Delta Flood Emergency Management Plan, Exhibit DWR 116 that we just discussed regarding the analysis of levee failure scenarios, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And just to be clear for the record, are you aware what kind of modeling was done for that plan?
What kind of modeling?
Was it the ERT modeling? I'll be more specific. Okay.
Yes, it was Delta Emergency Response Tool was used to estimate, times that will take to, or the South Delta facility would be outages, how long. So that was the tool that was used.
Okay. And does that plan analyze impacts to BBID's water supply?
Objection. This is outside the scope of the testimony.
I'll allow the question, please, Mr. Singh.
Again, the purpose of this statement in my rebuttal is to clarify Dr. Paulson's claim that there might be some modeling that DWR has done for catastrophic levee failure analysis that is not disclosed. So the purpose of this paragraph that you're looking at is to clarify that the modeling that was being referred in those statements is already part of the record. And the scope of that modeling was not to look at impacts at other places, including BBID.
Okay, so your answer then is that it doesn't address impacts to water supply for BBID, correct?
That was not the purpose of that document.
Okay. Does that plan address changes in salinity at Clifton Court?
Same objection. This is literally 2 paragraphs, less than 5 sentences. This is outside the scope of rebuttal.
I disagree. It goes to what is right here with respect to what is or is not in the administrative record. So I'll allow the question. Please, Mr. Singh.
Yeah, could you repeat your question, please?
Yes, does the Delta Flood Emergency Management Plan address potential changes in salinity at Clifton Court?
So the modeling that was done, when you say potential changes from what?
From the catastrophic levee failures.
The focus of that analysis was if there was catastrophic failures or different failures in the delta, what the EC would be in the delta, and in terms of focusing on state water project exports, you know, how long will it take to repair those levees and restore exports? So in terms of you know, what the EC would be at Clifton Court, that would be, you know, one of the factors when we can resume exports. But in terms of what impact does it have on others, that was not the purpose of that document.
Okay. Does sorry, do you want to
Well, I was
continue?
just going to underscore that it's not primarily, I mean, even the word impact, it takes us a little bit away from what that tool is intended to do. It is a pathway tool. It's a how do you get back on track tool, not an A versus B kind of a thing.
Sure. Well, yeah, my question was whether it assessed changes in salinity at Clifton Court. I didn't use the word impact in that regard. But let's move on. Does the plan account for potential impacts on Delta water quality of operating the DCP North Delta diversion intakes following levee failures?
Again, that plan and the tool did not include any DCP. And the purpose really was under existing South Delta facilities, if there was a failure, a catastrophic failure, what the estimates of you know, restoration times would be. So there was no DCP. And like I mentioned before, in terms of when it came up, why we didn't do such a modeling in terms of what the DCP operations would be, that is speculative under those conditions, time of the year, which levy. So there's a lot of questions that we have already addressed and why it's impractical to do modeling like that.
Okay. So if DWR continues to export water from the North Delta intakes following a catastrophic levee failure in the Delta, would water exported from the North Delta diversion intakes flow into the Central or South Delta?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical, assumes facts not in evidence. Sorry, incomplete hypothetical. Also, it's outside the scope. I'm just going to put a standing objection because I understand the hearing officer disagrees, but the point of this was that to correct a statement that Dr. Paulson made about her implication of what modeling existed from an implication of a quote by Ms. Buckman. And these are detailed questions, and I will just not say that again, but I want a standing objection as to that.
Noted. So we have a standing objection on that point. Ms. Tabor, will you try the question again? We still have objections with respect to the question, but I don't know if you can be more specific in those.
You know, I think I can move on because I think I don't need to. I think we can save some time here. Let me just ask this question based on your characterization of the purpose of this report, DWR 116, what it did and did not evaluate, and the point that Dr. Paulson's testimony was making that you were responding to. Has DWR evaluated the changes in water quality that would be diverted under any water right that would occur from shifting diversions from the South Delta to the North Delta following a catastrophic levee failure?
Incomplete hypothetical. Vague and ambiguous as to which water rights, which locations.
Any
I-
water right.
Well, I'm going to sustain the objection because I don't understand the question. What do you mean any water right? Can you be somewhat more specific in that?
Has BBID evaluated the changes in water quality has DWR, I'm sorry, evaluated the changes in water quality at BBID's intakes that would occur from shifting diversions from the South Delta to the North Delta diversion following a catastrophic levee failure?
I know that I've already said this, but I want to underscore there's between 100,000 and 200,000 permutations of island failures of 4 or fewer islands. So the choice of doing that and maybe the implications of trying to study that are, they're very difficult to do the scenario building or to make a sensible and meaningful answer out of it.
Sure. And my question was, had you done it following a levee failure? So any, I mean, I understand that is difficult. I'm just asking if the analysis has been done under any scenario, not whether it could be done or you would do it.
So I think I've already responded. We haven't done any analysis assuming any kind of levee failures in the Delta for the reasons that we have discussed this morning. Not only the number of scenarios, but how DCP would be operated during that emergency, from my perspective, is still speculative.
Okay.
Can I add one other thing, which is that the impact would not be something that would be a fixed number. I mean, I feel like this conversation is still a bit malleable between catastrophic levee failure, which is a several months long event, and maybe the long-term implications of an inundated island, which is a completely different subject. It's the scale issue that Ms. Morris mentioned, and it really leads to two completely different types of analysis. Yeah.
Okay. And it's, am I correct in understanding that analysis regarding water quality changes DWR has not done that for any of those scenarios, whether it's a long-term disruption or a short-term disruption?
But I'm objection vague and ambiguous. The question before was vague and ambiguous too. Are we talking about historical levee failures or DCP analysis? We seem to be going back and forth. I'm not sure if we're talking about a hypothetical or some kind of historical event.
Will you please clarify, Ms. Tabor?
I'm talking about future scenarios.
And calls for speculation.
I just asked if it had been done. I didn't ask if they could or would. I just asked. I'm just trying to understand what DWR has done.
I think I've already answered that. We have not done any analysis that involves any levee failures.
On water quality. Okay, then we're done. Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. I am ready to move on to Dr. Priest. And I hope we can get through this faster because I have fewer questions. We'll see how it goes. While we're getting Dr. Priest up here, Ms. Mullen, if you could please bring up Dr. Priest's rebuttal testimony, DWR 561, and scroll to page 8 so we can see paragraphs 19 and 20. That will save us time. Good morning, Dr. Priest.
Good morning.
Great, thank you. Dr. Priest, here in your testimony, you discussed Dr. Paulson's characterization of your risk characterization of microcystis bloom occurrence based on the microcystis visual index, which I'll refer to as MVI, correct?
Yes.
Okay. now if we could please move to Ms. Mullen to Dr. Priest's report on CHABs, which is DWR 404, and scroll to PDF page 16. Okay, great. If you just a little there, perfect.
I'm sorry, just for the record, this is not a Sir rebuttal exhibit. This is
Yes,
the
I know.
older report. There was a new report. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is a corrected report. You have a corrected 404?
No, this is from rebuttal, not Sir rebuttal.
Understood. You'll see where I'm going, Ms. Morris. Before you object, just give me a moment here. So you prepared this figure, which is shown here as CHAB 1, but it appears, in fact, to be CHAB 2 because it is between two figures are labeled CHAB 1 and CHAB 3. So I think this might have just been a labeling error. But you prepared this figure that we're looking at and included it in your original expert report, DWR 404, correct?
I did not prepare the figure, but I did include it in my
Oh,
original
you
report.
included it. Got it.
Yes.
Okay. So who prepared this figure?
ESA,
Oh,
and it
ESA,
says
sorry.
the source right
Got it.
below. Yeah,
My
and it comes from
mistake.
a technical memorandum that they prepared.
Thank you. Sorry, that was my oversight. So this is, just to confirm, this is the figure that you refer to in the text of this document on the prior page, PDF page 15, as figure CHAB 2, correct? If we need to scroll up, we could do that.
I think so.
Okay.
Not positive.
I'm just trying to make sure that, to me, they look the same between where you're going to see where I'm going with this, but I want to make sure that we're correct on the numbering, that this is probably just a numbering error, and your discussion of CHAB 2 in the report is intended to refer to this figure we're looking at right now.
Sorry, and vague and ambiguous as to which report, the 563, the Sir rebuttal report, or the one we're
404.
in?
We're
Okay,
in
thank you.
404 on PDF pages. All right, so let's scroll down now to PDF page 17. And this figure CHAB 2, this is the figure that you refer to as CHAB 3 in your surrebuttal testimony, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go, if we could scroll back in this same document, Ms. Mullen, please, to page 15 and look at lines 18 to 19. You say here, Dr. Priest, figure CHAB 2 facilitates the visual characterization of how microcystis colony densities tend to vary by region and was used to parse areas of the delta with lower to greater risk of microcystis bloom occurrences, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of including this figure in your expert report, DWR 404?
Yes, so the purpose of including that figure originally was to show that the northern and western areas of the delta rarely, if ever, have any microcystis. And microcystis, if it's going to be present, is more likely to occur in the central and southern portions of the delta. So, and it was also to present this kind of relative ranking. So showing there's more in the central and southern compared to areas where there's none, such as the northern and western portions of the delta.
Okay, thank you. So in your surrebuttal, you state that a station could be categorized as high risk because of elevated MVI scores in only 1 year or a subset of years, correct?
Correct.
And that means the elevated MVI scores were actually observed at that station, correct?
Well, they're binned, the scores are binned together. So binned in meaning 2, 3, 4, and 5. All of those categories are binned together. And so I couldn't tell you for sure which one of those numbers appeared. It may have been moderate, a lot more moderate. It may have been a few high. Unlikely to be very high. There were very few 5s.
Okay. But they were, the figure reflects things that were actually observed. It's based on observation.
Yes, subjective observation.
Okay. A location does not have to experience a severe bloom every year to ever experience a severe bloom, correct?
Well, just to clarify, I never said that the areas that are colored red have experienced severe blooms. So need to clarify that. But yes, if you want to use an example of like the Stockton waterfront, which has had what would be classified as severe blooms, those do not happen every year in that location. In some years, there's no blooms in that location.
Okay, thanks. So that confirms my next question, that some locations experience severe blooms only intermittently, correct?
That's correct, and common.
Yeah, okay. An intermittent but severe bloom can still create water quality or water supply concerns during the year in which it occurs, though, correct?
Yeah, but I just want to make sure that this map is not being misinterpreted as Dr. Paulson misinterpreted it. The map, just because there's red dots, does not mean that an area is at higher risk of having a cyanobacteria bloom, which is why I relied on the figure, which should have been labeled CHAB 3, which does present that type of information.
Okay. So would you disagree with the statement that a prior severe bloom demonstrates that conditions capable of supporting such a bloom exist at that location?
The Stockton waterfront, which is a location that has a severe bloom, does have the factors that could drive a bloom to occur there in the future. And that's very warm water temperatures, 27, 28 degrees Celsius, very low water exchange with the rest of the Delta. And it's isolated from all of the main channel environments that are there. And so that area does have the conditions that would make it prone to a severe harmful algal bloom. That is not true for many of the locations that have a red dot on that figure CHAB 2.
Okay, I'll move on. So your second criticism of Dr. Paulson is that her testimony is that figure CHAB 2 does not include MVI data from every monitoring location in the Delta, correct?
That's correct.
And you identified Discovery Bay and the Stockton waterfront as locations that are not represented, correct?
Yes, the point in my comment there was that the areas that actually do have severe blooms are not represented on that figure. That data, when ESA prepared that figure several years ago, that data was not available to them.
The data at Discovery Bay and Stockton waterfront?
Correct.
Okay. But those are locations that are among the areas most affected by CHABs in the Delta, correct?
Those are two well-recognized areas for being impacted by CHABs.
Okay. So the omission of those locations limits the geographic completeness of figure CHAB 2 as a representative of CHAB conditions in the Delta, correct?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as those locations.
Stockton waterfront and Discovery Bay.
So the purpose of figure CHAB 2 was to show a relative risk of HABs in the Delta, and The data is from routine monitoring. So when different programs go out and collect those scores at their routine monitoring stations, and those were compiled for that figure. And once again, it was to show that areas such as the northern and western portions of the Delta do not have microcystis. It's very rare to have any cyanobacteria microcystis in those locations. That's the purpose of that figure only.
Right, okay. So the fact that those locations were not included in the figure, does that invalidate MVI as a measure of observed microcystis conditions at the stations where the MVI data were collected?
I don't really understand what you're asking, but what I will say is that it doesn't invalidate the figure. The figure is a great source of data to show where microcystis can be prevalent. The additional figures that were added, panels A and B, in figure 3 further get into that and help the reader understand where blooms are more frequently severe in the Delta.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back, Ms. Mullen, please, to DWR 561 and paragraph 23. Okay, Dr. Priest, here you state that Dr. Paulson's delta-wide residence time calculations show a 1.5 to 4.6% annual increase in residence times for the entire delta, correct?
Correct.
And then you then conclude that changes of that magnitude would not produce an ecologically meaningful effect on CHAB dynamics at any specific location in the delta, correct?
Yes, but I do break that down further to look at those changes during the CHAB season, which is 0 to about 2.5%, so less than the overall annual increases.
Okay. And what do you mean by the phrase ecologically meaningful effect?
I do not think such small increases in overall Delta residence time would lead to conditions that would cause blooms to increase or become more severe relative to baseline conditions.
Is ecologically meaningful effect a term with a generally accepted quantitative definition in the scientific literature?
I do not think you could assign a quantitative basis to that term, but it's using all of the available evidence and making a decision, and that is my opinion, that it would not have an ecologically meaningful effect based on all of the evidence in the record and what I know about harmful algal blooms in the Delta.
Okay. To your knowledge, has the term ecologically meaningful effect been used with respect to the analysis of CHAB formation in any location inside or outside of the Delta?
By who?
Anybody? Are you aware of any scientific literature that or studies that use that other than your own that use that term ecologically meaningful effect and apply it to the question of CHAB formation?
It's like comparing apples and oranges. This is looking at different scenarios and comparing two modeled scenarios and all of the evidence that's in the record and making that claim. As far as it being used in a peer-reviewed study, I'm not sure. It's possible.
What magnitude of increase in delta-wide residence time would you consider ecologically meaningful?
I would be
Objection, incomplete hypothetical. Also, it's outside the scope. Dr. Priest has said that she would not use this, and her whole testimony throughout this hearing is she would not use delta residence time. This was a limited analysis to respond to Dr. Paulson's use of whole delta residence time.
she did testify that the specific numbers for delta-wide residence time used by and cited by Dr. Paulson would not lead to ecologically meaningful changes. So I think it's fair to ask what magnitude of increase in delta-wide residence time would she consider ecologically meaningful?
And I'll allow the
Asking
question.
the witness to to like testify against herself when she's already said that's not the methodology that she would use. That is outside the scope of, I'll just put a standing objection on the record on any line of questioning to ask for an opinion on whole delta residence time numbers.
And noted, we will have a standing objection, and I'm going to allow the questioning insofar as it relates to this limited analysis, which I think so far it does. We may need, to the extent you need more specificity, Dr. Priest, we can go there. I mean, I'm not sure there was if this is an incomplete hypothetical, so you can't have an opinion, let us know.
It is an incomplete hypothetical because first, I don't agree with this methodology. Where in the delta would we be talking about? You need to know what area it is exactly, and I'm not going to speculate on an exact percentage. Like, when are we just talking about? There's just too many unknowns. And also just echoing that I chose to use the subregional residence time because that more accurately can help you determine if there's going to be a change at a specific location, as opposed to looking at an entire delta-wide residence time, which it's true, I do not agree with that approach. I do not think it was the appropriate way to look at residence time in the delta.
So you have no basis for criticizing the specific percent increase in delta-wide residence time that Dr. Paulson identified. Your objection is to her approach. No matter what number Dr. Paulson had identified, you would determine that that is not ecologically meaningful based on the methodology she used.
Well, you're asking me to speculate about a number for a method that I don't agree upon, so I'm not sure how I could give you an answer on that question. But no, yeah.
So there's no number that would be ecologically meaningful in your professional opinion in delta-wide residence time increase.
It misstates testimony.
Yeah, I didn't say that, but I do think if there's zero change, like there were for some of these months, then I feel very confident saying there'd be no ecologically meaningful change if there's zero change.
Okay, thank you. Let's keep moving then. If we could scroll, please, Ms. Mullen, to PDF page 10 and look at paragraph 24. Here, Dr. Priest, you're discussing Dr. Paulson's testimony as it relates to the conditions that lead to CHAB growth. And you acknowledge on page 9, quote, broadly similar nutrient, temperature, and salinity conditions across delta subregions, correct?
That's based on Dr. Paulson's testimony.
Okay. Do you recall that in your expert report, DWR 508R, you stated, quote, growth of cyanobacteria depends on favorable conditions for light, temperature, nutrient availability, and water column stability, all of which can change substantially over short spatial and temporal scales?
That sounds, I don't have it in front of me, but that sounds.
I'm quoting from
Yeah, okay.
page 15, lines 1 to 13, if that sounds familiar, sounds correct to you?
That sounds like it would be correct, yeah.
Okay. Have you presented any evidence in this proceeding that light, and I'm going to avoid breaking this down into 5 different questions, unless I have to. Have you presented any evidence that light or temperature or nutrient availability or water column stability vary across delta subregions?
I would have to go back and look at the modeling, but I'm sure that the temperatures show different temperatures at different locations,
Okay.
especially in a place like Discovery Bay.
Okay. Would you agree that perhaps with the exception of temperature at Discovery Bay, that these conditions are broadly consistent across the delta? Light, temperature, nutrient availability, water column stability?
I do not think they're similar across the delta, and that's the point of this part of my testimony that I expand upon in the report for my SIR rebuttal, is that this is why we see blooms in areas like Discovery Bay and the Stockton waterfront that are more stable than main channel environments. They have much warmer temperatures than these main channel environments as well, and it makes them more conducive to bloom formation.
And your disagreement is based on your understanding of those conditions, but not on specific evidence that has been introduced in this proceeding.
Objection, misstates
differences.
testimony, argumentative.
It's not argumentative. I'm just trying to understand, clarify her response.
Please try and we'll allow you to finish the question, Ms. Tabor. Will you phrase the question again?
Yeah. So I understand Dr. Priest to be saying that she disagrees with the statement that the different factors I cited, light, temperature, nutrient availability, water column stability, are broadly consistent across the delta. And I had asked her about the evidence that had been presented in this proceeding with regard to each of those factors. And based on her response, it was my understanding that her opinion that these things are not broadly consistent across the delta is based largely on her knowledge or experience and not on specific evidence that has been introduced in the proceeding, perhaps with the exception of temperature at Discovery Bay, which we just discussed.
Misstates testimony.
Which part?
I'm asking to confirm if that is her opinion. I'm not.
And then also, this is outside. Dr. Priest has presented, this is a third report on HABs, and now we're going back, and there was specific metrics for this information in her previous reports. So are we allowing questioning on those older reports on each of these topics and the information and data she presented? Or we just, that seems really far afield of the SIR rebuttal testimony.
Well, okay. Let's just cut to the chase here. In DWR 561, and we can go to this, paragraph 24, Dr. Priest says, despite broadly similar nutrient, temperature, and salinity conditions across delta subregions. Do you agree with that statement in your rebuttal report, DWR 561, Dr. Priest?
I made that statement based on Dr. Paulson's rebuttal testimony, where she was showing that there was a similarity in all of these things. And also there is peer-reviewed literature that was used in the preparation of these mini reports that further supports that these conditions vary across the delta.
Okay, so you were merely addressing Dr. Paulson's statement. It's not your opinion that there are nutrient, temperature, and salinity conditions are broadly similar across delta subregions.
I think if you pulled up the actual report where I discuss this in more detail, you can see my full discussion and opinion on this topic. This is a very kind of brief summary of that.
Fair. Okay, well, let's move on then. So you use the metric of when 90% of the tracer mass left delta subregions the first time, correct?
For residence time, correct?
For residence time, sorry, yes. Okay, thank you. And Mr. Singh's surrebuttal testimony acknowledges that because of tidal, sloshing water may move in and out of subregions over periods of days, correct?
Is that for Mr. Singh or Dr. Priest?
Well, she addresses that in her testimony. So I'm just asking if she understands that, agrees that that was what Mr. Singh testified about.
That Mr. Singh was responding to Dr. Paulson, and does he, I'm confused by the question, and Mr. Singh can answer what's in his testimony.
Or Ms. Tabor, if you could pull up where you're referencing.
You know what, let's just move on. It's not necessary to my line of questions. It's in the record. Did you analyze, Dr. Priest, how the residence time in subregions would change if you looked at the metric of when tracer finally and completely falls below 10%?
Mr. Singh prepared that.
That was for the Jersey Point analysis that you're referring to?
Correct.
Okay. But you didn't conduct any of your own analysis of when tracer finally and completely falls below 10%?
Vague and ambiguous in a subregion or the whole delta?
In any subregion of the delta?
I didn't conduct any analysis.
Okay. So you're relying, and are you relying on Mr. Singh's hypothetical scenario 2, where he turned off State Water Project and CBP exports, but left inflows and all other parameters the same?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to what opinion or language Dr. Priest is relying on for that alleged analysis. Where are you referring to?
I'm just asking for her opinions here about CHAB formation.
Will you try the question again, Ms. Tabor? I'm a little lost at this point.
Did you rely on Mr. Singh's hypothetical scenario 2 when he turned off, where he turned off State Water Project and CBP exports, but left inflows and all other parameters the same for your opinions in DWR 561?
I had discussions with Mr. Singh about the two scenarios, not necessarily the scenario 2 that you're discussing, but looking at a baseline compared to Delta Conveyance project scenario where the full tidal sloshing played out, and there was minimal to no difference between the two scenarios. And so that is what I'm using when I'm referring to his testimony.
Got it. Thank you. That's helpful. Did you perform any independent analysis of scenario 2?
I'm sorry, can we pull up this? Because I think you are confusing the witness and you're talking about two different analyses. So is there a place in Dr. Priest's testimony where she refers to Mr. Singh's testimony that you can point us to that you're asking about specifically?
Oh, I'm sure I can, but I mean, she's just said that she conferred with Mr. Singh about it.
And then she referenced an analysis that you just asked Dr. Singh about that did not include DCP, and she said it did. So I believe we have a confusing record about which analysis you are talking about and which analysis the witness is answering. So at a minimum, I would ask that you could pull up Mr. Singh's analysis and show this witness what you're talking about when you are asking her a question.
Yeah, I didn't use scenario 2, so that is confusing to me.
That's fine.
Can you pull up the plot that you're referring to so that we can?
Well, I'm not referring to a specific plot, but you just answered my question. So
Well, I don't know what they're labeled. I don't know if it's
analysis of scenario 2.
Yeah.
I'd have to go back to, I guess it's in DWR 142, page 15,
The
paragraphs 34 to 38.
I think now we have an R, a corrected R.
Sorry, I didn't have that when I did this, but
But the page number should be the same.
that page is new.
So we're going to, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Ms.
I
Mullen. I don't know if this is worth our time, but we'll go to DWR 142 and go to page 15. That's my note that paragraphs 34 to 38, where we're talking about Mr. Singh's scenario 2.
I would need to see the plots.
Well, let's see if we can scroll through. I don't know. Maybe Mr. Singh remembers exactly where they are. I'd have to go to his testimony to see, is this helpful to you?
Yes.
Okay.
It did just again for clarity's purposes. That is not a scenarios, necessarily scenarios 1 and 2. And if you're looking at that, there's also figure 3. So it would be helpful if you have a specific figure in mind, which one you are talking about.
I'm just asking generally whether she relied on the scenario 2 for her opinion, and I understood her to say that she did not, but then she asked to see this testimony, so I'm allowing her the chance to consider the testimony and the figures and whether that changes her answer.
So let's,
just
can we go?
to if I could clarify, I think there is some confusion here based on your questioning. So
Sure.
scenario 1 and scenario 2 analysis that's in figure 3, the whole purpose of the scenario was just to show that the delta-wide residence time is not an appropriate metric. So that doesn't have anything to do with DCP. That was just showing that, local regional time or residence time is more appropriate. And the other analysis that we're looking at right now, it's looking at first flush metric versus, tidal sloshing, and it finally drops below 10%. So there's 2 different points in my testimony. Just wanted to clarify that, so that if your questions you're asking scenario 2, that you're calling scenario 2, that is just nothing to do with DCP. That is more a critique of Dr. Paulson's whole residence time methodology.
And my tidal sloshing refers on looking at the incremental difference between Delta Conveyance project and baseline.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Singh, for stepping in there to help with that. Let me just see, I may be able to skip a few questions here. Let's go to back to Dr. Priest's testimony, page 10, paragraph 25. Okay. Here, Dr. Priest, you state that the tidal sloshing, I sound like I have a lisp, sorry, issue Dr. Paulson identified applies equally to the delta-wide and sub-regional residence time methods, correct?
Well, I don't think that's phrased quite correctly, but the point of that is that she does not account for tidal sloshing in her own delta-wide alternative residence time.
And by tidal sloshing, you mean the back and forth movement of water caused by the tides, correct?
The first time that her residence time is the first time that the water leaves. It does not account for the water coming back.
And when you use the phrase tidal sloshing, you mean back and forth movement of water? caused by tides?
Yes, I'm just the purpose of this paragraph is just to respond to her critique that first she says that the first exit at 90% is not the correct way to do things. I disagree with that. It was a comparative analysis, and as Mr. Singh just showed, even if you look at this longer tidal sloshing pattern, the incremental change between Delta Conveyance project and baseline is negligible. And so my point is that my understanding is that Dr. Paulson also didn't look at that either. She looked at the first exit of the water out of the delta and not its return back and forth into the delta.
Okay, I understand that the point of your testimony, but I just want to, I'm trying to make sure I understand your use of the terms. So when you use tidal sloshing in your testimony, are you referring to back and forth movement of water caused by tides? I'm not asking for a percentage here or anything. I'm asking about the term tidal sloshing.
If I'm correct, I think that was Dr. Paulson's term.
Okay.
I don't think I came up with that terminology.
Okay. Do you understand it to mean back and forth movement of water caused by tides?
Yes, if you want to pull up Mr. Singh's figure that he just showed, that showed
Okay.
the
Yeah, it's not
tidal
necessary
movement moving back. And I mean, I understand how tides operate if that's the
Okay.
question.
I'm just trying to understand how you're using it here, and and if you're using a different what your definition is. So this is not a gotcha question. I'm just looking for clarity. So we don't need to refer to a bunch of other testimony or figures for this unless there's a nuance that you want to elaborate on.
No, I guess I'm just not sure what you're trying to get at,
I'm
what
just
you're
trying to
asking
understand
here.
your interpretation. Tidal sloshing contributes to flushing within the delta, correct?
Yes.
Are there
And
any
I don't know
other
about
factors?
it moves the water back and forth. Yes.
Okay, so thank you. Sorry to cut you off. Are there any other factors other than tidal sloshing that need to be considered when quantifying the flushing rate of a region?
I guess I'm gonna object is outside the scope. This is clearly this is just saying that Dr. Paulson's method didn't use her own terminology for tidal sloshing. And that's all this says. And now we're talking about other methodologies, and this is not a DWR term. This is a Dr. Paulson term. And it's a critique of her analysis, and that's it. Also, it's vague and ambiguous as to what other factors and how you would, what she means by flushing of a region.
I think I'm going to allow the question because I think it's fair to understand Dr. Priest's critique here.
I have some follow-up questions I think that will help
Get
with
connected.
this, but
Okay, so will you run the question again, Ms. Tabor?
yes.
Please.
Are there any other factors, Dr. Priest, other than tidal sloshing, just accepting that use of that phrase as we've discussed it, that need to be considered when quantifying the flushing rate of a region?
I don't know if that I ever used the term flushing. Do you mean water moving through a region, or
let's describe it as the rate that water leaves the region?
I guess I'm not quite sure what you're looking for here. I do want to just say, like, the point of my testimony is that Dr. Paulson did not consider tidal sloshing. That's all that I'm getting across here. She critiqued that we didn't use tidal sloshing and our residence time methodology. And I'm saying in critique, well, you also didn't consider that in your residence time modeling. That's the purpose of my rebuttal.
Okay, let's keep going then. Dr. Priest, in your rebuttal, pardon me, testimony, DWR 508R, you used the term tidal excursion, correct?
Can we please pull up DWR 508R, which is not a rebuttal
Yes,
exhibit?
I said rebuttal. Well,
Right,
let's
but
just say,
I'm
are
just
you
saying it's
familiar
been a
with
long
the,
time since
I
we've
think we
done
can
that.
save some
Wait,
time
let's
here,
stop.
Ms. Morris. Dr. Priest, are you familiar with the term tidal excursion?
Yes, generally I'm aware of the term.
Okay. What is a tidal excursion?
Let me, in anticipation of, well, so Ms. Morris doesn't have you, why are we talking about tidal excursion with respect to this testimony? Where are you going, Ms. Tabor?
It goes to the analysis that was performed about particles leaving the and residence time in the San Joaquin River at Jersey Point, which is in Mr. Singh's testimony and a factor, part of Dr. Priest's testimony about sea hub formation.
But is that related to tidal sloshing?
Well,
is that the question?
If I could get through my questions, it would be.
Okay, we're going to tie it back. All right, I will allow that.
But,
I would just ask that we pull up 508R and Ms. Tabor orient the witness
Sure.
to where she sees tidal excursion so that the witness has context. It's really unfair for a witness to remember everything they've said in this hearing and every report and every line.
Sure. Well, I'm happy to take the time if Dr. Priest feels that it's important, necessary.
I would just say that it sounds like these questions should probably be directed to Mr. Singh. I didn't perform any analysis on this. So as far as how the tides were accounted for in the modeling, how the water is moving from low to high tide, that's outside of what I performed.
Okay.
For my rebuttal. So maybe you should direct that to Mr. Singh.
Sure. Fair enough. Mr. Singh, could you describe what a tidal excursion is?
I mean, I'm actually kind of look where, what are you referring to? But is this the tidal excursion is movement of water from the back and forth or distance traveled due to the tide?
Thank you. About how long, and this question may be more appropriately directed to Mr. Singh in light of the colloquy we just had, but about how long is a tidal excursion in the San Joaquin River at Jersey Point subregion?
Objection outside the scope of rebuttal.
Ms. Tabor has promised me we're bringing this back to this paragraph, so I will allow this.
Well, I'm talking to, this is interrelated between Dr. Priest's conclusions and Mr. Singh's analysis of residence time in San Joaquin River at Jersey Point.
His analysis for purposes of Dr. Priest's
of his cerebral testimony. So I may be I may have inadvertently be directing questions to the wrong witness. I apologize, but since they are presented as a panel, I am hoping that I can complete my remaining questions with whatever witness is qualified to answer them based on their testimony.
Noted. Okay, please, Mr. Singh.
So the tidal hydrodynamics will depend on the time of the year and other conditions in the delta. So I'm not sure if I can give you a number what the tidal excursion is.
It could be a range of distances.
That is my understanding.
Okay, but you and you don't have a estimate of what or an idea of what that range would be?
Outside the scope.
I don't.
Okay. Did you compare the size of DWR's Delta subregions with the local tidal excursion at that location? Dr. Priest before concluding that the tidal sloshing issue applies equally to delta-wide and subregional methods?
Vague and ambiguous as to that location when the reference was to all the different subregions.
Yeah, at the, I'm sorry, as to at the San Joaquin River at Jersey Point location.
I'll say that I worked with the modelers to determine the subregions that I was going to use. And once again, the point of my SIR rebuttal is that Dr. Paulson critiques that we did not account for tidal sloshing, and my point simply is neither did she.
Okay, I understand that. Then I understand your answer to the question I just asked to be no. Is that correct?
Objection, misstates testimony.
The question was, did you compare the size of DWR's delta subregions with the local tidal excursion at the San Joaquin River at Jersey Point location before concluding that the tidal sloshing issue applies equally to delta-wide and subregional methods?
I would direct that question to the modelers because I didn't, that's outside of what I did. I didn't conduct that analysis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's move on. Oh, sorry, unless you have something to add, Mr. Singh.
Oh, no, I don't have anything to add. I was just kind of confused by a question. But if you're moving on, never mind.
Yeah, I have a few more pages. So if we go quickly and we don't have to break right at 12 for lunch, I think we'll be done. If we could please bring up, Ms. Mullen, DWR 404 and scroll to PDF page 12. And we'll look at figure, are we at 12? Am I on the wrong page here? Shoot, I think I have the wrong page number. I was looking for figure CHAB 3.
That may be our document page 12. So I think Ms.
I'm
Ms. Mullen
sorry.
is on it. Yeah, because we're at
Okay.
page 1. Here we go.
I
Let's
might.
try this.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Bingo. We could reduce it just so we can see it. Okay, it go a little bit further out. Great, thank you. Okay. Dr. Priest, you prepared this figure CM3 for your report DWR 404, correct?
Correct.
And this figure shows the locations where you assessed subregion residence time for your CHAB analysis, correct?
That's correct. And just to clarify, I helped prepare this figure with Robertson Bryan Incorporated.
Okay, thank you. And the residence time metric that you used for this analysis was the time it took for a tracer within a subregion to initially fall below 10%, correct?
I relied on those results. I did not perform the modeling.
Yes, but the analysis was based on the time it took for a tracer within the subregion to initially fall below 10%, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So based on this figure, are you able to estimate the length in miles of the San Joaquin River at Jersey Point segment?
Objection, this is outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony. And these are questions that could have been asked easily in rebuttal when or direct, whatever this testimony was from. But this has been in the record in this analysis.
We didn't have Mr. Singh's analysis of the San Joaquin River at Jersey Point subregion at the time that this report was presented in evidence. So my questions are related to that analysis and Dr. Priest's rebuttal testimony.
All right,
So,
I'll allow the question. Dr. Priest.
well, I prepared this report a couple of years ago, I think now. And so I don't recall everything that's in it exactly. I do know that there was some explanation of mileage of the different regions. I don't know if it specifically called out the San Joaquin River at Jersey Point, but you could ask Mr. Singh if he knows.
Well,
He's worked
Looking
on
at
it more recently than I have.
Looking at this figure, Dr. Priest, and the scale that's on it, and on the left-hand side where it identifies San Joaquin River at Jersey Point, is this, does that appear to be about 4 miles long, the length of that segment?
I can't tell.
Okay.
I'm
Let's move on. Give me a moment here because I'm going to skip some questions based on how this is going. All right. Let's go to DWR 561 at page 10, please, lines 15 to 18. Here you say, Dr. Priest, Dr. Paulson's title sloshing critique that DWR's residence time methodology does not account for the return of water to a location applies equally to her own delta-wide alternative, which tracks water only until it exits the delta boundary as a whole and does not resolve whether water returns to any portion of the delta. Are you aware that Dr. Paulson used DWR's DSM-2 modeling results as the basis for her residence time analysis?
for the entire delta. Yes, and I'm just expressing my understanding. And by equally, I just mean doesn't account for the tidal sloshing. That's what I mean by equally.
Okay, but you, as far as you know, she used DSM-2 results for her analysis, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and do you know whether the DSM-2 model accounts for sloshing flow at the downstream boundary?
I would refer the modeling questions to the modelers, but it's just my understanding that her approach did not include that.
What is the basis for your statement that Dr. Paulson's analysis tracks water only until it exits the delta boundary as a whole and does not resolve whether water returns to any portion of the delta?
That is based on my discussion with the modelers.
So you didn't do any analysis of your own to reach that conclusion?
I did not do any analysis. I spoke with the modelers.
The point is that, the boundary and the water exits, and you can't do an analysis if you define your boundary right at the edge of the model. You can't track water as it comes back in.
So isn't it true, though, that the DSM-2 model accounts for sloshing flow at the downstream boundary, meaning whether some fraction of the water leaves the delta boundary on an ebb tide that later returns to the delta on a flood tide?
No, that's not correct. It will track water on the ebb tide as it leaves, but it relies, this is a kind of a very strong requirement of a model. If you have incoming information, you need to provide it. So as the water exits, it carries tracer. As it comes back in, it would not have any, because you know that's essentially what the definition of a boundary condition is. And so, you know, for instance, to use a more familiar constituent, salinity, in DSM-2, the salinity boundary condition is used when the water is flowing into the delta, when it's flooding, and on ebb it ebbs naturally and it vects the interior salinity out without sort of conferring with the boundary condition. So those are that's just the way water quality transport works, and so you can draw certain conclusions about how Dr. Paulson did her analysis just by the construction of the model.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
Also to clarify, what Dr. Paulson used was inflows coming into the delta. So if, as I talked about in my rebuttal, her methodology or calculations were based on inflows of the delta divided by the volume. So that's how she came up with the residence time. It did not involve outflows.
Okay, so is it correct then that Mr. Singh and Dr. Atalevich, your analysis or expertise was the basis for the statement in Dr. Priest's expert report, surrebuttal report 561, regarding the critique of Dr. Paulson's analysis, that it tracks water only until it exits the delta boundary as a whole and doesn't resolve whether water returns to any portion of the delta.
Well, I think that I would probably backtrack now, having heard Mr. Singh's testimony. I don't think she really needed to use DSM-2 at all for what she did. I mean, she took a volume and she divided it by inflows. It's unclear what role the model would have even played in that
Right.
kind of a calculation.
Well, I understand that you might have your opinion about what she needed to do, but she did use it. So let's move on, because I don't think this is productive. Dr. Priest, did you evaluate the volume of water in each of your subregions?
Objection, this is outside the scope. Plus, there has been ample opportunity of questioning on this witness about what was done in the modeling and in her analysis on her previous reports. And this is not a topic in her rebuttal testimony.
I think that seems fair. Ms. Tabor, do you want to respond to that? We've been over this.
No, that's fine. I don't expect Dr. Priest to know that answer. Dr. Priest, did you evaluate the flow rate through each subregion to assess whether tidal flows exceeded the volume of that subregion?
Same objections.
I'll allow this question with respect. I'll allow it because I may not understand it exactly, but please, Dr. Priest.
So I did not do any new, I didn't use any new modeling other than Discovery Bay temperatures for my rebuttal. That's the only new modeling that is presented in my rebuttal testimony. I relied on Mr. Singh's new modeling for the San Joaquin at Jersey Point to form my tidal sloshing discussion. So any information that was used for his modeling that he presented, those questions would need to be directed towards him.
Okay, yeah, so my question gets to the fact that your testimony is a sort of comparative critique of Dr. Paulson's, the relative merits of your approach and hers. And so that's why I'm asking these questions, to understand the differences between your approach and hers. And I didn't hear a clear answer to my question. I understand you answered with respect to your surrebuttal, the specifics of the surrebuttal testimony. But I'll just ask one more time for you or Mr. Singh, did you evaluate the flow rate through each subregion? And this would be as part of your rebuttal to assess whether tidal flows exceeded the volume of that subregion.
And again,
So
I will object as
yeah,
outside the scope.
And I agree, that is outside the scope if we're going back to rebuttal.
Okay, well, fair enough. Let's move on to the last couple of topics. So I see it as 12:08. I have what I think are I have a relatively few number of questions. Do we want to complete those now? I think it shouldn't take me, I guess it depends on the responses, but more than 10, 15 minutes.
I will look as a representative. Ms. Morris, are you comfortable if we keep going?
I think if it's 15 minutes, that's fine. I know Ms. Tabor and her colleagues have time hard stops, so we're willing to go over 15. If it's going to be more, I think I'm going to get hangry, but we will attempt to do it.
Thank you. Let's please proceed, Ms. Tabor.
Okay, let's.
And thank you to our court reporter for hanging in there. We'll get a break soon.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate the flexibility here. Let's scroll to page 11, please, of the same document, paragraph 27. And here, Dr. Priest, you state your opinion that DCP operations would not increase CHAB risk. I'm looking at lines 18 and 19 at Clifton Court Forebay. What analysis did you do to support this opinion?
I am using Dr. Paulson's analysis. She presented all of the residence time analysis, and so I'm using that and the temperature analysis to come to that conclusion.
Okay, so this is not based on an independent analysis of residence time in Clifton Court Forebay that you or someone at DWR performed?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Paulson decided to do this subregion of residence time, even though she's relying on whole residence time for the rest of the delta.
I understand that, Dr. Priest. If you continue to go far beyond the scope of my questions, we're not going to be able to get this done in 15 minutes. So let's try to stay focused here. On lines 19 through 20, you also note that Dr. Paulson highlights a median residence time increase from 8.9 to 11 days in September under the 2043 CC50 scenario, a 23.6 increase.
I see that.
Why do you think a 2.1 day increase in residence time would not increase CHAB risk at Clifton Court Forebay?
Well, if you look at the remainder of that sentence, I say the full distribution of modeled residence time shows substantial overlap between baseline and delta conveyance project conditions. And so pulling out a single statistic from those box plots is not the best way to make a conclusion. And I recognize that I have used medians to help simplify the description, but really, when you're making a decision about this, you need to look at all of the evidence. And so what I did is looked at all of the box plots and their distribution and compared them. And if you want to pull them up on the screen, we could show that there's very little difference between the full distribution of the modeled data under the baseline and then the Delta Conveyance project scenarios.
Okay, that I understand your response. I don't think we need to go to the box plots. Is a 23.6% increase in the long-term median hydraulic residence time ecologically meaningful?
Objection, ecologically meaningful as to what?
That seems fair because I don't think Dr. Priest used the term ecologically meaningful here.
She uses it throughout her testimony to describe changes in water in residence time that and other characteristics that affect CHAB formation.
And so you're using the term in the way Dr. Priest has used it elsewhere in her testimony?
Yes, so in whatever meaning that has to her, because I still don't understand it myself.
And again, it's ambiguous. Are you asking if it's ecologically meaningful for HAB development or CHAB?
Yes, for CHAB development.
Okay, so
shall I rephrase it?
Just to reiterate, once again, we're pulling out a single statistic from the full model distribution, and I think it is more appropriate to look at all of the evidence instead of a single statistic in isolation. But if it goes from 9 to 11 days, there may be some additional growth that's possible if there are cells there to begin with. But I don't think it would make the bloom significantly more severe than baseline. But once again, I don't feel comfortable here just pulling out a single statistic. I looked at the full box plot distribution, and that really showed minimal to no change across the full distribution, which is why I was suggesting that we bring them up so that could show everyone how there is no change really between the two scenarios.
All right, let's move on. Scrolling down to page 12, please, lines 1 through 4. You also state that Dr. Paulson's conclusion that increased residence time will require additional copper treatment for CHABs and submerged aquatic vegetation and cause operational impacts to BBID depends on an unquantified chain of inferences and is speculative at each step. Can you please explain what each step is?
Yes.
As you use it in your testimony.
So yes, so it goes, so first, she's assuming that this will lead to increased residence time when I just mentioned, if you look at the full distribution of box plots, there's actually minimal to no change in this baseline compared to Delta Conveyance project scenarios. And so she's assuming that. Then she's assuming that additional treatment would be required, which there's no evidence of that. And then she's assuming that there would be additional outages to BBID due to this speculative needed additional treatment needs. And as I had presented in previous testimony, or actually as BBID presented in previous testimony, copper treatment for HABs has only been documented one time in the history that they presented. And typically it's used to treat submerged aquatic vegetation. So it's speculative at each step, and there's doesn't appear that, to me, there's no evidence pointing that there'd be increased copper or treatment frequency due to the Delta Conveyance project at Clifton Court Floor Bay.
Do you agree that DCP operations would increase residence times in Clifton Court Floor Bay during summer months?
I would need to look at the box plots again, but when I reviewed them previously, as I mentioned, there was very minimal change, if any, in the full distribution of the data.
Okay. But you don't disagree that there would be increases?
I would like to pull up the box plots so that we could look at them. I don't have them memorized.
So I think Ms. Tabor, what I understand is sitting here without looking at the box plots, Dr. Priest, you can't answer that question. Is that fair?
That's fair, but my recollection is when I looked at the full distribution, there was minimal, if any, increase in increases in residence time at Clifton Court Floor Bay.
Yeah. But
Understood.
You would agree that the median residence time increases from 8.9 to 11 days in September under the 2043 CC50 scenario?
Objection, Ms. State's testimony.
I didn't say that was her testimony. I just asked, would she agree with that?
I think if you pull out that single statistic that I did state in my testimony, or I restated from Dr. Paulson's testimony, that there would be an increase at that one statistic.
Okay. Do you think it's speculative to say that longer residence times will increase the risk of CHABs?
In Clifton Court Floor Bay?
In general?
It depends on what your baseline is and what your increase is. Depends on a number of different scenarios. If the water's sloshing around a lot, even if the residence time increases a bit, then cyanobacteria still are not going to be able to outcompete other phytoplankton. So it just is dependent on numerous factors.
Okay. So would it be accurate to say that an increase in residence time corresponds to a greater likelihood of microcystis blooms?
I'm going to object. This is outside the scope of Sir rebuttal. Are we talking about Clifton Court? Are we talking about Dr. Paulson's? I mean, these questions could have been and should have been and may have been asked previously, because all of this testimony on HABs analysis has been out there for years.
Ms. Tabor, can you focus us in on where we are with respect to the Sir rebuttal testimony?
Well, she's opining that increases in residence time are not going to lead to any notable increases in CHAB formation in Clifton Court Floor Bay. She's based on Dr. Paulson's testimony. So I'm just trying to clarify. I'd like to avoid having to go back again to where she has previously cited longer residence time as one of the main parameters she's used to evaluate CHABs, and having to bring up her own prior testimony about this. But I'm just trying to confirm her understanding. The question I just asked was whether it would be accurate to say that an increase in residence time corresponds to a greater likelihood of microcystis blooms.
And again, outside the scope. And also, I think asked and answered as to Clifton Court Forebay already specifically.
So I think that we need, right, paragraph 28 is with respect to Clifton Court Forebay, so I think we need to focus on that.
Would it be accurate to say that an
variance.
increase in residence time corresponds in Clifton Court Forebay corresponds to a greater likelihood of microcystis blooms in Clifton Court Forebay?
I specifically concluded that it is my opinion that there are not sufficient increases in residence time at Clifton Court Forebay due to the Delta Conveyance project to cause CHABs to become more severe compared to baseline conditions. That was my conclusion. And
Okay.
it has not changed. Dr. Paulson, as I stated here, essentially repeated her same argument from her rebuttal testimony, just added in a couple of new scenarios. So my opinion from my rebuttal testimony also still holds.
Do you think it's speculative to say that if CHABs occur more frequently at Clifton Court Forebay, then more CHAB treatment would be needed?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical. Cause for speculation.
I'm going to allow the question because it goes to the speculative at each step. So Dr. Priest, if you can address it, please.
So as I stated, and what's already in the record is that a majority of the treatments at Clifton Court Forebay are for some more submerged aquatic vegetation.
And I'm asking about if they occur more frequently. I'm not asking about the historical record.
Vague and ambiguous as to frequency.
Well, and now I'm
Incomplete
confused. Ms. Tabor, are you referring to HABs treatment? or
Yes, if
treatment
is it speculative? She's explained that where she thinks Dr. Paulson's opinion is speculative or based on a series of speculative steps. And I'm asking is it speculative, her opinion, is it speculative to say that if CHABs occur more frequently at Clifton Court Forebay, that more HABs treatments would be needed?
Speculative as compared to what? A baseline?
More frequently than the baseline.
And sorry, you just get like baseline historic or baseline modeling. It's an incomplete hypothetical, and I think we need to nail down these details if we're gonna go beyond the scope of this rebuttal into these details.
Well, let me ask a question this way, Dr. Priest. When you refer to speculative at each step, are you referring to the speculative nature as to whether or not, and I don't mean to misstate your testimony, you're going to correct me, as to whether or not CHABs would increase in Clifton Court Forebay? Well, let's start there. Is that one of the elements you're referring to as speculative?
Correct. That is speculating that CHABs, with what I believe is no evidence to prove it, are going to increase at Clifton Court Forebay.
And then is it also part of your opinion here expressed as speculative at each step, that it would be speculative as to whether treatment frequency would increase even if CHABs increased, or was that not part of your consideration here?
Yes, there's also, I have not seen any evidence to suggest that additional treatments for CHABs would be needed at Clifton Court Forebay. So that's also speculating that additional treatment would be needed.
And is that, when you say you have not seen evidence, is that based solely on lack of evidence of CHABs occurrences increasing?
That's correct. Since there's no evidence that the CHABs will increase at that location, there's also no evidence that there would be additional treatment to mitigate those CHABs at that location.
And you have not expressed an opinion as to whether whether there would be an increased treatment frequency if CHABs did increase. That would be, you don't express an opinion on that issue here.
No, that would be speculating.
Noted.
Okay.
All right. I tried, Ms. Tabor. But
And thank you. Thank you. I appreciate
and thank you,
that.
Dr. Priest.
You refined my question in a better than I did, but Last question, I think, Dr. Priest. Do you think it is speculative to say that CHAB's treatments at Clifton Court 4 Bay are disruptive to BBID's operations?
Objection outside the scope. That's not what this server rebuttal testimony
I
addresses.
think
It goes to
sustained.
one of her steps of
I
That's
think
incorrect. It does not.
it is outside the scope. So I don't know if that was your last question, Ms. Tabor. You probably have more on opinion 4.
I'm happy to be finished.
You are done?
That is it. Thank you.
I didn't mean to cut you
witnesses.
off.
No, thank you to the witnesses, and thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey, for your assistance there on the questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Tabor, and thank you to all of you for hanging in there. Let's go ahead and we will take a lunch break, a little less than an hour. Let's go ahead and come back at 1:15. And we'll pick up with cross-exam then. Yes,
Before we leave, just because I think there was some scheduling, sorry, I'm trying to get my camera on, scheduling issues. Who's next and who can actually conduct cross today? Because I know Mr. Reese maybe or maybe not. And do we have sort of an order or of who's going and if we're going to have a full day?
I believe that Mr. Cho was going to go
And
next.
Mr. Cho has a hand raised, so let's go ahead and elevate Mr. Cho. We'd love to hear from you. And then anyone else who may have information, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Ms. Tabor. Anyone else who may have information about who else is prepared to cross-examine today? Mr. Cho.
Good afternoon, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Austin Cho for North Delta Water Agency et al. I am ready and raring to go after lunch.
Thank you. That's one. Who else do we have for today? If we can please elevate Ms. Meserve. Good afternoon, Ms. Meserve.
Good afternoon. Yes, I believe Mr. Ruiz will be going after Mr. Cho this afternoon, and that may kind of take up the time. I did correspond with Ms. Desjardins, and she does have questions, I believe, but is not able to go today. And I will check in with Mr. Moore, who may have a couple of questions for this part of the panel. So that's what I know.
And we have Mr. Busher as relatively.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Busher, if we can please elevate Mr. Busher, who may have more questions than originally anticipated, possibly because of modeling.
Yeah.
As I recall.
Yeah, I think Mr. Ruiz had informed me. I mean, if anyone else wants to go before him, that's great with him because he actually couldn't listen this morning. So he wanted to review, the Zoom transcript to see if he could mark anything off his list.
Noted. Mr. Busher, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I am ready to go after, well, at any point after lunch, I suppose. I've been in a different meeting for the last hour, so I don't know where we left off with Mr. Cho's examination or anything else.
We have not started yet. So.
Okay. So I'm happy. I'll talk with him. I'm happy to go either before or after him this afternoon. I can do that before Mr. Ruiz, depending on our various times. And I shouldn't have more than. Well, let me look.
And thank you. I think I have the information I need. It seems like because Mr. Ruiz is here, we will have a full day, and that's great. And hopefully other folks who, like Mr. Moore and Ms. Desjardins, will be able to fill in time if we don't use it all. But I appreciate that. Thank you. I think I know what I need to know.
And thank you, Mr. Busher. We won't make you speculate about how long you have, but others may want to know, so you can share that.
I don't know. Half an hour is my guess, maybe a little bit more.
So may I ask a question, just for clarification? Because we're not available after 2:00 today, I get what I'm understanding is we would not likely get to redirect today.
Correct.
Correct. Okay, thank you. And that would begin on Monday at 9 or whatever is remaining.
We would pick up.
With this panel. Okay, thank you.
That's my understanding. Yeah. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Let's reconvene at 1:15. All right, welcome back. I will look first to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Wonderful, thank you so much. And then I will look to the room. I think we left it at, we weren't sure if Mr. Busher or Mr. Cho would go first. Looks like Mr. Busher. Were
Yeah,
you
I coordinated with Mr. Cho. I'm up. He'll go next.
Great. And then I think we should look and make sure, do we have our appropriate representative? Looks like it from DWR. Thanks, Ms. Morris. And then our witnesses. If you can please come on camera, we'll just make sure you're here.
I don't have any questions for Dr. Priest, so.
So that works fine. Great.
Yes.
Let's get started then. To you, Mr. Busher.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Telovich and Mr. Singh and Mr. Fitzhugh. I'm Eric Busher for San Francisco Baykeeper. We've met a couple of times previously. I appreciate you being here today. I'll try and get through this as quickly as possible. I don't have a ton of questions. So, Mr. Singh, I think these are mostly for you, but as we get into some of the modeling, if it's other folks, that's fine with me. Ms. Mullen, if we could start in Mr. Singh's testimony, DWR 142 on page 7. So in table 1 here at the top, Mr. Singh, for the baseline exports, is this just State Water Project or is it both projects?
This is both projects. So I'm using these numbers from Dr. Paulson's testimony, and she had
okay.
both numbers. So if you just looked at just the State Water Project, those actually percents would be close to 20% in the column, last column. Yes.
Gotcha. Okay, that helps a lot. I think that answers my next question as well. Can we go down to table 2 on page 9? And Mr. Singh, is this your analysis or also Dr. Paulson's?
No, this is DWR's analysis.
Okay. And this shows, this is also 2043 CC50 modeling, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And setting aside the percentages, all of the absolute numbers here are increases in exports above no project conditions, correct?
That is correct. The first column there is long-term averages, average State Water Project export increased compared to the baseline for DCP ITP, and then other columns are unimpaired UIF scenarios layered on top of DCP criteria.
Okay. And so even for the 65% unimpaired flow bypass requirement, that would reflect an increase in State Water Project exports of 204,000 acre feet.
That is correct.
Okay. And the biggest changes as you layer in the unimpaired flow criteria, do I understand correctly that the biggest absolute changes occur in below normal years?
Yes.
Okay.
When you say absolute changes, I mean increase in exports, right?
In magnitude, the biggest change from no unimpaired flow criteria to the various unimpaired flow criteria. But the biggest percentage changes tend to occur in the critical years. In magnitude, they tend to occur in the below normal years, correct?
When you say, could you expand on that? Magnitude?
Yeah, the difference between 511 and 398 is the biggest difference for between those first two rows.
That's what it looks like, yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. That helps my understanding there. If we could jump down then to page 61 of Mr. Singh's testimony. So this section is your response to Dr. Rosenfield's comments, those 10 or so paragraphs about DSM-2, correct?
That is correct, yeah.
And this focuses on what is called DSM-2 qual, which is the temperature portion of the greater suite of DSM modeling, correct?
That is correct. So this is a model that we use for temperature modeling with and without DCP. Yeah.
Okay. So I have some questions about this, like in terms of the scope and the inputs and everything else. I'm really just focused on the temperature piece. I recognize there may be broader inputs for other parts of DSM-2. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay. First, do I understand correctly, DSM-2 qual is a one-dimensional model?
That is correct.
Okay. And the downstream boundary at the delta is basically at Martinez, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the DSM-2 qual model assumes uniform and instantaneous mixing, correct?
In what respect?
So of water temperatures.
Throughout the delta?
Well, so I mean, that's part of my question. Is that true throughout
Yeah.
the delta, or is that just at a specific location in the delta?
I think some of the criticism that Dr. Rosenfield was highlighting were for large water bodies like reservoirs and things like that. This is my understanding based on his testimony.
Okay, so as DSM-2 is used in the delta, does it assume uniform and instantaneous mixing over the entire area?
No, it does not.
And can you explain what that means in the context of the delta?
Maybe Dr. Eli Telovich can expand on that.
Model is discretized over computational reaches throughout the delta, each of which will have many little parcels of water in them. So it's actually kind of a fine discretization in qual, and each one of those independently has its own temperature. So the temperature is vertically averaged. The equations that feed it are target the water column average temperature, but laterally across different areas, it's different everywhere.
Okay, so let me make sure I understood that. For any of those individual locations where DSM-2 qual models a temperature, it's reporting one temperature for the entire vertical space of however big that location is.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. Does DSM-2 account for salinity gradients that exist through the delta?
Can you elaborate on that
in
question?
DSM-2 qual?
The salinity is handled identically, so it's it's discretized into small parcels, each of which has its own salinity, which is expressed in terms of conductance, specific conductance, or EC, and so those are transported from the boundaries, and you have a different concentration everywhere in the delta.
And the same vertical is all equal. As
That's
it
right.
moves laterally, it changes.
Yes.
Okay. And when you say salinity is that handled by DSM-2 qual or by some other aspect of the broader DSM-2 suite of tools?
I think maybe to expand on what Mr. Singh said, DSM-2 qual is the water quality module that was used with DCP. It has different levels of usage. Salinity is almost always, or EC is always included as one of the constituents that's modeled. But you have an expanding suite. One of them would expand to temperature, and then from there on to things like dissolved oxygen. So there's a tier of water quality that kind of switches that you turn on.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And I apologize if this is inartful. Does the salinity portion of the modeling interact with the temperature portion of the modeling? Like changes in salinity can change temperature. I'm curious if how the model deals with that.
Sorry, it's vague and ambiguous as if you're asking about how those things interact in the model or the modeling results. Could you please clarify?
I think I probably mean both. I didn't realize there was necessarily a difference in how I was asking that. So,
Well, then compound.
so Dr. Telovich, let me try it this way. In the delta, the salinity of the water is one of the things that can impact the temperature of the water, correct?
Not in a super meaningful way, no. I mean, it can do that through stratification, I guess, in the very western part of the delta, but it is not. I don't believe that there's an interactive term. I don't want to hesitate to say that definitively.
Okay. With respect to that sort of distribution or stratification, does the salinity that the model reflects influence at all the temperature that the model reflects?
And
or are those just independent variables?
Vague and ambiguous as to location.
Yeah, that would be important.
Well, you described stratification in the western part of the delta, so let's start there.
Okay, so as you move across Sassoon Bay, the influence of stratified flow goes down considerably, to the point where upstream of, I would say, Collinsville, it's a very occasional player in the hydrodynamics, and so that could have a very, very tiny influence. So, for instance, if you look at observed profiles of salinity and temperature through that main corridor, what you usually see is you kind of see the lean of a stratified dynamic where there's fresher water on the top and saltier water on the bottom, and you almost always see an almost perfectly well mixed temperature in those same observed profiles. For instance, the USGS does regular water quality cruises that go all the way from the Golden Gate up through Martinez and above the confluence, and the temperature is not usually, it's much less frequently stratified than the salinity.
And that you're describing observed results.
Those are just observations that I'm talking about.
Correct.
So, but that plays into how a particular model assumption might or might not be used upon.
Okay, I think that helps. Thank you. Mr. Singh, I want to turn back to your testimony. You described that you reviewed the Vroom and Nobrega studies that were submitted with Dr. Rosenfield's testimony or cited in his testimony.
Yes, I have reviewed portions of those documents, especially one related to changes in upstream inflows and what effect does it have on the delta temperatures, and also some discussion on changes in inflow temperatures and also the atmospheric forcing, which one is dominant at what location. And so that's the focus of my rebuttal.
Okay. As part of your review, or what you describe as your review of Vroom, did you use or run the model that paper is reporting about?
I did not.
Okay.
My analysis was limited to looking at DSM-2 qual validation results, based on the report that we have submitted. And then there was some mention in terms of the bias in the model that they used, and just a comparison between the two models. So
Okay.
that was my limit of my analysis.
All right. And am I correct in understanding that the model that's described in the Vroom paper is a three-dimensional as opposed to a one-dimensional model?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. If we could go scroll down just a little bit so we can see line 19. I think you just referred to this. Lines 18 and 19, you described the mean error is comparable to Vroom between minus 1.1 and 0.8, kind of as corrected. Are those numbers the mean error in Vroom or the mean error in DSM-2?
So the number that are listed there come from Vroom et al. I think that on page 9, there is a line that talks about those numbers. So those
Okay.
are numbers from Vroom et al.
Okay. And in your view, those are comparable to the mean error that exists within DSM-2?
Yes, so
Okay.
if you look at the report that we submitted in different locations in the delta, the range in terms of overestimation and underestimation is close to that.
Okay. Could we go down to page 63, please? Here at lines 5 through 6, you say instantaneous water temperatures in the delta vary based on many factors, not just flow, correct?
That is correct. Mhm.
Do you agree that flow is one of the many factors that influence instantaneous temperatures downstream of Hood?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to time.
Well, same times he's referring to in his declaration.
So, I mean, sorry, could you repeat your question one more time, please?
Yeah. So you described that there are lots of factors, right? Various factors or many factors cause variation in water temperature in the delta. I just want to know whether you agree that flow is one of those factors that causes variation of water temperature in the delta.
And again, vague and ambiguous. Are you talking about the sentence as throughout the day, so limited to the day, or different seasons?
So I'm talking about the sentence on lines 5 and 6. Do you see that sentence, Mr. Singh?
Yes.
Do you agree that flow is one of those many factors that you refer to in that sentence?
Yeah, and it also depends on the location in the delta and how much flow are we talking about. Based on my review of the literature that was part of this rebuttal, changes in flow or temperature from inflow maybe is more dominant near the boundaries, but as you go into the delta where you have tidal flows and higher residual velocities, atmospheric forcing becomes dominant.
Okay. And then you described that in your testimony yesterday and elsewhere that DSM-2 is a comparator being used here as a comparative tool. And so any inaccuracy in that tool would be reflected on both sides of the comparison, with and without projects. Do I understand that correctly?
That is correct. So all
Okay.
these models we're using in a comparative mode. So not the absolute predictions, but the change from one scenario to another.
So if, as Dr. Rosenfield described, the model is too coarse to notice small changes, does that mean that both sides of the comparison miss those small changes?
Well, I think I don't agree with Dr. Rosenfield's statement that it's too coarse. Based on the validation results that I have seen, model performs relatively good across the delta. There could be some locations where it's underestimating or some overestimating, but in terms of the validation results that I looked at, the model is doing a good job throughout the delta. So, so leaving that apart, but yeah, if you have two scenarios, any systematic bias that's in the model will cancel out.
Well, I guess I understand you don't agree with Dr. Rosenfield's opinion that the model is too coarse to notice these temperature changes. I appreciate your disagreement. I'm not here to argue about that. I don't understand how the fact that it's a comparative tool solves the coarseness problem. So that's what I'm trying to ask you.
Let's
Like
assume
if it just doesn't
the
notice on both
question-
sides, so what if it's comparative? Like, why does that matter?
the question assumes that the coarseness matters on both sides. So it's like asking the witness to admit something that he just said he disagrees with.
I asked the question, if it is too coarse, how does that factor in on the comparison on both sides? I understand the answer
Assumes
is
facts,
he
not
doesn't
in
think it's too coarse. It's a hypothetical question.
And assumes facts, not in evidence.
Well, overruled
Okay.
as a hypothetical. Mr. Singh.
Incomplete hypothetical.
So again, when you say it's too coarse, based on the validation results, the model is performing well. And so it's like a hypothetical that to me is kind of hard to answer. If there's some hypothetical, somehow the model is not doing good, how does that work in a comparative analysis?
All right, fair enough. I'll move on. So I want to turn now to what I asked Dr. Greenwood yesterday and some of the unimpaired flow modeling that was performed and submitted in the context of this. Ms. Mullen, if we could put DWR 829, which is Dr. Greenwood's surrebuttal testimony, on the screen. And Mr. Singh, I don't know if you were here yesterday. I asked him these questions. He said, it's a calcium 3 question. I should ask the modeling panel. So I apologize.
I wasn't here. So.
You got volunteered, so I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but I'm curious. And then if we could go to page 5, please. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. So, Mr. Singh, this is a table that Dr. Greenwood put together that compares the frequency of flows at certain locations and how often a flow threshold is either is met based on certain conditions. And it has a baseline column for 2043 CC50. And then, like the table we started with, or one of the tables you put together, right, with DCP and then with DCP with these various unimpaired flow bypass requirements. And I'll just start with the first row here, which is flows at Freeport, average flows November through May, how often those exceed 17,000 CFS. And Dr. Greenwood's analysis from the modeling output files was that without DCP, that happens 51.1% of the time. And that with DCP, with a 65% unimpaired flow requirement, the far right column, it happens 51.3% of the time, so more frequently with the project than without. Can you explain how adding DCP with whatever conditions exist would increase the frequency of those flows at Freeport?
So just to clarify, I think when Dr. Martin Greenwood is saying Freeport, that really is hood or downstream of the intakes.
Correct. And that's little footnote B at line 4 at the very bottom here. So I
Yeah.
think it's probably hood, but yes, downstream of the intake.
So it is after diversions.
Correct.
So yeah. So first of all, I think the change that you're referring to, it is pretty small, 0.2%, right? And especially for UIF 65, this is not because of DCP diversions. So within calcium, from month to month, there would be few months where there's a slight difference in Freeport flow, which is upstream of the intakes. It's not a DCP diversion, but upstream of the Freeport upstream of the intakes, there could be some minor differences when you're simulating two different scenarios. And this change is because of that. Just as in, I think, 2 or 3 months, there could be a slight difference in Freeport flow that's coming into the delta. And then that translates, even though there is no diversions, there's still at Hood, that flow is very, relatively a very small number is higher on average.
So let me just pause for a second, because it may be that the flow location that is listed here, like it says Freeport, Rio Vista, net delta outflow, etc., right? That is right, what Dr. Greenwood said is Freeport flows were based on the Sacramento River downstream of the intakes, calcium 3 output location at Hood. So the comparison he's making is at a location downstream of the intakes.
That's correct.
And the baseline is less frequent than adding the diversion upstream of that location. And I just I cannot understand how that happens. If it's just like the model gave you two different sets of results for flows upstream of the intakes and therefore downstream of the intakes, they were different. Like, I'm not sure that makes sense to me, but that's an answer. Is that what the attribution here?
Yes, that is the reason here. Maybe 2 or 3 months there was Freeport flow that is higher. So this is upstream of the intakes than an UIF scenario than the baseline scenario.
And how does that happen?
Maybe Mr. Fitzhugh can chime in on that, because he's the one who ran these models.
Yeah, I can happy to do that. I just wanted to make one other point, though, is that if you look at these DCP scenarios, a lot of them you see decreases, right? And I think that's what's confusing about the 65 is why there are no decreases. But the 65% standard is so high that the DCP is never being operated in the range of 17,000 or 20,000 CFS. So in that periods, in those months around those flow ranges, there's no DCP operations. So there is no mechanism that's going to, reduce the flow below the DCP location.
So I understand why it would be equal potentially, because there would be no diversions. That doesn't answer my question as to why the frequency went up once we stuck the DCP in, even if it didn't get operated.
Right. So, first point, I mean, this is 1 month that's different. It could be just 100 or 200 CFS difference in 1 month that's below 17 in one model and above it in the other. So this is extremely minor change. I do know of one mechanism that could account for this. There are, at times, because of the way the DCP operates, the release that's needed to meet an X2 standard in the delta can be a little bit higher, because DCP has an effect where when it diverts surplus, X2 moves a little bit to the east. And then when you get a later month when the X2 standard is controlling in the spring, then you have to release a little bit more. So that would be my hypothesis. And I did look at those results a little bit and find a couple months that do that. So I believe it is just a slight increase in releases from upstream reservoirs for X2. And that flow hits Freeport. There's nothing diverted at the DCP because you can't divert if you're in balance conditions, and then that flow goes out the delta.
All right, I appreciate that.
And again, this is very, very infrequent and fairly minor, but it does, I think, affect the operation slightly.
And then, I mean, the second row here, the Freeport 20,000 CFS, I assume the explanation is the same, that it goes 42.7 up to 43%.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's the same reason.
And then, all right. And I assume, yeah, okay. And then can we, Ms. Mullen, can we put DWR exhibit 2010 on the screen? So I think this gets at the same question. Mr. Fitzhugh or Mr. Singh, whichever one of you, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Fitzhugh's prepared that.
I'm sorry?
I said, Mr. Fitz, you prepared this document.
Okay, so can we go to PDF page 33, please? And look at table 21. So this is again a comparison between baseline conditions and DCP with a 65% unimpaired flow bypass requirement. And this reflects the difference in exceedance probability for monthly delta inflow in CFS. And here in the first row, the 10%, I guess this is the 10% of the wettest years in the model, shows an increase in delta inflow in December as compared to baseline. Do I understand that correctly?
I'm just reading the, yeah, so it's 65% versus the baseline. So yes, an increase compared to the baseline.
Okay, and so this is again adding the DCP with that 65% bypass requirement would increase delta inflow in the 10% wettest years in December, is what this shows.
Yeah, at least according to the model results, that's what it says, yes.
Okay. And then if we can go to page 63 of this same document, and look at table 87. So this is, I think, you can look at the caption and confirm this, but the same comparison, just net delta outflow index as opposed to delta inflow. But DCP with a 65% bypass requirement minus baseline, correct?
Okay.
And this shows a decrease in the December, the 10% of the wettest Decembers of delta outflow, whereas there was an increase of delta inflow, correct?
Right.
Can you explain that for me?
Well, I mean, in these wet periods, there could be DCP diversions. So that's why this could definitely show a decrease. I'm not so sure about the increase. I would have to probably look at the model a little bit more deeply. I did discuss in my tech memo about modeling artifacts, and it's possible that there's 1 month with an artifact that has a big change and causes that, but I can't really say unless I look at the model and review it.
And fair enough, and maybe I should have asked this when we were looking at the last table. Is the delta inflow that's reflected in this table upstream of the intakes?
Yeah, it's based on Freeport. The Sacramento component is based on Freeport
Okay.
flow, yes.
So if I wanted to compare that, I would have to find the output at Hood or just downstream of there to assess whether there's a difference between
this and outflow, right?
I mean, it's not really inflow, but inflow below the intake and outflow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's very helpful. I appreciate that. So I think that probably answers my next question. So, Ms. Mullen, can we do DWR 2009, please?
I'm going to object to any question about 2009 as Dr. Greenwood only cited to DWR Exhibit 2010 for putting together the tables, and this would be outside the scope of Sir rebuttal.
I mean, we haven't had an opportunity to ask witnesses about this because there was no direct testimony about it. And I think this all relates to differences in flows at various locations and inflow and outflow and how the DCP with these conditions affects that, which is, I mean, all of these questions came from reading Dr. Greenwood's testimony and trying to figure out the answer to why the percentages look the way they did in his tables.
All right, I'll allow these questions because I mean, normally if this came in not on Sir rebuttal, so there was in theory an opportunity. I understand there was no sponsoring witness. But in this case, it's so complicated, and I understand certain questions arise to understand subsequent testimony. So let's go there.
And I think I've only got two questions left, or two tables left. So I'll try and be quick here.
I just like to note for the record that this was produced in February prior to the cross-examination on the modeling, and this was produced at the request of the AHO. So it's fine, and I'll continue to listen and perhaps make additional objections, but it's not as if they couldn't have asked about this before.
Noted. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So Mr. Fitzhugh, I think I can short circuit this one. This is the stream flow model results for that same set of modeling conditions. Is the Freeport location here also upstream of the intakes?
I believe so. Yeah, it would be. We always call the location upstream Freeport.
Okay. Okay. And then the one last table I want to look at here is DWR 2008, which is, I think, the reservoir storage outputs.
Same objection. If we're just pulling up and confirming, why are we even asking questions? We're just confirming what's already in these documents.
Because candidly, I don't understand what is in the documents, and neither do the experts who I'm working with to try to help and figure out if we need to respond to it.
Please, Mr. Busher, go ahead.
Thank you. If we could go to page 50, please, of this document, Ms. Mullen. And look at table 65. So this, again, is a comparison between DCP with a 65% bypass requirement and baseline, and reflects end of month Oroville storage. And do I understand this correctly that negative values here would reflect greater reservoir outflow during those months and percentages of years?
Not necessarily. The outflow is going to correspond to the change between the months. So I'd want to look at the Feather River flows to confirm something like that.
Okay, so let me ask differently then. If we look at December at the 20% exceedance, it's negative 35,000 acre feet.
Right.
What does that mean?
Oroville storage in the 65% scenario was 35 TIF lower than the baseline on average for the whatever the 20% exceedance probability for December.
For those Decembers. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
But that doesn't necessarily reflect on average 35,000 more acre feet released from Oroville during the month of December?
No, because the release would be the difference between the prior month and December.
Okay.
And there may be some other factors too that I'm not thinking of, but.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. And then if we could go back to, we can take this down. I don't think I need this on the screen. Mr. Singh, you said in your testimony yesterday that Freeport flow frequency is unchanged by DCP. Can you explain what that means in the context of these changes at Freeport?
So when we look at exceedance plots with and without project, the proposed operations are that we're not changing, operations upstream, but within, from one model to another model, there could be some slight changes. But when you look at these exceedance probabilities, those flows changes are typically very small or none. But there could be a few months where there is some changes, and I think Mr. Fitzhugh talked about it, why there could be differences between the two models. But in terms of looking at exceedance plots, and if you look at the whole range, the Freeport flows are not changing with the project.
And just so we're clear here, in this context, Freeport is again upstream of the intakes.
Upstream of the intakes, yeah.
So
If you, look at some of those exceedance plots in those figures that on the documents that we looked at, it will show the whole range and how it's changing or not changing.
I mean, it looked to me like most months and most exceedance probabilities, the number was not zero, right? There was a difference between DCP operation and no DCP operation. So I don't understand what it means to say that it is not changed.
And sorry, just for clarification, are you talking about table 1 or are you talking about something else? Which was already testified as not at Freeport.
Yeah, I'm not talking about table 1. The Orville storage changes, the flows at Freeport at the table in 2009 that I didn't look at because I got an answer changes. Happy to put that on the screen. I just don't understand to say what it means to say that they don't change when in most of those individual columns or individual cells they do, right? They don't reflect no change at all from baseline.
Well, from a modeling perspective, I mean, some of those numbers that you're looking at, they are pretty small. To me, they're not significant changes. So there could be, a few months or a few examples, there could be, some changes, but if you look at the magnitude of those changes, I mean, no two models, if you're running one model versus another model, there could be slight differences. But if you look at different exceedance probabilities, say median and 75% or through the whole range, there is minimal changes, and that is the proposed operation. So only water that's moving, through the DCP is there's no stored water. It's mostly excess water, except any carriage water savings.
Okay. And I mean, I guess in your view, a change of 35,000 acre feet of storage in Orville is really small. I mean, as you describe it.
But I'm sorry, objection misstates testimony. We were just talking about flows, not storage changes at Oroville.
Okay.
And
So,
frankly, that mischaracterizes the testimony as well.
fair enough. I'll ask this first. You also testified yesterday that DCP does not propose any changes to upstream reservoir operations on the Sacramento River or on Sac River inflow to the Delta, correct?
I did, yes.
Okay. Is a change of 35,000 acre feet of end of month storage in December the same as no change in your view?
I'll have to see the example. What are you, which probability you're talking about? Typically, if you look at throughout the entire range, those numbers to me are very small and within the modeling tolerance.
I mean, what I was describing was table 65 in DWR 2008 that we just looked at.
Can you just put it back on the screen
We
if
can
you
put it
want to
back on the
ask more
screen.
questions, please?
Mr. Busher, will you kindly repeat that citation from as
Yeah,
well?
I'm sorry. It's DWR 2008, PDF page 50, table 65. It was the last document we had on the screen.
Thank you.
Yep. So 20% exceedance in December shows 35,000 acre foot difference between DCP and baseline under those conditions. Is that the same as no change?
To me, that is a small change.
Okay. And what about if we look at May at the 60% exceedance, 49,000 acre foot difference? Is that also no change in Orville?
I'm sorry, so, could you repeat that?
60% exceedance, May shows 49,000 acre feet difference. Is that the same as no change?
Yeah, what I see is that in some months it's slightly above, some months it is, slightly lower. So overall, those numbers are compared to the total storage volume, pretty small numbers.
That's all the questions I have for this panel. Thank you both for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Busher. That was fairly efficient. I believe next we have Mr. Cho. And with that, Mr. Cho, I will leave things to you. Looks like Dr. Priest is here, but I don't know if we need her to come on camera. Just let us know where you're going.
I may have a question for Dr. Priest, which sorry to hold her hostage like that, but it's not huge, but it just kind of depends on Mr. Singh's answers.
She's available. She got booted off and was logging on. So if you need her, just let us know and there she is.
Thanks.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Austin Cho, for North Delta Water Agency and Reclamation Districts 999, 2060, and 2068. My questions today will focus largely on Part 5 of Mr. Singh's revised Sir Rebuttal Testimony, DWR 142R, at pages 44 and 47. But as I noted, I may have a question to toss over to Dr. Priest. Good afternoon, Mr. Singh. It's nice to see you again.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good to see you too.
Starting with your response to point number 1 on page 44 of your testimony. Ms. Mullen, if we could please just pull that up. That response to point number 1 states the 1981 contract compliance question is, in practice, centered on a single monitoring station. Now, I heard you yesterday in your direct testimony say, quote, Ms. Williams' own testimony confirmed that really the compliance question is entirely about 3 Mile Slough. Do you recall saying that?
I do not recall, but what I'm trying to say there is that based on Ms. Williams' testimony, mostly the historical exceedances have happened at 3 Mile Slough, so that seems to be the station for focus in terms of DCP impacts.
So you are clarifying that you do not agree that the compliance question is entirely about 3 Mile Slough. Is that correct?
Well, the contract has 7 stations, and if you look at historical exceedances, as I've mentioned in my testimony, to my knowledge, based on the testimony that I've heard, there haven't been any exceedances at 5 of those 7 stations. The 3 Mile Slough is the one that has most historical exceedances, and Rio Vista maybe 10 days in 1 year.
And by compliance, you are, of course, referring to DWR's compliance with meeting the water quality criteria of the 1981 contract with North Delta Water Agency. Is that correct?
Yeah, when I'm saying compliance, I'm saying, yeah, 1981 contract has a certain water quality requirements, and meeting those requirements.
Whose practice are you referring to in that sentence when you say compliance is in practice centered on a single monitoring location?
So again, I think I've clarified that. What I'm trying to say there is that based on historical exceedances and looking at historical ECs and what the standards were, majority of those times at other stations, the historical ECs have been much lower than the standard, except for 3 Mile Slough. And in terms of looking at DCP impacts, that is one station that at least my cerebral has focused on.
So in practice, are you referring to your own practice and how you've viewed compliance with the contract?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of when I say practice, what I'm trying to say there is that is one station of focus for this analysis.
You mentioned that you've been following the testimony of North Delta Water Agency's witnesses. Were you following during the rebuttal cross-examination in June when Ms. Williams testified that in practice, North Delta Water Agency has her firm MBK engineers routinely track water quality at each of the 7 monitoring locations?
Yes, I'm sure they are tracking at each station, and I believe I've seen data related to that, but I think I've already clarified what I meant by that first paragraph there, in practice.
Okay, that's helpful clarification, since the wording in your testimony just prompted some questions for me. So you're not saying that DWR in practice only considers water quality at 3 Mile Slough for its compliance with the contract, correct?
I'm not saying that, no.
Okay. Mr. Singh, you have previously stated that you have some familiarity with the water quality requirements of the 1981 contract. Do you recall saying that?
I did, yes.
And is it your understanding that the 1981 contract, I'll strike that actually, you already commented that the contract does expressly identify 7 water quality monitoring stations, correct?
That is to my knowledge, yes.
Ms. Mullen, could you please bring up the 1981 contract, and that would be Exhibit DWR 414. And turn to page 3 when you get there, please. Thank you. Mr. Singh, are you familiar specifically with recital L of the 1981 contract?
I am not.
Okay. So I'll represent to you because it touches on the water quality requirements of the contract. That recital L reflects the view of DWR and North Delta Water Agency that the delta has an existing salinity gradient, and that the water quality in the delta near the upstream monitoring locations is understood to be better than the westerly portion that is most affected by ocean salinity intrusion. Would you disagree with the statement in that recital?
No, I don't disagree.
Ms. Mullen, if we could just scroll down to the next page and briefly take a look at section 2B, which is part of the water quality requirements of the 1981 contract. Mr. Singh, is it consistent with your understanding of the water quality requirements that in addition to the numerical water quality criteria at all 7 monitoring locations, this section 2B states that DWR agrees to not alter delta hydraulics in a manner as to cause measurable adverse changes in the ocean salinity gradient? Again, that's referenced in recital L, or the relationship among the 7 monitoring locations and the interior points in the delta upstream from those locations?
Objection, the document speaks for itself, and also these appear to be outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony, as that no one's talking about the contract, we're talking about the testimony and the record and what the modeling shows.
Yeah, Mr. Singh's first responsive point talks about the 1981 contract compliance question and relative to the monitoring locations identified in that contract.
I think that's fair. Let's go back to, I'm not sure, Mr. Cho, if you need to ask your last question,
I was not,
but we're all looking at 2B. So
I was asking Mr. Singh because he has familiarity with the water quality requirements, and this is the water quality section of the contract. If it is consistent with his understanding that section 2B, in addition to requiring specific criteria for each of the monitoring locations, also states that DWR agrees not to alter delta hydraulics in a manner that would cause measurable adverse changes in the ocean salinity gradient or the relationship among the 7 monitoring locations and the interior points in the delta upstream from those locations.
Yeah, my focus of my rebuttal was not on part B.
Do you understand where I'm going with that? Referring back to the upstream interior monitoring locations as having a relationship with the more westerly monitoring locations, namely 3 Mile Slough.
Calls for speculation. Also, I believe this is outside the scope.
So Mr. Cho, you're getting at, let's back up and just ground where you're going with this, which is you're trying to understand Mr. Singh's testimony regarding relevant compliance locations for purposes of this contract. And so we're talking about the specific terms to investigate whether Mr. Singh considered these particular terms in making that statement. Is that generally where you're going?
Yes, I don't want to put words in Mr. Singh's mouth, but my interpretation of the first point in his rebuttal testimony is that the real important monitoring location under the 1981 contract is 3 Mile Slough, and then disregards the others because of the fact that there are not identified exceedances of criteria at those interior upstream locations. And so Mr. Singh's conclusion is that the compliance question is in practice centered on a single monitoring location. And I'm trying to explore his understanding of the full extent of the water quality requirements in the contract that Mr. Singh claims he's familiar with.
I think
That's
that
outside the scope
Ms.
because
Morris.
yeah,
Yes.
that's outside the scope of his rebuttal testimony because she has 2 paragraphs. And all this is suggesting is that Ms. Williams' own testimony and looking at the historical water quality exceedances, which I believe were all just the salinity requirements, and no one's ever talked about this provision. So how can that be within the scope of the rebuttal testimony? It's not mentioned here, it's not quoted here, and I do not believe Ms. Williams raised that in her testimony either. So how can this be within the scope of his rebuttal?
Maybe let's ask Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh, did you consider these provisions of the contract when you were reaching your conclusions in your rebuttal testimony?
No, I did not. My focus was primarily the information that was presented in terms of exceedances, frequency of those exceedances based on the water quality requirements at different stations, and that is solely focus of my rebuttal here.
So I don't know if that satisfies where you're going, Mr. Cho, but I think now we've established that Mr. Singh did not consider these provisions. So
it ties into a question that I think is probably closing the loop. So I'll see where that goes. Mr. Singh, with this additional information regarding the water quality requirements of the 1981 contract, would you agree that even if the interior upstream monitoring locations do not typically control for salinity impacts, that the relationship of those locations and the accompanying ocean salinity gradient can play a role in 1981 contract compliance?
Objection outside the scope calls for a legal conclusion. Vague as to play a role.
I think that is fair. I'm going to sustain that objection, Mr. Cho, although I think you've made your point. So thank you.
All right. If we could go back to your testimony, Mr. Singh, thank you, Ms. Mullen, if we could jump back there. So in paragraph 98, you go on to state that Ms. Williams' own testimony confirms that the majority of historical 1981 contract water quality criteria exceedances have occurred at the Sacramento River at 3 Mile Slough. Do you see that line?
Yes.
You are aware, however, that the most westerly compliance location under the 1981 contract was at Edmonton before it moved to 3 Mile Slough in 1997, correct?
That is correct.
How does the number of days of water quality exceedances at 3 Mile Slough compare to the number of days of exceedances at Edmonton before that switch in 1997?
Objection outside the scope.
Overruled.
Did you repeat that, please?
Of course. How does the number of days of water quality exceedances at 3 Mile Slough, which you just commented on, compare to the number of days of exceedances at Edmonton before the switch in 1997?
Again, this is clearly outside the scope. He didn't do that analysis. This question assumes he did that analysis. Maybe that would be the question. That he looked at Edmonton prior to the switch.
Mr. Singh's statement in black and white letters is that the majority of historical 1981 contract water quality criteria exceedances have occurred at the Sacramento River at 3 Mile Slough. I'm testing Mr. Singh's knowledge of the historical exceedances under the 1981 contract. It's directly tied to his testimony.
And allow Mr. Singh, if you know an answer, you can answer. And if your answer is, I don't know, because I didn't do that analysis, then that's a fine answer too. Please.
Yeah, I did not do that analysis. Most of the analysis that's focused in my rebuttal or the statements that I'm making are since 1997. And further on, when I do some more analysis, that's past 2010. So it's more recent period than prior to 97. I haven't looked at any analysis before 97.
Okay, so you would qualify that statement to that date?
Yeah.
Okay. Turning back to your testimony at paragraph 98 again, you do acknowledge that there have also been days of exceedances at the Rio Vista location. But for the remaining 5 monitoring locations, you state no exceedance has been identified since 1997. Is that accurate?
That is my understanding.
What is the significance in your mind of the year 1997 for those other locations?
I think that 1997 was the date where we had some data, or at least the data was submitted in terms of what the standards were and what the ECs were. So I don't think I have data prior to that was presented.
Elaborate, please.
I'm sorry?
You said that was the date that data was submitted by whom?
Or I've seen data past 1997. Most of the discussions that we've had as part of this rebuttal, in the MISA rebuttal, the data that I've seen is after 1997.
And who participated in those conversations that you had?
Participated in what conversations? I'm not sure I understand.
The conversation you just mentioned about rebuttal.
Testimony. He's talking about this proceeding clearly.
Yeah, I'm talking about this proceeding discussions or rebuttal testimonies and case in chief testimonies.
So you have not seen any data on those 5 other locations in the years prior to 1997?
Objection outside the scope. The statement it says it's been identified since 1997. So anything prior to that would not be applicable to the scope of this rebuttal testimony.
Which
I don't know if Mr. Singh is referring to his own analysis or if he's saying that no one has identified exceedances since 1997. He doesn't attribute the action to any individual person. I'm trying to clarify that.
Fair enough. Please, Mr. Singh.
I can narrow in on that. Are you referring just that you have not identified any exceedances since 1997 at these 5 monitoring locations?
Yes, based on the data that I have seen, I have not seen any exceedances since 97.
Let's move on to your response to point number 2, in which you state Ms. Williams' historical extrapolation on the likelihood of more water quality exceedances failed to account for DWR's proposed operating constraints. In paragraph 100 at the bottom of page 44 and continuing on to page 45, you state that the 1981 contract exceedances have historically occurred during periods of sustained low Freeport flow of 8,000 to 9,000 CFS or less, and that the DCP bypass flow rules would have limited or eliminated DCP diversions during those times. Is that an accurate summary?
Yeah, yep.
When you say historically occurred, are you again referring to anything more than the exceedances that you've seen at 3 Mile Slough since 1997?
Yeah, that is based on the exceedances that I've seen, and I did do an analysis of exceedances post 2010, which is in the later part of my testimony, where I looked at historical exceedances and what the Freeport flows were during those exceedances since 2010.
At 3 Mile Slough?
Yes. Freeport flow and exceedances at 3 Mile Slough, yes.
Thank you. Before we jump into Exhibit NDWA 24, which you cite, I don't see anywhere in your rebuttal testimony where you state what the proposed DCP bypass flow rules are. By any chance, are you referring to the bypass criteria summarized in Table 3 of Exhibit DWR 104R?
What I'm referring to is that, yeah, DCP bypass flow criteria based on the DCP ITP that was issued.
And Ms. Mullen, can we bring up Exhibit DWR 104R? That's one of the easier tables to see those rule sets. If we could scroll down to pages 9 and 10, probably start at 9. And just to confirm and reorient you, Mr. Singh, this is table 3, which I understand is a summary of the bypass rules imposed by the ITP for the DCP. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes.
And the bypass rules that are framed in this table 3 supersede any of the bypass proposed rules that were laid out in the preceding table 2. Is that correct?
Can we see table 2, please, in this document before the witness has to answer that question?
Yes. So the table 2 is criteria that was in the EIR. Post EIR, there were changes, and that's what the table 2 is based on the ITP.
These were associated with the ITP application. Is that right?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
The table 2 provisions were associated with the ITP application.
Table 2, let me confirm. At least the level 1, 2, 3 are, I'm not sure in terms of pulse protection, whether this is one pulse versus multiple pulses. So it's kind of hard to read, but there were some changes from EIR to ITP application as well.
That's fine for my purposes. I'm interested just in the bypass rules that you're referencing. So if we could scroll back down to table 3, Ms. Mullen, please. Now, are any of these bypass rules specifically designed to meet the water quality criteria of the 1981 contract?
No, they're not.
Okay. And as we can see here, I know that's somewhat small. We can zoom in as you need. This table just show different minimum bypass flow requirements for different months, ranging, I believe, from 5,000 CFS in September and August up to 20,000 CFS in March and May. Is that consistent with your understanding of the table?
Could you repeat that? Sorry, which March through May, what flows?
I was describing the range of minimum bypass flow requirements for the different months, and I noted that in September and August, the minimum bypass flow requirement is 5,000, and that's on the next page, Ms. Mullen, if you want to scroll down quickly. And then if we scroll back up, it goes up to a minimum of 20,000 CFS in March and May.
That is correct. So March and May, there is no diversions below 20,000 CFS. And then between 20 and 35, there is up to 3%.
Great. And are you aware, do you know if all of these minimum bypass flow amounts in this table 3 are calculated using a 3-day average?
I do not believe so. June might be 3-day average, but other months, there's also some instantaneous requirements or daily requirements.
Yeah, I noticed there are some instantaneous requirements and then 25-hour running average requirements. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
And could you briefly describe the difference between those two bypass flow requirements, between the instantaneous and 25-hour running average?
When you say describe the difference, I'm not sure if I understand your question.
How is an instantaneous bypass flow measured?
So the instantaneous is, and again, that is, we're not sure what time period we're talking about, but instantaneous is near the intakes, and that is mostly for, flows at 10,000 and below. And it will be measured at the intake.
Okay. Could we jump over to Exhibit AHO 65, which is the actual ITP for the DCP? And if we go to page 205, Mr. Singh, I trust you're familiar with this section 11.111 and its subsections in the incidental take permit for the DCP.
It's been a while since I looked at it, but I have looked at it at one point.
Is it your understanding that this section and its subsections pertain to the DCP bypass rules that are summarized in Table 3 of DWR 104R?
Yes.
If we could please scroll down to the bottom of page 208. And if we look here at the seasonal operations, and please let me know, Mr. Singh, if we need to scroll up to orient yourself. This is a section regarding seasonal operations and sets the bypass rules for November 1 through July 30th. And it's the second bullet from the bottom there. It states that DWR shall not divert from the DCP unless there is an instantaneous bypass of 10,000 CFS and a 25-hour running average of 6,000 CFS. You see that?
See that.
The instantaneous bypass flow and 25-hour running average are both different than a 3-day running average at Freeport. Is that consistent with your understanding?
Yes, could be.
Now, here's a short hypothetical for you based on that bypass rule on your screen. During the month of November, provided that CDFW has not transitioned the November default criteria to December criteria, assuming that a 25-hour running average of 6,000 CFS and a 10,000 CFS instantaneous flow are maintained at the Sacramento River location, do the DCP bypass rules apply any other constraints on how much water DWR can divert at the North Delta intakes?
So again, a DCP criteria that we're discussing here, that is maximum allowable diversions. But there are other factors that will come into play in terms of what the actual diversions are. Just because we're allowed that amount, there's other factors that are dictating how much we can divert.
Where does this specify maximum allowable diversions for the month of November?
What I meant is when I say allowable diversions means maintaining bypass flow. So if there's 8,000 CFS, you could divert whatever the criteria is while maintaining the bypass flow.
Okay. But you would agree that the bypass rules themselves, which we have here in front of you, would not constrain diversions, assuming that the instantaneous flows are at 10,000 CFS or more, and the 25-hour running average is at 6,000 CFS or more, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Constrain what?
Yes, assuming that we're in the month of November, CDFW has not transitioned the November default criteria to December criteria. So we're just looking at this second to the bottom bullet. And there is an assumed 25-hour running average of 6,000 CFS and an instantaneous flow of 10,000 CFS that are both maintained at the Sacramento River location. The DCP bypass rules that you describe in your rebuttal testimony and are in front of you here on the screen do not constrain how much water DWR can divert, correct?
The bypass flow by themselves don't, but if you look at the modeling that has been presented, that takes into account not just the bypass flow, but all the other requirements that we have to meet. And taking that calcium is a representation of how operators operate the project. So there's other factors that are coming into play in terms of how much we can divert.
Sure. I'm just talking about what you related in your testimony and what we have here. So we're just only talking about the bypass rules right now.
Objection, incomplete hypothetical, asked and answered.
I wasn't asking a question. So on to my next question. Is it your understanding, Mr. Singh, that real-time operational changes that DWR and the North Delta Diversion Monitoring Team might make based on weekly risk assessments under condition 11.111.3 of the ITP could lower the required minimum bypass requirements in a given month?
I'm not sure if we can lower the requirement.
Is there anything in the ITP that would prevent that from happening?
When lowering of the standards or requirements? I mean, the way I understand is it could get more stringent, at least in November, or December criteria could apply.
To answer my question, you're not aware of a restriction against lowering it. That's just your assumption that it would not.
I'm not aware of any restriction that would lower it.
If we could please now go over to the exhibit that you reference in your testimony, which is NDWA 24. And do you recall referencing this exhibit in your rebuttal testimony? We can jump back to that if you need to refresh your memory.
Yeah, I think I know where that is. Yeah.
Okay. For background, this was an exhibit in North Delta Water Agency's case in chief, I believe, that shows at the 3 Mile Slough monitoring location in the year 2018 from October through December. And in addition to the standard North Delta Water Agency lines that we all know and love, the red contract criteria line and the blue EC line, we also have 2 yellow lines here, one of which is the 3-day average of Freeport shown in the solid yellow line. And the other is a lighter yellow line that goes up and down, covers a wider swath. And that is also Freeport flows, but measured in 15-minute increments. Is that consistent with your understanding of this graph?
Yes.
Okay. And you note in your testimony that the 3-day average at Freeport shown in that solid yellow line there is within or below the 8,000 to 9,000 CFS range in the 2 weeks of November 7th approximately to November 21st, just before the exceedance occurrence on November 21st. Is that right?
Preceding exceedance, yes.
Okay. And that red line, as I noted, is the applicable 1981 contract water quality criteria for 3 Mile Slough at that time of the year. And we see that the blue line measuring electrical conductivity steadily increases in October and November, and then exceeds that criteria line on November 21st, and then falls back down below it on December 1st. Is that what you are seeing there on the screen?
Yes.
And based on this chart, do you see a direct one-to-one correlation between flows at Freeport and salinity at 3 Mile Slough?
Could you repeat that? Flow.
Yes. Based on this chart, do you see a direct one-to-one correlation between the 3-day average of flows at Freeport and the salinity measured in EC at 3 Mile Slough?
I do see that there was an increase in flow right after those exceedances, or in the middle of those exceedances, and then the EC dropped. Is that what you're referring to?
I was asking more of the shapes of the relative shapes of the lines. I do agree with your view there that there is a relationship, there is a correlation, certainly. But would you say that this is a one-to-one, that the lines are parallel to one another?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's one-to-one all the time, but at least this period that you're looking at, I do see increase and a drop.
Okay. Do you see that the 3-day average line for flows at Freeport increases to 10,000 CFS around November 23rd after the start of the water quality exceedance?
Kind of hard to read, but the date, but I do see it reaching 10,000 at some point during that exceedance period.
And that Freeport flow line remains above that level for the remaining 9 days of the exceedance period. Do you see that?
Yes.
In your opinion, are the minimum bypass rules protective of the 1981 contract criteria in this instance if they would allow diversions while an exceedance is still ongoing?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
You can respond, Mr. Singh, and we will discount any legal assessment, not in your legal opinion, but your technical opinion.
Yeah, I'm happy to caveat that this is within your understanding since you're testifying about the Freeport bypass flows being protective. This is all within the context of your testimony, Mr. Singh.
So again, what I see is that it's pretty dry conditions and low Freeport flows. And like I said, before the exceedance started, 8,000 to 9,000. And based on calcium modeling that I've seen under those flows, we see minimal DCP diversions. So taking into account the bypass flow criteria and other requirements that are throughout the year, the frequency that I see in terms of DCP diversions in dry situations like this is very small when you look at number of diversions, say above 100 CFS as an example that I gave. I looked at not only just this year, but all the historical periods and came up with average 3-day flows and what that means in terms of DCP diversions based on the modeling.
Well, to be clear, Mr. Singh, you did not look at all historical periods, correct? You looked at since 1997 or possibly since 2010.
Yeah, for all the exceedances since 2010, and this is 2018.
Yeah, I'd just like to refer you back to the start of paragraph 100 of your testimony. If we need to pull it up, we can, but I will have more questions on this graph. But you state that the contract exceedances have historically occurred during periods of sustained low Freeport flow on the order of 8,000 to 9,000 CFS net daily flow or less. And
Okay.
I'm specifically asking you about the point in time in which the Freeport flows are above 10,000 CFS, and yet there's still an exceedance of the water quality criteria. Do you see that location?
Yeah, and what's driving that is low flows previous to that exceedance. So it's not like an immediate response. You see, there were sustained low flows prior to that exceedance, and that's what drove that EC to go up. While there are changes that are happening later, but it takes time to respond to those flows.
Understood. But you acknowledge that there can be instances where if the DCP is only governed by the DCP bypass rules that you discussed in your testimony, then when we are above the low flow range that you described of 8,000 to 9,000 CFS and going even beyond 10,000 CFS, that nothing in the ITP bypass rules or anything that you describe in your testimony would limit or constrain November diversions from the DCP once the Freeport flows are past that 10,000 CFS point, correct?
So again, not just the bypass flow, but there is, other factors that come into play when we have conditions like this. And a lot of that is in the model, and I'll take that as a metric of how much you would divert in dry conditions like this.
I'm
So
trying to
it's
keep
not-
focus within your sir rebuttal testimony, Mr. Singh. You did not write about other factors that would also act as limiting controls on diversions. So I don't want to go outside the scope of that. I want to try to stick with what you've got written, if that's okay.
But I'm sorry, the witness should be allowed to answer, especially because the question goes beyond the scope, and to give a full answer. You can't constrain the witness when you ask a much broader question. That is not
My question was
fair.
not broader.
Yes,
My
it is.
question was, do the DCP bypass rules have limitations on diversions when we are above 10,000 CFS at Freeport?
And then you said, and there's nothing else that would prevent them from diverting. And the witness is giving a full answer because you're trying to limit it to just one factor and ignore the remaining factors.
I didn't ask about those other factors.
So, but let's back up, Mr. Cho. What are you trying? Because do you want? We can go where you want to go, but I don't know if you want Mr. Singh to opine about. It sounds like you don't want him to talk about these other factors. So I'm not sure about the relevance of this testimony if we're going to look at if we ignore other factors and set them aside and look only at the bypass flows. Are you just trying to are you just trying to determine whether Mr. Singh's understanding of the ITP includes other constraints on diversion, or just his understanding, or we're just talking about how the bypass flows work? Where are you going?
I'm sticking to the scope of Mr. Singh's sir rebuttal testimony. This is what he said is protective of 1981 contract criteria, and I'm exploring the extent to which that is the case, because I'm looking at the limitations of the DCP bypass rules, and I'm looking at Mr. Singh's testimony about them, and there's not a match in terms of where we see contract exceedances occurring, and yet the DCP bypass rules would allow DCP diversions.
Okay.
DCP diversions.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, the question was, and then we are above the low flow range that you described of 8,000 to 9,000 CFS and going even beyond 10,000, that nothing in the ITP bypass rules or anything would constrain the DCP from diverting. And the witness is saying that's not true, and that you can't limit the witness to say only consider this one thing and not other things, and answering the question fully. That is ridiculous.
I don't believe I said or anything. If I did, I misspoke. I'm only asking about the DCP bypass rules.
I'm reading from the transcript above on the closed caption.
Let's try the question again, Mr. Cho, please.
I'll move on. Looking at the lighter yellow line, Mr. Singh, which I previously represented, is the Freeport flows as measured every 15 minutes. Would that be close enough to what you would consider an instantaneous flow measurement as described in the ITP?
I would think so.
Okay. Is there a single day in this graph where the maximum instantaneous flow at Freeport is less than 10,000 CFS?
In this exceedance here, in this period where we have exceedance. Could you repeat that, please?
Yes. Oh, sorry. I nodded my head. I should have vocalized that. Yes. Is there a single day in this specific graph where the maximum instantaneous flow, meaning the 15-minute interval flow measurements, is less than 10,000 CFS?
I'm not sure if I understand what you mean by maximum instantaneous flow.
You see how the little light yellow line goes up and down in
Yes.
pretty close. So that the highest points corresponding with each day that's laid out on the x-axis below.
Yes, so there's part of the days where you have, instantaneous flow lower than 10,000, and then there's times when it's higher.
Right. And my question was, is there a day where the maximum instantaneous flow at Freeport is less than 10,000 CFS?
It's kind of hard to see, but most of the days I do see, or a lot of days I see where instantaneous 15-minute data is higher than 10,000.
Thank you. And I understand that it's not the easiest thing to see there. Based on that general curve of the 3-day running average line and where and how it appears to stay above 7,500 CFS, is there a point you could see where a 25-hour running average of bypass flows would be less than 6,000 CFS at any point in this chart?
Are you asking the witness to calculate a new bypass flow with a new criteria that's not shown on this chart and is outside the scope of his rebuttal testimony? If so, I object.
I'm not asking for a calculation, more of an eyeball. Do you have a sense, Mr. Singh, of what a 25-hour average line would look like relative to a 3-day average line?
I do not. I have to get the data and do some calculations and plot.
Sure. Does the 3-day running average line appear to drop below 7,500 CFS? Or rather, does it drop less than 6,000 CFS at any point in this chart?
You said the 3-day average?
Yes, the darker yellow line.
I do not see anything. Just eyeballing it, I don't see it below 6,000.
Okay. So based on what we discussed when we were looking at the ITP provisions for the November bypass rules, which called for a 10,000 CFS instantaneous flow and 6,000 CFS 25-hour running average, is there any point on this graph where the November diversions would be constrained by the DCP bypass rules?
Just looking at DCP bypass rules in isolation, maybe, there will be times when it's allowed, but to me, that doesn't mean there will be DCP diversions.
Sure. I'd like to turn to paragraph. Oh, sorry, Dr. Talevich, did you have a
I
comment?
just wanted to clarify, and I'm sorry if I'm asking a remedial question, but it seems to me half the times wouldn't qualify. I mean, you've got all the parts of the tide that are below 10,000. It's just a fraction of a day. That would
Right,
be
but yeah, that's in reference to the instantaneous flow requirement,
that's what I was referring to.
which does not mean that every instantaneous flow needs to be above 10,000 CFS. It's just at an instance in the day needs to be 10,000 CFS. I don't want to testify on this, but
Well, wait, let's clarify that point because that's not my
Sure.
understanding of what an instantaneous bypass flow means. So now I'm confused. Mr.
So-
Maybe I'll ask Mr. Singh, what is your understanding of the frequency with which an instantaneous bypass flow would be measured for purposes of the ITP? Do you have an understanding?
I think those details are still to be worked out. To me, it is 15-minute. That's what I would call it, instantaneous. At least the gauges that we have, they measure every 15 minutes, but how that will be implemented, design, I'm not sure. I'm not an expert in that.
And
And
as
then,
far as your, sorry, go ahead.
thank you. And maybe you don't know the answer to this. Just let me know if you are the wrong person. I know you're a modeler. Do you have an understanding as to whether the DCP could or would be operated to turn on and off in a less than, within a 24-hour period?
Yes.
That
And
it,
yeah.
that it could, that
Yes.
it could be operated that way at least.
Yes.
Okay. Thank
That
you.
is my understanding. Yeah.
Mr. Cho, back to you.
Yeah, just to put a pin or a bow on that, I guess. There's nothing in the ITP that you're aware of that states when the instantaneous flow must be measured in a given day.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay.
In terms of what the definition of instantaneous is.
Okay. If we could go back to paragraph 101 of your testimony, please.
One thing I do want to point out is that all these instantaneous requirements, at least from a modeling perspective, were implemented in DSM-2. So the results that we see were based on, this instantaneous requirement. In addition to this, there's also a sweeping velocity requirement that is also instantaneous. So the results in terms of what we see, DCP effects on EC, take into account these instantaneous diversions and criteria.
Sure. But back to your testimony, DWR's proposed bypass flow rules would not specifically minimize or eliminate north delta diversions at any point in this chart here, correct?
Bypass criteria themselves, but they're not meant to be just, implemented in isolation with the rest of the requirements.
I understand. I'm referring back to your written testimony that says these bypass flow rules are specifically designed to minimize or eliminate north delta diversions during the exact low flow conditions that have led to 1981 contract exceedances.
Yeah, and what I'm meaning there is that when you implement these ITP bypass flow criteria, which the model does, the diversions that I have presented when the NDD is operated under those conditions, with these bypass criteria and other requirements, those diversions are minimal.
Right, but it's the other requirements doing the work, correct?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to doing the work.
Well, we just established that it's not the DCP bypass flow rules that are constricting diversions in the model in this particular instance.
Is that a question for Mr. Singh?
Well, that is what we established, and I was just confirming that the other factors that Mr. Singh added would be potentially the things that do limit the diversions in the modeling. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Singh?
Well, what I'm saying is that we have modeled DCP proposed operations, and that's in conjunction with South Delta facilities, all the regulatory requirements that we have to meet. And when I look at modeling results, which use this bypass criteria, the diversions that we see at North Delta intakes under these low flow conditions are minimal. And that is consistent with expectation that DCP is primarily diverting during access flows. And that is evident from the modeling.
Thank you for the clarification. But as you're sitting here today, you cannot point to a single bypass rule specifically that would minimize or eliminate diversions on any day presented in this figure.
Again, if you're looking at just the bypass flow in isolation,
yes,
those bypass flows may allow diversion, but that doesn't mean that if you look at the whole 100-year simulation, the bypass flow allow up to 6,000 CFS doesn't mean that we are diverting 6,000 all the time. So that is an upper limit, but you have to take that into account. Other criteria and operations when we were looking at how DCP would be operated. And calcium 3 modeling that was done is meant to reflect that or mimic those operations.
Understood. Ms. Muller, could we please switch back to Mr. Singh's rebuttal testimony to paragraph 101?
While we're doing this, I'm not sure how much longer Mr. Cho has, but it's 3 o'clock. It might be a good time to take a break.
Mr. Cho.
I probably have about a half hour left. I was hoping to whittle questions down, and I wound up adding some more when I was waiting for my turn. So I'm happy to take a break now.
Let's go ahead. Let's do that. We'll take a 12-minute break. We'll come back at 3:10. Thank you. Welcome back to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And we have Mr. Singh, Mr. Cho, and I want to make sure there we have Ms. Morris. I think we can start back up again. Back to you, Mr. Cho.
Thank you. Mr. Singh, just real quickly, it occurred to me while we were on our break, you mentioned that the ITP bypass flow requirements were incorporated into the model it runs, correct?
Mr. Singh, we can't hear you. I think you may be on mute. Well, you're not on mute on Zoom, but.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm sorry, could you repeat that question, please?
Yes. When we were speaking before the break, I believe you mentioned that the bypass flow requirements from the ITP were implemented in the model runs. At least some of them, correct?
Vague and ambiguous as to which model runs.
Is it the case that the ITP bypass flow requirements were incorporated into the updated ITP model run and the 2 climate change model runs?
Yes.
How was the instantaneous bypass flow rule implemented in the model?
So instantaneous requirements were implemented in DSM-2, which is a model that follows CalSIM. So within CalSIM, we do have some representation of instantaneous requirement because there is some requirements related to sweeping velocities, where you have to maintain certain sweeping velocities. So that implementation is in CalSIM. But then once we get the versions from CalSIM and we run DSM-2, we are checking these instantaneous requirements that are in the ITP and only diverting when we're meeting those requirements in terms of, say, 10,000 CFS instantaneous requirement.
Try to make it so that this question isn't too vague, but when does the model that utilizes that instantaneous flow requirement check the instantaneous flow? Is there a set time in a given day in the model simulation, or what is the rule that describes that?
It's throughout the day. It's a 15-minute time step in the model where we are looking at flows and only diverting when there's obviously positive flows and instantaneous flow is greater than 10,000 in the month the requirement is applicable. So it is on a 15-minute time step in DSM-2.
Okay. And I appreciate your patience bearing with me since I'm not a modeler, and this is all very foreign to me. We saw in that exhibit NDWA 24 that the 15-minute flow measurements at Freeport vary pretty considerably. The range between the highs and the lows was quite large. So as we saw, there could be instances where an instantaneous flow is below 5,000 CFS, and other times in the same day where that flow is above 10,000 CFS. How does the model treat that instantaneous flow requirement given that? If it's sorry, I'm rambling, but this is an important qualification. If the model is continuously taking 15-minute instantaneous reads, wouldn't that change the ability to operate the DCP in the model?
So in a model on a sub-daily time step, it is only diverting in only those time steps where there is that instantaneous flow requirement being met. So that is so the model will not divert if either that flow or sweeping velocity requirement is not met. So it'll during the day it will take diversions when we are meeting those requirements and try to capture what calcium allotted in terms of diversions that are for that month or day.
Is that your understanding of how actual operations behave as well? That there's a time in the day where diversions can occur and another time where they just can't because that instantaneous flow is not there?
Yes, that's how it'll have to be operated to meet, because there's not, in addition to this 10,000, there's also a sweeping velocity requirement, which we have to maintain 0.6 feet per second across this screen, and that's instantaneous. So when you have tide coming in, negative flows, we can't divert.
Yeah, it might help to also to mention there are several places in the Delta where that type of tidal criterion is already in play. It guides the Sassoon Marsh Gate opening, closing, and it's in effect for the opening, closing of Clifton Court as well. So it's not unusual to have sort of an actuator that's based on tides.
Okay. Yeah, that just I'm interested to hear that, especially since hearing Officer Kenzie's question about the capabilities of the pumps to be flipped on and off in the span of a day. It sounds like they can be flipped on and off in smaller segments than that.
I'm going to just object. I feel like we've gone far afield. I know we've gone a little bit out, but this feels like clearly outside the scope of the serve rebuttal and really digging into operations. And we've already been pretty far afield.
My question was about the model incorporation of the bypass rules, which is squarely in Mr. Singh's wheelhouse. But I'll move on. It was an errant thought that I had. So let's see. We are back to your serve rebuttal testimony, Mr. Singh. I'd like to turn to paragraph 101, which is on page 45. If we could open that up, Ms. Mullen. Okay. This is the paragraph in which you link historical Freeport 3-day average flows during times of water quality exceedances and the model DCP operations as simulated over 100-year period in the 50% level of concern scenario. Is that right?
That is correct.
And this ties to the table 5, which is on the next page. I had some trouble understanding this table and the description of it, so please bear with me as I try to work through it. Maybe we can scroll down to table 5 briefly, Ms. Mullen. Okay, so for the top row, you state that you provided the monthly average 3-day average flow at Freeport during each of the historical exceedance periods at 3 Mile Sloughs since 2010. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you say monthly average 3-day average, my brain hurts a little bit. Can you please explain what that is?
Yeah, so just as an example, since 2010, if I look at all the historical exceedances that have happened in June, as an example, there could be, and this is just totally hypothetical, there could be, say, 4 Junes where we have exceeded that standard. And in each of those Junes, I looked at what was the Freeport flow, 3-day average Freeport flow during that exceedance period. And then if there were 4 Junes, then it's an average, what is it? See, if there were 4 Junes, what is the average of all Junes where exceedances happen? What was the Freeport flow? And this is just an indicator of the low flow conditions that we have typically seen during those exceedances.
And so that is how you came up with the average 3-day average range of 7,064 CFS to 9,229 CFS?
Yeah, so I calculated that for each month, June, July through December. And then, yeah, so the range that I have mentioned is from June through December. And as we see, as we go from June to December, that average flow is increasing. So the range is from 764 to about 9,300 CFS.
Did you review what the 3-day average flows at Freeport were during exceedance periods in a given month for just single years rather than combining them all together?
You mean individually for each exceedance? No, I did not. I looked at all the Junes and all the Julys and November, December, and so on.
Did you prepare a data table or a spreadsheet for making these calculations?
I believe there's a spreadsheet that I used. Yep.
You did not submit that as part of your rebuttal testimony, though, correct?
I don't think so, no.
Could you make that available?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, could we jump back to Exhibit NDWA 24? This is a brief revisitation. Now, Mr. Singh, do you agree that in 2018, in this chart here, that the exceedances of the contract criteria occurred at the end of November and then on the first day of December?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
And during that time, were the 3-day average flows at Freeport higher than the 7,064 to 9,229 CFS range that you identified?
I can't tell just by looking at this graph. So,
do you see the right side y-axis?
Yes.
You see that those are CFS flow markers there.
Yes.
Okay. So, and maybe Ms. Mullen, could we zoom in on the sort of in the middle section of this graph so we can get a better view of the dates? Okay. So I'm referring specifically to the period from November 21st through December 1st. And that is the period of the contract exceedance in 2018 at 3 Mile Slough. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And you see the 10,000 CFS line on the right side of the y-axis?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during the period of the exceedance, you would agree that the 3-day average flow at Freeport is, at least for part of that time, above the 7,064 to 9,229 CFS, correct?
Yes.
So by combining the years and collapsing certain years months of average 3-day average Freeport flow, you result in a range that is lower than an individual year might provide, correct?
It is lower, but again, what this 3-day average, I used the 3-day average, is meant to really show the average flow conditions. And really, looking at this chart, what's really triggering that exceedance is the flow before that exceedance happens, where it's consistently below, even later part of the exceedance. So the metric that I have is a 3-day average, and I am averaging over the different months for different years. But again, that is a metric just to show the low flow conditions. And what's really triggering that exceedance is the consistent low flows even before the first half of November.
Okay. And I don't want to beat a dead horse, but just to confirm again, the bypass rules in the ITP do not use a 3-day average of Freeport flows or any location to set the bypass flow requirements in November, correct?
Asked and answered.
Please,
Multiple times.
Mr. Singh.
They do not. And again, these 3-day average is just to show general range of flows at Freeport.
Right. So if we could jump back to your testimony again, I appreciate that detour. Okay. So when we're looking at the top row of these monthly average 3-day averages of Freeport flows, the applicable bypass flow requirements are not particularly related to the amounts that you have here. Like there's not an instance, rather I should say, in, I'll scratch that. Sorry about that. Okay, let's turn to the bottom row because I have more questions about that one, and I want to make sure that we're making good use of our time. So you took each monthly average, 3-day average of the historical Freeport flow data in the top row. You found the corresponding low Sacramento River flows for each month in the 100-year outputs for the 2043 CC50 model run, and determined that in all of the months except 1 October, 1 November, and 1 December, that the DCP diverted less than 100 CFS. Is that a fair enough summary of the bottom row?
Not less than one, it's greater than 100 CFS. So anytime there was a diversion greater than 100 CFS, that's what I was looking for. And so, for example, take November, for example, 8368 in the model, looking at flows at 8368 or below, how many months did we have diversions? And that's what's tabulated in last row. And what I found is June through September, if you use those respective average Freeport flows, which is just an indicator of kind of dry conditions we have, how often in the model am I diverting at North Delta diversions greater than 100 CFS?
Right, I think that was my question, that
yeah,
with the exception of 1 October, 1 November, and 1 December, the DCP did not divert more than 100 CFS.
When the Freeport flow in October was 7481 or less.
Okay.
I'm not saying that there's no diversions in October at all. I'm correlating it to the flow, Freeport flow. Say Freeport flow of 7,500 CFS or below. And how many Octobers did I divert more than 100 CFS? And the answer is just 1 October out of 100 years.
But that's taking the average monthly CFS at Freeport, not a 3-day average, but it's a monthly average of the 3-day averages equaling 7,400 or 81 and 81 CFS.
Yeah, again, that first row in terms of Freeport flow is just a general indicator in terms of what the Freeport flow conditions were in that range, right? So this is an average, and an average flow of 8,368 in November. How many times did I divert more than 100 CFS? So calcium is a monthly model, right? So looking at each monthly time step, when we had Freeport flows that low, how often did I divert?
Why did you use 100 CFS as a threshold?
It's just to me a small number that I used as a threshold. There was no, and there could be times when there is really small diversions, and in terms of water quality effects, I was looking for any significant diversions, even though I think even most of the diversions that I see even in 1 month are pretty small.
For the 3 months where you did find diversions above 100 CFS, how much more than 100 CFS were the diversions?
I cannot recall, but they were maybe around 400, 500. I'll have to go back and look, but they were not that high.
Okay. You, at the bottom of page 45 of your testimony, you refer to that 100 CFS and describe that the DCP would not have been diverting meaningful volumes of water during those low flow conditions that you described.
Yes.
See that? And by meaningful, this is just, in your opinion, what constitutes a substantial amount of water being diverted?
Yeah, I mean, I just looked at 100 CFS or greater.
Okay. We touched on this, but for the months of August and September, we established that the minimum 3-day average bypass is only 5,000 CFS, correct?
I'm sorry, which months?
The months of August and September?
Yes.
So
that's correct.
Were the constraints in the model those other factors, sweeping velocities, or are there factors that you touched on before?
I'm sorry, I think I missed the question. What was?
Yeah, so for August and September, and Ms. Mullen, if we could scroll back to table 5. For August and September, where you identified flows of 7,000 plus on average in those months, yet the ITP bypass rules only require 3-day averages of 5,000 CFS. It wasn't the ITP bypass rules in the model that were constraining diversions and preventing any diversions above 100 CFS in any given month over 100 years, correct?
Yeah, and again, during that period, under those low flow conditions, we don't have access flows. Only time there will be diversions at DCP if we're shifting from south to north. And in the model, with that using that shifting logic, there were no carriage water savings for model to shift. So again, the bypass criteria might allow it, doesn't mean that DCP will be operated.
Table 5 only provides a summary of the 50% level of concern climate change model run, correct?
Yes,
Did you run a similar analysis for the 4 other model runs that have been presented in this hearing?
I did not. It was just as an example. I did not run any other models, but I would expect similar results.
Do you recall Dr. Parvathanathan's finding in his tech memo NDWA 40 that found the 50% level of concern climate change model run was the only model run among the 5 that he analyzed against the 1981 contract criteria to show a slight reduction in the days of contract exceedances with the DCP compared to the baseline?
I do remember his testimony and that reference that you're talking about.
Could the fact that that particular model run showed somehow the DCP having a beneficial effect on salinity at 3 Mile Slough potentially skew the results that you're presenting here in Table 5 to either mask or lower the number of I guess aggregate months over the model simulation period where there would be DCP diversions?
Projection compound.
Will you break it down, Mr. Cho? I know it's just a long question, but
Yeah, I don't.
we can do parts. Is it possible to do parts?
So in reference to Dr. Parvathanathan's findings about the 50% level of concern, given that that is the only model run you looked at to provide this table, do you see any potential that if you had run the other model simulations or scenarios, you might get a different result of months where the North Delta diversions divert more than 100 CFS, given those same low bypass flow conditions?
I would not expect that. Again, Dr. Parvathanathan's testimony or his results, as I recall, even for ITP conditions, there were like 3 days with DCP they were higher over a 100-year period. Even for CC95, that number was pretty small. So I do not expect the numbers might be slightly different, but in terms of the overall conclusion that I'm trying to make here, which is North Delta diversions as modeled are limited during these low flow conditions, in my opinion, is still valid.
Ms. Mullen, can you scroll up just a little bit so we can see paragraph 102? Thank you. In this paragraph, Mr. Singh, you indicate that Dr. Priest's use of maximum monthly average EC ranges and water year types to evaluate compliance with the 1981 contract criteria was not improper because it did not produce a materially different result than the 14-day mean calculation specified in the contract. Is that a fair summary?
I didn't use the word improper. What I'm saying there is that Ms. Williams opined that DWR did not use the correct metric in terms of 14-day. We only looked at monthly averages, or Dr. Priest's results were based on monthly averages. And what I'm saying is Dr. Parvathanathan's own analysis that uses 14-day methodology, according to his own results, those changes are very small. In one case, like you mentioned, there is no change at all.
Right. So your characterization is that there were some changes in 4 of the 5 model runs. However, you don't believe that there was enough of a difference there to be meaningful?
It's unanswered. Vague and ambiguous as to meaningful.
Well, materially different. in your words?
Please, Mr. Singh, if you can just clarify.
Well, in reference to this paragraph, what I'm saying is analysis that Dr. Priest conducted did look at monthly, but even if you look at what Dr. Parvati Nathan did using the 14-day average and the model data, in all three cases that he presented, or at least the three cases that I remember that have the updated ITP criteria, there were 3 days over 100-year period for the updated baseline. There was no change or maybe a negative change at CC50 scenario. And I can't remember the number at CC95, but it was a small number over 100-year period. So whatever changes we see using Dr. Parvati Nathan's analysis, those changes are either very small or minimum, or in one scenario it's zero.
Do you recall Dr. Priest's rebuttal testimony, which stated, and I quote, "Modeling results for EC indicate that the DCP would not cause more frequent exceedance of the EC criteria established in DWR's contract with the North Delta Water Agency"?
I do not remember that exact statement, but what I'm saying is that even Dr. Parvati Nathan's own analysis shows that those exceedances are either not existing or very small.
But you agree that Dr. Parvati Nathan's analysis did show, at least in 4 of the 5 model scenarios, that the DCP would result in additional exceedances of the 1981 contract criteria, correct?
3 scenarios that I am discussing that have the ITP criteria. I mean, I think he presented some criteria from EIR as well, but I'm talking about 3 scenarios, a set of scenarios that he did using DCP ITP criteria modeling. Out of that, one showed no change, or actually a negative change. One showed 3 days out of 100 years. So those numbers are small, and according to his own words, I think I have in line 11, a slight increase.
Yeah, does that give you pause at all about the utility of the models, given that we have historical EC exceedances of over 200 days in only a span of 27 years versus the simulated results from the model in the ITP baseline showing only 16 days of exceedances across 100 years?
Objection. This is outside the scope of rebuttal. And is asking for a new opinion that is not made, or an analysis that was not made in the testimony that was submitted by Mr. Singh.
It's actually directly in response to Mr. Singh's comment on Dr. Parvathanathan's analysis that the changes in the modeling only showed a slight increase in exceedances.
I'll allow the question, Mr. Singh, please.
Could you repeat your question?
Yeah. Does the fact that the model run analyses showed so few days of exceedances of the 1981 contract criteria across the 100-year model simulation period give you pause about the utility or reliability of these models to represent real-time operations or actual effects of the DCP when we have a historical record showing 200 plus days of exceedances of the contract criteria in only 27 years?
Again, objection. It's outside the scope, but in addition, it assumes facts not in evidence. Mr. Cho's asking him to compare historical exceedances, and what Mr. Singh has compared, and Dr. Parvathanathan, is the changes in exceedances from the baseline with DCP operations. This is an apples to oranges, and
Ms.
at least
Williams'
an incomplete
testimony,
hypothetical.
it's not hypothetical. Ms. Williams' testimony documents the number of days of historical exceedances. They are in evidence.
Mr. Singh, are you familiar with the number of historical exceedances, or do we need to refer back to that? So you
I
can
would
answer.
hope, Mr. Singh, as he compiled a table of all of the periods of historical exceedances since 2010 in Table 5.
And hearing officer
Yes.
Kinsey, I'm just again, this is an apples to oranges comparison. The testimony that Mr. Singh is talking about and that North Delta produced is the changes in exceedances between the baseline and the DCP. And now Mr. Cho's comparing historical and trying to say, well, there's all these historical events, and now there's not that many of changes between the differences between the baseline and the DCP. That's an irrelevant comparison.
I don't understand it to be irrelevant. I think it's appropriate for Mr. Cho to examine the validity of the model, which I think.
And for the record, I was not comparing the baseline to the with DCP modeling. I was comparing historical record to the model baseline.
So please, Mr. Singh, do you need the question again?
Yeah. So in terms of looking at historical exceedances, so these models that we have, calcium 3, this is not a historical model. The hydrology is adjusted historical hydrology, and also, there's ITP, new requirements than what we saw historically. But in terms of using these models to compare historical is not appropriate, because the flows, for example, at say 2015, there were exceedances historically, but model might not have same kind of flows or say TUCP requirements. So there's a lot of differences when you're looking at historical exceedances or historical occurrences and trying to see if the calcium will exactly replicate that. But what is important is the incremental changes with DCP, and that's what Dr. Parvathinathan's report showed. And leaving that aside, that is one piece of information. I still have looked at flows historically, how low they are, and will DCP operate, and that is another justification, or at least when I formed my opinion was based on flows, looking at those historical exceedances and does DCP operate during those conditions. And what I'm showing here is the diversions are minimal.
Is it your opinion that the DCP rules as proposed and modeled would ensure DCP operation will be constrained anytime diversions from the North Delta intakes could cause or worsen exceedances of the 1981 contract criteria?
My opinion is that looking at historical exceedances and looking at low flow conditions during those exceedances, if I look at modeled diversions using DCP criteria along with other criteria, I do not see any significant diversions during those periods. So that is the basis of my rebuttal and opinion here.
Are you aware that North Delta Water Agency has proposed a permit term that would formally restrict DWR from operating the DCP if EC exceeds or would exceed the water quality criteria at 1981 contract locations?
I'm not aware of that.
Would a permit term, as I just described it, be inconsistent with the analysis you've just presented here today?
Objection calls for speculation since he hasn't seen the permit term.
That's why I said as I just described it.
And calls for a legal conclusion and assumes that DWR would not comply with the contract.
Maybe this is one way of putting it. What do you mean by I'm not sure. What do you mean by consistent here, Mr. Cho?
I said inconsistent, meaning would a permit term that does what Mr. Singh just said he believes the DCP rule set and modeling shows, that the DCP intakes would not be operated to cause or worsen exceedances of the 1981 contract criteria. Is that, if that were turned into a permit term, would that be inconsistent with the testimony that he's presented to his understanding?
Objection to the extent that Mr. Cho is characterizing the terms of the contract and the legal constraints inconsistent with the contract.
Not describing the contract terms.
I'm still, and I don't know if it's late on a Friday. I still don't understand the question. The question is whether the modeling reflect this permit term. Is that?
It was a two-question deal. The first question that Mr. Singh answered in the affirmative was, is it his opinion that the DCP rules ensure that DCP operation would be constrained anytime diversions from the North Delta intakes would cause or worsen exceedances of the 1981 contract criteria? I understood Mr. Singh's response to be in the affirmative. My second question was if he was aware that North Delta Water Agency had proposed a permit term that would do that would restrict operation of the DCP if EC would exceed the water quality criteria of the 1981 contract.
And the witness said he hasn't seen the permit term, and this is an appropriate legal briefing issue, not to try to force a permit term and the consistency with the modeling, apparently, on a witness who hasn't seen a permit term.
Look, I'm not trying to go outside to ask for a legal opinion here. Mr. Singh's entirety of his rebuttal testimony goes to the point that the rules proposed by DWR for the DCP are sufficiently protective to not result in exceedances of the 1981 contract criteria. My question is just if there were a permit term stating that, would that be inconsistent with what he's testified to? I don't think it's a complicated question.
Do you mean, well, I still don't understand it. Do you mean, Mr. Cho, that the question is whether the permit term that NDWA has proposed would be, in Mr. Singh's opinion, would be superfluous because the existing terms would already achieve the same result? Is that the question?
No, the opposite. Would they be in conflict would a permit term that I laid out be in conflict with the proposal that Mr. Singh summarized for the DCP rules and in operation?
Mr. Singh, do you understand the question?
I do not, because I haven't proposed anything. What I'm showing here is that under the current criteria, in looking at the modeling, during the times when we have seen historical exceedances, there is minimal diversions. So any conclusion that DCP would increase frequency of those occurrences, I don't agree with that. So having any condition will be opposite to what I'm showing here, which is based on historical exceedances and model data with bypass criteria and all the other requirements that are in the model. We do not see diversions.
Okay, I'll take that. Thank you, Mr. Singh. Last, just small handful of questions regarding your response to point 3 on Ms. Williams' characterization of the historical record of exceedances. Paragraph 103 of your testimony, you note that the water quality exceedance event lasting 9 days in June of 2004 coincided with the Jones Tract levee failure. Is that right?
That is my understanding, yes. The Jones Tract failure happened in that month of June, around the same time we had exceedances of D1641 in this requirement.
And you state at the bottom of that paragraph 103 that this period does not appear to have been excluded from Ms. Williams' analysis. Is that right?
That is my understanding of counting those days. And because that time there was like structural failure, like a levee failure, and I believe 1981 contract allows for some of those issues to or emergencies for compliance applications. So that's based on my reading of that contract and coincidence of these exceedances with the levee failure.
Yeah, are you referring specifically to Section 4A of the 1981 contract, which addresses structural emergencies?
Yes.
Are you opining on the legal effect of that provision of the 1981 contract?
I'm not. It's just my opinion based on plain reading of the language.
Okay. So do you understand that similarly, Ms. Williams' testimony as an expert witness on historical exceedances of water quality criteria is distinct from making any legal conclusion or argument about whether or not DWR was in breach of the contract?
Objection calls for speculation. This witness doesn't know what Ms. Williams' testimony was intended to do or not do regarding any legal conclusion.
I'll reframe it purely from Mr. Singh's perspective. Do you understand the difference in what you stated in your testimony to not be making a legal conclusion about the effect of the Section 4A structural emergency provision in the 1981 contract?
I'm sorry, I do not understand your question.
You stated that you were not making a legal conclusion or comment or opinion as to the legal effect of Section 4A of the 1981 contract regarding structural emergencies, correct?
Yes, I mean, that statement, like I said, is based on my reading of the Section 4A that allows for, compliance obligations to be waived during structural emergency. And this period that we're talking about, 2004, coincided with Jones Tract levee failure. And just based on reading of that, that's what I'm opining there in that first paragraph, 103.
Are you aware of any of Ms. Williams' testimony to state that DWR was in breach of the 1981 contract at any time?
Objection, relevance outside the scope.
Directly relevant to Mr. Singh's
Yes,
testimony.
overruled, please, Mr. Singh.
I know she presented, she has presented 2004 data that shows exceedances. I'm not sure what that means in terms of contract compliance or not.
Yeah, and I promise this is wrapping up. Ms. Mullen, can we just go back to DWR 414 real quickly just to put this to bed? And if we go to Section 4A, do you understand this Section 4A does not remove applicable water quality criteria?
Objection is to the extent you're asking him to draw a legal conclusion and the document speaks for itself. If you want to ask about his understanding, that's fine, but I'm not sure it's relevant.
Your understanding, please, Mr. Singh.
Could you repeat that question one more time, please?
Sure. Maybe it's simpler to just ask, do you see within the first sentence, about midway through the first sentence, it says that in the event of a structural emergency, the state shall not be in breach of this contract if it makes all reasonable efforts to operate state water project facilities so that the water quality criteria will be met again as soon as possible?
Yeah, I can see that, yeah.
Okay. So you suggested that it might be appropriate to omit instances of water quality exceedances from Ms. Williams' testimony by virtue of this provision, correct?
I did not say that. What I'm saying is that when we're looking at Ms. Williams presented different historical years, some example years where there were exceedances. And all I'm saying is that that particular exceedance, or that particular period, coincided with a structural emergency. And just me reading this, not as a legal opinion, that shouldn't count in terms of total number of days.
It shouldn't count as I'll move on. I don't think this is a productive way to end the day. Let me jump to the last question. Paragraph 104 of your testimony, if we could go back to that, Ms. Mullen. Okay. You describe here and state that Ms. Williams agreed in cross-examination that a 50% increase in salinity in the months of September through December of 2004 would not have produced additional exceedance of then applicable criteria, correct?
That is correct.
Are you aware that it was Dr. Parvathanathan, not Ms. Williams, who had responded to Ms. Morris's question about the 50% increase?
I'm not. Maybe it was one of the witnesses. Maybe that's my error on that part. But the whole thing is that for the 2004 year, for the most of the year, when you look at salinity versus the standard, there was a big gap, and even 50% exceedance wouldn't have, or increase wouldn't have exceeded the standards most of the year.
And you're aware that Dr. Parvathanathan's response was that a 50% increase in salinity in September through December of 2004 would not necessarily mean there would be a contract exceedance at that time?
I'll have to go back and look at his response.
Well, likewise, to mirror your conclusion in paragraph 105, do you agree that even if EC values are well below the contract criteria in a majority of the time, that does not necessarily mean that they will stay below the criteria in all instances?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical.
Overruled. To the extent you need to caveat, please do, Mr. Singh.
Could you repeat your question one more time?
Yeah, I'll spell it out a little more. In paragraph 105, you end your testimony by saying that the majority of time, the measured EC values are well below the standards and outside of the periods of exceedances, correct?
Yes.
Does that fact, assuming that that's correct, mean that the EC values will always be below the contract criteria?
Always be below. I'm not sure what does that mean, but what I've shown is the DCP operations and how it relates during those exceedances. So I'm not sure if I can say they will be always below the requirement.
Great. Yeah, thank you. That's all I wanted. That concludes my questions. Thank you, Mr. Singh. Thank you as always, Ms. Mullen, and thank you, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Hello? Hearing Officer Kenzie might be frozen.
I think we lost her.
She's done for the day. It's Friday.
I think I feel the same way, but we still have an hour. Well, 55 minutes.
Let's give her a few minutes to see if she comes back. No, we'll just call for the break.
I'm so sorry, I didn't catch you just said that from staff.
I apologize. This is Kyle Woldridge.
Kyle Woodridge. I don't even have you in here. Oh, there you are. Thank you.
Mr. Wooldridge, should we maybe just take a 5 minutes and come back?
Yes, let's do that. Let's take a 5 minutes and then I'll be back at 4:12.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. I am here. Our court reporter. I'll make sure
I'm
you're
here.
here. Are you ready for us to
Yes.
try to go back on the record? I
All
apologize,
right.
but it seems we had a rolling problem amongst our whole team here at the State Water Board. So I'm not sure what kind of an incident that was. If it happens again, we can call it for the day, but hopefully it will not. My understanding is that I don't think I heard the last question, although I can review the transcript. But my understanding from others is that Mr. Cho, you may have finished, or where are we?
Indeed, I have.
Okay. Okay. So with that, I believe we would go, it is 4:13, but if we want to try to not use September 2nd, we probably should forge ahead for another half hour. I think I saw Mr. Rees in the attendee list. Yes, if we can please elevate Mr. Rees, and we'll see if we can carry on here. And thank you, Mr. Cho.
Thank you.
Mr. Rees, you're welcome to make your appearance and come on camera late on a Friday.
Good afternoon, Dean Rees for the STWA parties. If you'd like me to begin, of course I will. At everybody's mercy, I might suggest we move it to Monday morning where I could be a little bit more efficient probably, but
Do you think that would...
I didn't see anything before 2:30, so I don't think there's a lot of overlap, but there's probably some.
Well, let's carry on. One word of warning is that I believe we're having Nicole Mullen. Ms. Mullen is having trouble logging back in, so we have Mr. Wooldridge with us who can bring up exhibits, but we will do our best here. But let's go ahead and get started. Thank you, Mr. Rees, for hanging with us late in the day. We'll try to put at least a half hour in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I have some, well, for this afternoon, I'll just have questions in for Mr. Singh, maybe a couple for Mr. Fitzu. But Mr. Singh, good afternoon. It looks like you've had a very long day, so I will try to be efficient. Referring to paragraph 132 of your testimony, please. And I'm looking at lines 10 to 17, which pertain to STWA witnesses Greg Wilson's testimony, essentially concerning balance conditions. You state in your testimony, do you want that pulled up, or do you want me to just read it, quote it? I'll quote it accurately if you'd like.
I think if you can pull it up, that'll be better.
Okay.
So that is 140 DWR 142R, if I understand correctly. Is that right?
That's my understanding. Paragraph 132, lines 10 through 17.
Sorry, we cold called on Mr. Wooldridge. He's warming up here. Thank you for your patience. And do you have the page number, Mr. Rees?
Yes, it's page 60.
Thank you.
And you say in that area, the 10 to 7 lines 10 to 17, not all of line 10 to 17, but calcium 3 models the D1641 objectives simultaneously, including X2, delta outflow requirements, salinity standards at compliance locations, and other regulatory constraints beyond the specific bypass flow and EI ratio parameters that Mr. Wilson's day flow based spreadsheet captures. My questions related to that are, when calcium 3 models the D1641 objectives simultaneously, does the model assume a constant daily north delta diversion rate during each monthly time step?
are you referring to calcium model?
Yes, yeah, the question, when calcium 3 models the D1641 objectives simultaneously, does the model assume, the calcium model assume a constant daily north delta diversion rate during each monthly time step?
So calcium is a monthly model, right? So there is some, especially for DCP diversions, there is a daily mapping that we have used that I think I talked in my case in chief. So there is, depending on the water year type and historical, based on historical data, there is a mapping in terms of what the daily flows would be for that month. So it can change, but there is a daily mapping in terms of, given the monthly flow, what each day would look like and how much allowable diversions calcium has based on the criteria. So it can change, but it's based on that daily pattern. But ultimately, calcium is a monthly model, so it aggregates that information, and when it's making, decision in terms of flow requirements and all the requirement, that still does it on a monthly time step.
Okay, I appreciate that. And does the model though, does it assume a constant daily north delta diversion rate during each monthly time step, or you're saying there's a map that it follows? I'm just trying to understand.
So there is no if you're talking about sub daily, is that, just to clarify, are you talking about day to day or sub daily?
I'm talking about day to day, a constant, consistent daily north delta diversion rate.
No, so each day could have different flows that could have a different allowable diversion based on criteria. So it is not same every day in calcium. But again, it is still a monthly model, and although it uses that information to come up with a maximum allowable bypass based on the criteria for the month, but that is based on daily patterning.
Okay. What daily diversion rate does the model use, calcium 3 model use?
Daily diversion rate. So the diversions are based on the ITP criteria, depending on the time of the year and how much flow we have at Freeport. So the ITP dictates what the allowable diversions at North Delta intakes would be. So depending on the flow and the time of the month or which month in the year, that can change.
Okay. Is it possible that the average monthly flow rate for the North Delta diversions can be disaggregated into different daily patterns?
Or I'm not sure if I understand your question. Disaggregated for what?
Well, when I say disaggregated, meaning, broken down in terms of how the real-time operators operate or would operate the North Delta intakes in real time on a daily basis.
So calcium, like I said, is a monthly model, and how much diversions that are happening in a given month, taking into account all the criteria we have, is based on this daily mapping. But then we take that information and run DSM-2, which is where it is operating it on a sub-daily and different days, and information coming from calcium for all the days in that month. Since it's a monthly model, it's the same flows. Is that what I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Somewhat. Let me try a scenario that might be helpful. So, could a monthly diversion rate of 2,000 CFS in August of any year be disaggregated, meaning how the real-time operators operate the North Delta intakes in real time on a daily basis, such that the first 10 days of the month, the daily diversion rate could be 6,000 CFS, and the remaining 20 days of the month, the diversion rate could be 0.
Vague and ambiguous as to, are you talking about in calcium 3 or in DSM-2?
I'm talking about in calcium 3.
I mean, you can come up with some pattern, but there's have to be some logic how you divide that in a daily. But what is done typically in these planning models from calcium to DSM-2 is taking that monthly flow, and for the purpose of DCP modeling, we have same flows for the whole month.
Okay. But you could have a scenario where, you know, a monthly, you could have a scenario where you have 6,000 diverted into the North Delta intakes for 10 days of the month, but then only, you know, the remaining 20 days could have 0. Is that correct?
You could, but I'm not sure how I will base that on. It can be just random.
But that is a plausible or a possible scenario.
Well, that's not how we have models. So the modeling is done based on results from calcium for a given month, and is translated into DSM-2 as you know, same for each day, because if you have to map flows, you have to map exports. I'm not sure if there's a straightforward way of doing that.
I'm sorry, what are you not sure if what?
If you can map or break it down for each day, and because you'll have to use some exports, some flows. So right now, the way we have it is we are looking at 100 years with a wide range of hydrology, different flows, different water year types, and looking at comparative analysis, how project operates compared to the baseline and effects related to that.
All right, I appreciate that, and I'm just trying to understand this. So is it correct that calcium 3 models only one daily flow pattern for the North Delta intakes at a time?
So again, calcium 3 is a monthly model which has some daily patterning, especially when it comes to DCP diversions. So it is looking at, based on monthly flow, there is a pattern in terms of based on historical data that how, you know, the average monthly flow would for each day. So the diversions could change, or allowable diversions could change every day in calcium. But ultimately, they're still, you know, average for the whole month what the allowable diversions are, and that's what model is making decisions on a monthly time step.
So yeah, the decision is based on a monthly time step is what you're saying, correct?
Which is developed from daily allowable diversions with that mapping that we have.
And when you say this mapping, where's that mapping? What do you mean? Where's the mapping located, or is there a document that explains the mapping?
Yes, the final EIR talks about it, and I believe my case in chief testimony also talked about it.
Okay. I'm trying to understand if the daily flow pattern, you know, gets disaggregated such that the operators in real time vary it rather than being 2,000 CFS average monthly flow, but they decide to change it. You know, they could do 6,000 for 10 days and then nothing for several days and then ramp back up. how is that effects from that change and those in the daily operations, how are those changes captured in the modeling in terms of effects or impacts on, say, salinity in the South or Central Delta?
Maybe Dr. Talvish, if you want to address that, but modeling as it is done, we're looking at range of flows, but that is for a given month, it's same flows, but you do have different months with different flows across 100 years. So when we're looking at effects, we're looking at hydrology over a 100-year period with varying flows and within our project.
Okay. I'm just trying to determine how, the results can represent, modeling results can represent the full range of potential water quality conditions associated with all the possible different daily disaggregation methods. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
There's no question pending.
Do you understand? Can you explain that to me?
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
All right. Well, maybe I'll come back to that. Let's go to paragraph. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I can make one comment, which is that typically in general calcium runs, there is a disaggregation at the salinity estimation point that takes these sort of blocky constants and smooths them out somewhat, and that smoothing does generally match pretty well with anything except very strong spring event-driven flow. In other words, it approaches the actual, for instance, Freeport flow rate of change and fluctuation pretty well most of the time. The exception being, February in a huge storm or something when it's multi-peaked.
Thank you. You said there's this sort of blocky. What did you mean by that?
Well, I mean the what calcium gives you is a monthly average, and you do have to choose a daily pattern. And that the salinity driver inside of the ANN is a daily ANN. So it is produced it is passed on in that form. And the ANN sort of runs through a month of daily inflows in order to produce an EC.
Okay. And you also mentioned there's a smoothing out. I know we've talked about that's been brought up before, but what do you mean by that specifically?
What I mean is that the flows don't come in as being the average flow isn't just repeated every single day for a month. There is a smoothing that is done for a number of purposes. One of them was a historical tendency for people to take the sort of blocky shape very seriously, and you'd see kind of strange things coming through DSM-2 that gets taken out. And as an approximate, again, it's not bad during the summer and fall months, and tends to, since it's not hydrology based, it doesn't reproduce large floods, like the multi-peak floods in the spring, but those aren't very pertinent for EC. So,
can you sort of walk me through then this smoothing out process? I mean, if you're talking about it's not a problem during the certain times, when is the smoothing out process more prevalent or most prevalent during the year?
it's a standard part of the model. So it's something called a histospline. It's a way of taking an average and producing a smoothed shape that has it's accurate as a sort of an interpolant, but it's not hydrology smart again. So it's something that works during the parts of the year that are not driven by punctuated events.
Okay, now you're really showing my ignorance with regard to modeling. You said it's a histoplan?
Histospline. It's due to a fellow named Spaff. It's been in existence, I think, since probably the 60s. SPATH. It's not in the record or anything, but that's the original algorithm.
Okay, so it's the histopath algorithm is how you go about smoothing out the blocks of I guess, what would you say? How do you go about specifically from start to finish using this histopath process?
Right.
How do you go about smoothing out the data?
Right.
Dr.
So,
This has gone on quite a bit. This
Yeah.
really does feel outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony, of the rebuttal testimonies. I'm outside the scope.
That may be true.
Dr.
but
Altilevich, go ahead.
I've actually, this point has not come across to me. Maybe this is my own failing. This point about how the model works had not come across me before. Apparently it hadn't for Mr. Reese either. So I'd actually like to hear about it. And and can you clarify, is it histospline or
histospline, exactly. Yeah. So
Okay,
think like
histospline.
think histogram, histospline. And in
Okay.
fact, it comes out of the statistical literature because in statistics, when you interpolate a spline that's meant to be a distribution, it has to sum to 1, right? The probabilities have to come out to 1. And so they kind of were on the leading edge of developing that. And then we took that for water resources because we were interested in honoring calcium's monthly averages and coming up with an interpolant that had good accuracy properties, but that were faithful to the monthly totals. And so that's kind of why it went in there. And that's the input is monthly values, a sequence of monthly values. The output is a smooth pattern that takes the edges out and has better smoothness properties, causes fewer numerical problems, and it can be quite accurate in the right circumstances.
Thank you, Dr. Televich. Back to you, Mr. Reese.
And I'm sorry, you're Dr. Tilevich, you're probably, or someone like me in terms of modeling novice, it's probably frustrating questions. But so you said it can be quite accurate. What do you mean it can be quite accurate?
I think the main caveat is the one that I've already stipulated, which is that if you've got, let's say, a February-March sequence of giant storms where the water comes at you once and then a couple of weeks go by and it comes back to you and there's a multi-peak, it can't reconstruct a complicated hydrologic pattern that happens due to a sequence of storms. So, usually that is not a difficult problem for, it is still it still catches the seasonal fall. It's just not going to catch the punctuated events that come in the middle. Like if you've got the descending limb of a hydrograph, it's not going to get the punctuated parts. But an important thing is that when you need it the most, which is the summer and fall flows, that's when it does its best.
Okay. So with regard to the summer and fall flows, you say when you need it the most, that's when it does its best. How do you, let's just take summer flows as one variable. How does it go about, or do you go about, or what is the process from start to finish for smoothing out summer flow results?
Are we able to connect this back to
I'm wondering that too.
The rebuttal of Mr. Wilson's testimony?
I'm following up on information and testimony that Dr. Altilevich offered and provided, which raises some interesting questions. I think I'm entitled to follow up on.
It's internal to calcium. It's not smoothed after the fact.
It's internal to calcium. So if I'm a modeler that's not within DWR, and I'm trying to figure out from model results where this smoothing out process through this histoplan or histopath occurred in the summer of any given year. How do I go about doing that?
I don't understand that question. I'm sorry.
Well, if there's model results or modeling data that's made available in support of a project like this, and there's been smoothing out of data, say take for summer flows, how do I know as an outsider or a protestant in this proceeding where, from looking at the model data, how would I know where this smoothing out process has occurred?
Look at the DSM-2 inputs.
Okay, so I look at the DSM-2 inputs and how does that tell me where the
I'm just saying that it will have been performed on the DSM-2 inputs as well. So.
Okay, so I'm going to look at DSM-2 inputs and it will be, how do I know where the smoothing process and to what extent it's been smoothed out? How do I know that?
Look at the DSM-2 inputs.
And is there something in the DSM-2 inputs that's going to tell me where
They will have had it applied?
I'm sorry, I didn't finish my question. Is there something in the DSM-2 inputs where I'm going to be able to tell if I have any modeling ability where this histopath or histopline process has been applied?
Objection outside the scope. Also, Mr. Reese has his own expert who is allegedly an expert in modeling, and it's histospline.
Not sure the relevance of that comment.
I do think there is a limit to how far I can go into this without, leading to more confusion than I clear up. So I'm going to stop there.
You're going to stop what?
Well, I don't have a ready answer. I mean, I've given the answer, which is that the DSM-2 inputs will indicate what's been done. That's really, I can't give an instruction manual, beyond that. So I think that's kind of as far as it can go.
Well, is there an instruction manual that would be available to someone like me that would explain or illustrate this process?
Objection. Argumentative.
He just
Let me try.
mentioned.
Well, let me try it this way, Dr. Atelovich. If you were described without making this into a college course beyond my ability on smoothing of data. Is this algorithm, is it something that is you would take a data set and just apply it to? I mean, is it self-evident for someone who understands the algorithm, or is it something that, for example, if you were reviewing someone else's model and they used a histospline, you would want to take a look at it because there are subjective choices, within professional discretion as to how you would do it?
I think that it is I don't know how I would react to it, honestly. Yeah.
All right.
Just again, hearing Officer Kinsey, this model's been in use. We had one of the experts on the calcium 3 model testify in the beginning. We had Mr. Draper, and there was plenty of opportune time to ask these questions. And this is clearly outside the scope of server rebuttal.
I think that's right. No, I'm not disagreeing with you on that point. But it's new to me. So I was allowing some leeway here to understand this. But I don't, Mr. Reese, do you have any more follow-up on this issue that you wanted to explore?
I don't think so, because I don't understand it well enough. It's the first time I've heard of it, and I appreciate Dr. Atilovich for offering that. It gives us something to think about. So let me move on for a few more minutes.
Yeah, we don't have much time, but and then I will release all of you to have a good weekend.
I am sort of into a different area topic in my questioning. Do you want me to go on for a few more minutes, or?
No, I think we've now, if we're going to shift gears, let's, I think we should call it. And thank you, Dr. Atelovich, for humoring us on that. Is there anything we need to address before we break for the day? And then we will pick up, as I understand, where we left off. I think we have a couple more hours, at least according to the estimates of cross for this panel before we would move to the next witnesses. Ms. Morris, did you want to address either schedule or something else?
Just on the schedule, I calculate, I think we probably have, especially with, I don't believe that whole discussion was factored into the 60 to 90 minutes of Mr. Ruiz's time. So I think we're almost 3 hours. So I would just ask if I could have Dr. Hatch be here I guess no earlier than 11, given
Yes,
the current time estimates.
yes, that seems fair.
Also, if Mr. Ruiz could give us an estimate of how much time he does think he has left, and if Dr. Priest, if there's no questions for Dr. Priest, maybe by Mr. Ruiz, it sounded like there wasn't, maybe she could be available starting
Yes.
at 10 a.m.
I don't have any questions for Dr. Priest. And I think I have an hour, maybe an hour and 10 minutes for this panel.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. So it sounds like, yes, Dr. Priest can join us around 10 o'clock or later.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will look to the room. Anything else before we close out? All right, once again, let's pencil in the afternoon of September 2nd, but hopefully we won't need it. And thank you for your sticking with us for a long day. I will see you at 9 a.m. on Monday. We're adjourned. Thank you.